Live from on the ground in India. SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
It's the taken! It's a movie sprint.
Over the wicket at him. He's bowled him!
Down towards one on, and it'll clear the ropes.
Step on the pad. They're up. He's out. That is Test cricket at its finest. Kohli stands his ground straight down the ground. He lifted it up. That is a shot of an emperor.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Live from India. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
There has been more packed into 6 sessions at this Delhi Test match than I think what we get in 5 days at home. It has the makings of an all-timer. Just one run between the two teams at the change of innings. Halfway, Australia with a mild advantage. 1 run. But the morale measure had risen and dropped through that day's play. And then Travis Head at the top of the order, emphasising all the good decisions that Australia has made in this Test match. Selection, strategy, execution. 1 for 61 at stumps. So Australia has a lead of 62 when play begins here on day 3. And given how rapidly things can move, it feels like a day of white-knuckle tension. Head is 39. God bless him, just bat till lunch. Labuschagne is 16. And all of us are starting to run numbers. I'll tip my numbers right at the start. Anywhere between 210 and 240, and this will be one of the all-time great Test matches. Plus 240, Australia will win. Minus 180, and India will win. And somewhere in there is the mashup of all of it. You'll do your own and then follow the events of today. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. Adam Collins, hello to you.
Hello, Gerard. Yes, the sort of the chaos that you're describing that might play out here. Like, we all love Test cricket. We all relish it, cherish it, but it is fairly rare that Test matches are compelling. And that's just a factor of it being played out over potentially 5 days. One side gets ahead, and then we kind of, we try and keep things competitive if we are broadcasting, and we hope they even up, but it's rare. And this has got all the preconditions for what you're describing there, an all-timer. So we just have to embrace the next couple of days and hope that it plays out that way.
A lot of time, halfway through day 2 in a Test match at home, you can not only pick how it's going to unfold, but you can actually land with a good degree of accuracy when it will finish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
which is why there's a lot of me wants to say it's just better here. Anyway, it's a great experience. You've got a historical precedent for us.
Oh, I love this.
This is great.
This is ridiculous. I got this. Someone tweeted it at me last night. There was a Test match played on the same days 140 years ago to the day, when the first innings was 263, then the second innings was 262. Identical first innings. That was Australia and England, of course, the only teams that played Test cricket back in 1883. But on that occasion, it was Australia batting second, and they did win. They were set 199 by England, Ivo Bly's side, and they got there for the loss of 6 wickets. Alec Bannerman, the brother of the great former Australian captain, made 63, and the keeper, Jack Blackham, made 58. So we should be so lucky to have 199 set as the target here. Then from there, well, anything's possible.
So 140 years ago, on the same day, the same scores presented.
It's just absurd. Don't you love Test cricket?
Oh, I love that part of it. Terrific. That's a great way to start. Michael Kasprowicz is with us. Well, Casper, you know Test cricket here so well. This has just got all the trappings of a ripper.
Gerard, Colo, namaste to you both, and also g'day. It's been fantastic. And you mentioned this Test match being a classic. There's been intensity, obviously, but also the intrigue. And I think the reason why, we're talking about a low-scoring game. But Australia getting that first total of 200 and just over 250 was enough time. He gave them enough time to actually put some pressure on, which they found they needed, obviously, with that partnership, the 8-wicket partnership yesterday. But then that gave them the time to get that one-run lead that you spoke about, and the morale of the side. I love the term, because I know within the team, the dressing room, it's those little moments, things. And we saw that yesterday, the way they came out and batted with Head and Labuschagne, and the positivity they showed really suggests to me that they've sorted out their game, they've got good game plans, and to put them in a position to win this Test match.
So talking to the coaching staff in the hotel this morning, they're just expecting the tension to pass from one dressing room to the other as today. They are absolutely braced with a deep breath to be contorted as the day goes along.
Well, even Andrew McDonald, even last night, managed to catch him, and he was sort of saying, as I said, for you as a coach, you live every ball. He said, well, not really. Fielding, we can sort of watch it, but batting, obviously, preparing the player and having their game, they're actually in control. So he was really quite casual with it, and certainly coming into a day where Australia are batting. I'm not saying he's going to put his feet up, but he's going to be down there, watching and making sure that the players are ready, but playing their game. They've got a plan, and they're executing.
I don't know whether pitch inspections are official or unofficial, but you had a little glimpse today.
Yes,
what did you see out there?
Well, it's obviously all the chat about the pitch being low and slow and all that, but then we saw it, maybe that's part of the intrigue, bouncing and carrying through also earlier on. But Australia picking 3 spin bowlers, 2 off-spinners and Matthew Kuhnemann, left-arm orthodox, to utilise, I guess, the wear in the patches at both ends. Now, what is really interesting with this one, and different to this, it hasn't had the foot traffic of fast bowlers through their follow-through, churning up, I guess, and just the natural ageing of those ends that we talked about. Normally for spin bowlers, they bowl and they aim at those the rough spots. So there's not as many rough spots. However, some of the cracks in the middle of the pitch, you're sort of seeing them, they're sort of joining now. So they're opening up to hit that as a fast bowler, I think, for Pat Cummins, bowling from the other end from where we are, the Gautam Gambhir stand end, coming in that way. They might keep a bit low. And there's a bit of a patch that might sort of work for him. But I think, like I said, that's part of the intrigue. It sort of doesn't look like it's wearing as you would normally expect.
It looks like there's one crack they're all fascinated in, Casper. About 4 or 5 players have walked up to talk us through that one.
Yeah, it's probably a good length. And I was standing behind the stumps, well behind, of course, because the rope in the way. Lord let me in there. But it's probably at a good length. It's probably a good length to a left-hand batsman, to a right-arm fast bowler, bowling over the wicket. There's a bit of a crack, but not around that sort of crack area. It's like a dark sort of, like it looks like it might crumble around a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's the risk of crumbling if the game gets into tomorrow. So it's going to be hotter again today than it has been the previous 2 days. As you want to be bowling last on this, and if you've got a good enough total. I think the flow of the days have been really interesting. So the ball has done a lot through sort of 3.5 hours, and then the batters have owned the back half of each day, and there's a very clear period between 60 and 80 when the ball is old, that it's a free-for-all batting. We saw Pat Cummins, Axar Patel in particular, take sort of real toll in that phase. So you start to run it, Australia's 12 overs in, could they get to 60 overs 4 down, at which case they would have a stranglehold on the match, but that's not really how the first sessions have been playing out.
No, not at all. And I think the other thing too, you look at the batting lineups, are quite, I want to say, evenly matched, in the upper order. We've seen, obviously, those lower order partnerships, that 8th wicket, partnership through there when it does get a bit easier, but the difference, I reckon, and maybe a player today, is the catching. It sounds like a bit of a lottery there, but we've seen some unbelievable catching. Hanscom at short leg, Pat Cummins also where's he, mid-on. Sort of almost surprised when he caught it, but that just changes everything. We saw that for Australia yesterday afternoon when India looked well on top. So again, just those moments. We saw Australia spill a couple of catches as well. Smith and Renshaw low down. And it's so important for both teams to hold your catches. What's the saying? Catches win matches?
Yeah. So you're subscribing to that as our day unfolds. So Australia will begin 62 runs in front and 1 wicket down. We have listeners with us on TalkSport in the UK, so great to have the TalkSport 2 audience with us, and SENZ in New Zealand today, after New Zealand went under to England by 267 runs in another mesmerising episode of Bazball. So we are so deep in this, and then the Ashes loom rather large. I want to share with you, Matthew Kuhnemann joined us at the end of play last night. Matt, It's a whirlwind for him. He bowled really well in the first innings. He's going to have a big role to play if Australia is trying to bowl itself to victory as today and tomorrow unfold. Well, Matthew Kuhneman, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
What's the head spin like? Last weekend, Shield Cricket at the MCG. Right now, Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi. What is shaping as an all-time Test match?
Oh, you can't beat this. This is unbelievable. A couple of sleepless nights back at the hotel. I think it's probably going to be another sleepless night tonight, thinking about tomorrow. So, no, it was a great day for cricket, I think, in general. So, but tomorrow's going to be even better.
How intense is the atmosphere of this ground, this country, Test cricket?
It's amazing. It's like I was on the far side in front of all them supporters pretty much most of the day, and they're just relentless. It's amazing to see how cricket mad they are in this nation.
It's been rapid, and yet the build has been over a lengthy period of time. When you got told to go catch the plane, did you feel a sense of readiness?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've sort of been doing spin camps and all that type of stuff back in Australia for the past 6-7 years. So, and like I speak to Marnus a lot and bowl from the nets, and sort of always prepared for every condition we get. So, yeah, I felt like I was ready.
What did you think your chances of playing were when you boarded?
No idea. I was just sort of, everything happened so quickly. I sort of just worried about getting my passport and all that type of stuff. But yeah, there was always a possibility when I came in. I thought I'm going to train well and just soak up everything I learned here.
When did you get told that you were in?
Just the night before, so pretty late.
What was the emotional reaction that you had?
Oh, I nearly teared up. No, it was awesome. Doll just came into my room and just said, I'll be player 466, which is pretty special.
Who was the first phone call?
My parents. They got on FaceTime to them.
What did they think?
Tears. I think mum started crying. So, no, everyone's really excited back home.
Yeah. And then you took the new ball for Australia.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Might as well get into it straight away. So, no, it was awesome.
Marnus has been referring to you as Jaddu every time you play for Queensland. Did you feel like Jaddu out there when you're bowling?
No, he's the best. He's so good what he does with bat and ball. I think that nickname sort of stuck because I don't really like it too much.
And you're the 10th debutant now to get rid of Virat Kohli. Just the emotion after taking the wicket and just everything leading up to it?
I think in the context of the game, I think I was really excited for that because there was a massive wicket in the game. They had a partnership going, and that was probably why I got so pumped up for that.
It's a good one for the record books, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Nathan Lyon, and his last bit of advice to me, he goes, you only get one chance. And I go, what do you mean? And he goes, wicket first ball of your career.
So where do you think the game is? This is fascinatingly poised.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's anyone's game at the moment. It's a bit of a tug of war at the moment, which is awesome. It's been such a good game of cricket. Every session is different. So, no, we'll rest up and we'll come out and hopefully put on a good show tomorrow.
Matt, it's great to see you in national colours. Good luck for the remainder of the test.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Matt Kuhneman with us at the close of play last night. Checking the weather and conditions on the Kubota cast. Kubota shaping and building Australia. It's going to be a top of 30 in New Delhi today. It's currently 18 degrees and the air quality is 385. So it's getting worse day on day. Kubota, together we are shaping and building Australia. Pete and Bharat coming up on SEN Test Cricket.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Kalkallo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Set to resume at 1 for 61 in 12 minutes time, a lead of 62. There are so many threads running through this test match. Peter Lalor, chief cricket writer at the Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard Whateley. Hello, Bharat. Sundaresan.
Morning, Gerard.
It's a sleepy Sunday here in Delhi.
Before we go anywhere, I promised you two things. I said come to Delhi, you'll get to see one of the best test matches of all time. And I also said you'll be mobbed. You are a celebrity, you're a superstar in India, Gerard Whateley.
Really?
Oh, Peter, we were just trying to record our little video at the end of the day.
I love that video.
It's brilliant. And then before we could even start, this young kid, it's 15 or so, sticks his neck through the little grill and starts screaming Gerard's commentary of Virat's 2 sixes in that World Cup game. Word to word. Like, word to word. We're back.
What?
That's incredible.
Really? Like, Some people know the words to John Prine songs,
Yes,
and other
pretty
people
much.
know all the words to Gerard Whateley's commentary. Man, is there a CD box set? Well done, Gerard Whateley. It's an honour to be with you. But the first thing you said was absolutely true. This is a stunning test match. I was sitting out on the camera deck with Gideon last night recording the podcast, cricket, etc., and he said, and on day 2, and I went, is it only day 2? I feel like we've had 2 tests in 2 days. I've seen a lot of hectic days in cricket. I have never seen a narrative change so much as yesterday's, and in terms of the news angles, in terms of the ebbs and flows and flows and ebbs and ebbs and ebbs and flows and flows and ebbs and flows of the match. And I was saying to some of the younger reporters who are on their first tour this morning, I said, that was just extraordinary. I said, I was a husk, you know. I was sort of, all my spinal fluid had dripped out by the end of the day. And they said, thank God you said that, because it was exhausting but so thrilling to watch. Talking to the fans this morning at breakfast and stuff who've been out there, and their eyes are wide. It's hard to sleep when you get back from the ground.
The session straight after tea, when India took control and the crowd had its say, and then Australia fight back with a new... And then Travis Head. So this time yesterday we were mulling over Dave Warner's scenario.
Which one? The one with the concussion or the one with the broken arm?
That's right. Yes.
Or the one with the situation in his career with the runs not coming?
Presented all of it in front of us, and then Travis Head goes in at the top of the order, which is a cunning plan and clearly an insight into what the future is going to be, and then he bats like that.
Look, not totally unexpected. There's a very smart young fellow that works in Sydney called Ben Horn.
That's right.
Who signalled this.
Yes, he did.
He signalled that Travis Head could open in India. And I thought, it's not a bad idea at all. Not a bad idea at all. But it's going to take a very brave selector to tap David Warner on the shoulder and put him in there. Then lo and behold, the fickle hand of fate, circumstance. And what's David Warner thinking right now? I mean, you never take a holiday, do you? You never give a mug an even break. And that performance by Travis is the kind of performance that we expect from David at his best, at his sharpest, to seize on every delivery. A la sort of Adelaide 2014 when he leapt on India and he just... Well, how many fours did he bash in those first few overs? It was a significant number. Exactly the same from Travis Head. We haven't seen that for a long time from David. And if David's head was sore yesterday, I reckon it would have got sorer watching that.
I think it was a statement for the future, Gerard. The moment I saw Travis Head walk out to bat, even before he hit those boundaries, I really felt that the Australian selectors are making a statement, and this is a sign for what they expect of Travis Head, not just for the remainder of this test and series, but going ahead into the future. And you're right, Peter. Third innings runs, that's what David Warner was known for. Michael Slater did the same, Virendra Sehwag did the same, and David Warner.
Well, those runs in Adelaide were in the first innings, but nonetheless, it's pouncing on the opportunity and making the most of the ball when it's hard, and maybe the bowlers when they're slightly off their lines or lengths. You know, never waste them. David's let those chances go to waste recently.
And he got India rattled towards the end. The wicketkeeper was saying, we need to do something different here. And Akshar Patel said the same at the press conference. For the first time in the series, Travis Head has put India on the back foot.
So I don't want to leap steps in advance because that's the day that's going to unfold. But there is a scenario in which Head guides Australia to something substantial, and then and all the questions that are tied into that.
Oh, you've learnt nothing from yesterday, Gerard. It can change in a minute. This cricket in this country.
So let's ride those ebbs and flows and keep these conversations going throughout the day. Peter Lalor, Bharat, Sundaresan, we're strapped in and looking for it. It is sleepy in Delhi today. The roads, there was no one on the roads.
Sunday morning coming down.
It's the best city to drive in when there's no traffic.
Yes.
That's the only thing I'll give Delhi as a Mumbaiker.
And we've been told today's a sellout, so it's going to be some sort of atmosphere as the day goes along. The first ball coming up on SEN Test Cricket with Australia leading by 62 next. The umpires stride across the rope and head toward the middle of Arun Jaitley Stadium here in Delhi. 1 for 61, Australia. This is day 3. Sunday promises so much. This first session will be for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Michael Kasprowicz is going to be in for the first ball. Kasper, Cricket is a game of glorious numbers and recurring themes. So I thought we'd ask Phil Long just at the start of the day's play as batters, fielders and bowlers stride out. Where in the past have we had one run between the two teams at the halfway mark in terms of innings, and what has transpired thereafter? Phil, happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday from Delhi. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Tight first innings leads in test matches. 8 times the teams have been level, but here there was a 1-run lead for the team who batted first. That was Australia, of course. I think Adam Collins has mentioned already that amazing coincidence between the game between England and Australia back in 1883. Started on the very same date with the very same scores. Absolutely incredible. Since then, there's been 7 more. This was the 8th time it had happened, with the team batting first having a 1-innings lead. One of those games, New Zealand versus Australia in Christchurch back in 2005. New Zealand 433, Australia 432, but Australia went on to win by 9 wickets. Michael Kasprowicz was playing in that game.
Yes, I do recall that. There was a couple of great innings. Adam Gilchrist scored 100. Simon Kadich as well, another SEN caller, of course. But I do remember most about that is that I think I got about 13 runs in that first innings. Glenn McGrath got out. I was not out. So it was another potential 50, and the first 50 of my test career nipped in the bud.
Again, by McGrath.
Yeah, something like that. So.
The fans...
Potential, that was.
Are in full voice at the start of the day's play. Ashwin is going to be bowling from our broadcast end. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 26 in what he did yesterday. Travis Head is 39, Marnus Labuschagne is 16. Head has the strike. Australia's lead is 62. The first sessions of play have been lively, to say the least. The all clear given. Ashwin is going to start around the wickets, and Head is forwards and defending. So what's the breakdown, Phil, on the teams that batted first? It's probably better on the team that had the 1-run lead. What is their record of them winning the test match?
Yeah, so for the game...
Ashwin bowls, and it's nibbled away toward mid-off, cut off well, although the dive by Rohit Sharma on the really abrasive surface smarted, I think.
4 of them have ended in draws. Victory for Australia by 4 wickets in that one back in 1883. Casper's game, Australia by 9 wickets. And the most recent example, India versus Bangladesh. 2-4-3, played 2-4-2 after the first innings. India won that game by 113 runs.
So the team with the 1-run lead has either won or it's been a draw. Is that right?
No, that's a...
Head flays the ball out through extra cover for 4. Travis Head picks up where he left off yesterday. That is a glorious heart starter. The boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston.
We saw him the way he played last night. Very positive in the way he did it. Anything over-pitched, he took care of, certainly with a little bit of width. And this was exactly what happened there. Full ball, way outside of stump, very drivable, but straight in the gap, and no doubt about that at all. What a start from Travis Head.
And so if India had been thinking overnight of something to combat him differently, Head has certainly announced his intentions, and the silly mid-off has moved right back 3/4 of the way down the pitch. So it's a really interesting offside field, to slip a backward point. Shreyas under the helmet is now 2/3 of the way back down the pitch to the short mid-off. There's an extra cover, and there is a cover sweeper. Ashwin on the follow-up. Head drives the full ball back to the bowler.
Yeah, so India, the only team with a 1-run lead after first innings to go on and win the test.
Okay.
And I've got one more coincidence, amazing coincidence, to tell you about.
Head faces up to Ashwin, and he's defending the ball, angled at the stumps.
We started here on the 17th of February. Let's go back 50 years and 1 day to the 16th of February, 1973. 2 test matches started on that day.
The last ball of Ashwin's first over. Head is beaten, and he's out. Ashwin got him. A feather through to the keeper. Head opened with a boundary, but he didn't survive the first over. And India makes the big break. Parry and thrusts. Head's gone for 43. Australia 2 for 65.
What a shame for Travis Head and the Australian side. It looked so positive to start, but this ball from Ashwin, angled in, pitched just outside of stump, drew him into the shot. And whether there was an edge there or whether they dragged his toe, there was an edge. He confirmed there was an edge there. What a shame. The positivity that he showed out there. Brings a new batsman out there, but 43, Travis Head, 46 deliveries. He was making it look easy.
It felt like there were two possibilities. We were talking about it off air. He would either bat the session and make 100, or he wouldn't survive Ashwin's first over. And he gave us a glimpse of one and then fell the other way. So that is such a big moment in this Test match. It shapes the day's play for Bendix, the best known breaks. It's 2 for 65. Australia has a 66-run lead. That is on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Phil, your coincidence from 50 years and a day ago.
From 50 years and a day ago, 2 Test matches started. Pakistan versus New Zealand. Australia played the West Indies. In Auckland, Pakistan and New Zealand both scored 402 on the first innings. And Australia and West Indies, both teams scored 428 on first innings.
Wow.
We're having listeners with us in the UK and in New Zealand who would have ridden that thrilling Test match and now settle in for this. Australia's lead is 66 and the two key batters are now at the crease. Labuschagne is 16 and Smith, who made a first innings duck, has walked out into the middle, and Jadeja is going to take it up from the Gutton Gambier stand end of the ground, the far end as we look at it. Got to not let your emotions ride too high or too low, but that is deflating for Australia.
It sure is. Look, and even though he scored his 43 runs off 46 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. It wasn't as though he was taking risks. He was just playing proper cricket shots, but the positivity, you're hoping that positivity is infectious in the rest of the side. Marnus Labuschagne was doing that last night. Positivity through his feet, his movement, using coming down the wicket, not only to hit the ball and sort of look for runs, but also defensive. Changes the length. The bowler, the spin bowler, then has to bowl.
The sheet that hangs over the sight screen at the far end, which is a curiosity in its own right. There are no attendants on it today, so Mohammad Shami's had to go down and just sort of tuck the edges across. It must be the late start of the Sunday.
Too, of course.
Yes. Jadeja is about to begin his work around the wicket. Labuschagne reaching for a ball and playing to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I mentioned that positivity and the infectiousness in the dressing room. Certainly an early wicket too just sends a little bit of a mood, if you like, in a dressing room where you sort of maybe start looking around and feeling, but they have to maintain that positivity.
Jadeja to Labuschagne again. He's reaching for the ball outside the off stump. He does manage to blunt it away to the deep cover and take a run, playing a long way from his body there.
Yeah, Australia, we've seen it so many times when Labuschagne and Smith, crucial partnerships when they come together. Good friends. Many ways, I think Marnus has sort of mimicked, perhaps, Steve Smith with some of his mannerisms. But the two thrive off each other. They'll be certainly wanting to do that right here today.
Smith's never made a pair in his Test career. It'll add to the anxiousness of the moments, not the least of which is the challenge coming from the other end. Jadeja whirring away and Smith plays the ball through silly mid-off. Rowett fields at extra cover, no run. Shreyas is under the helmets. Kohli is at first slip. Smith back cuts. Can't find a run at backward points. It's cut off by Aksar Patel. Jadeja just takes a little moment. Rohit Sharma's polishing the ball. He needed a bit of bandaging on his knee after landing a little awkwardly on the abrasive strip. Smith is back, knocking the ball to Rohit. He fields and again denies Smith his first run.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Steve Smith never made a pair in Test cricket. In fact, his whole career, that was only his 9th duck that he'd made.
think there's a little cluster late, though, isn't there? Smith reaching forward, plays the ball again to Rohit Sharma at extra cover and no run. So 1 from the over, 2 for 66 Australia on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Make your day a cream-on-top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales. Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Ashwin is bowling from our broadcast end. He has the wicket of Travis Head. If you were late to join us, Court Bharat bowled Ashwin for 43, so added 4 and got out on the last ball of the first over. 2 for 66. Australia's lead is 67.
Yeah, Gerard, spot on. Yeah, from his last 12 innings, 3 of those ducks have occurred.
Set the mark so high as it's hard to live it all the time. Now would be a good time. Steve Smith to solve some problems here in Delhi. Ashwin, though, is bowling and Labuschagne uses his feet and turns neatly out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 2 for 67. Labuschagne moves to 18.
Last night I spoke to Andrew McDonald, Ronnie McDonald, the coach, to stay inside. He was talking about the batsmen having their plans. And his job is just to sort of, keep them comfortable, make sure they get out there and just that they're actually executing the plans, individual plans, the way they want to play. Marnus with his feet. It's really good to see that. We saw him sweeping last night too, or yesterday afternoon.
Smith readies himself for the challenge of Ashwin and his bat covering his stumps, playing across the popping crease. No run.
And when I say plans, it's quite interesting the way you play spin over in this country, and watching even the way the players and play it here, and they play quite late. You can bat almost inside your crease and let it sort of watch it off the bounce. That's one way to do it.
Ashwin around the wicket. Smith is forward, bat and pad tight together, all fidgety and flinchy in the aftermath.
Yeah, and an interesting Matthew Kuhneman this morning managed to run in him out when I was looking at the pitch this morning. As a fellow Queensland, had a quick chat. Interesting about Virat Kohli's.
Smith from his pads turns to leg. They'll take a sharp single row at fields, throws in. Labuschagne beats it home, and Smith is off the mark. 2 for 68.
He'll be happy about that, Steve Smith. But yeah, Matthew Kuhneman was saying about interesting about the way that Virat Kohli was playing him really late, often within his crease. He said, yeah, and also too, just getting the ball just above our line to get a little bit of flight. And as soon as you do that, then the Indian batsmen are so good, they're down the wicket.
Yep.
There was a couple of sixes, Akshar got him over deep mid-wicket. Solid hits too.
2 in the deep square on the leg side for Labuschagne. Oh, Ashwin pulled up. He pulled up, threatens Smith at the non-striker's end for backing up. And the game is afoot. The game is afoot. Smith didn't like it. He put the left arm out immediately. Ashwin is the international exponent for it. It'll sharpen a few minds. Ashwin bowls. The sweep from Labuschagne was the deftest of touches and races down for 4. Oh, that's a promising sign from Marnus Labuschagne. That was dainty. And it's a lovely boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
It was just a little lap sweep. It's sort of referred to from a player's point of view. He certainly wasn't looking to hit the ball hard. It was all about the angles. Get it as fine as you can. Ball pitching there on just about leg stump, but just turning it around the corner. Beautiful shot from Labuschagne.
He's 22. Australia's lead is 73. Ashwin with 1 to come in the over. This is when he picked up Head. It's just a slight delay. Umpire Goff with his arm outstretched. Now the all clear and the hush around Labuschagne, who's beaten on the outside edge. Not taken by Bharat. That was nearly a very similar fate to what befell Travis Head. 2 for 72 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Tyre Power gives you the power in their best buys on big brand sale. Get hot offers on the biggest brands, like buy 3 and get 1 free on a range of Falcon passenger car tyres. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's best buys on big brand sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. 2 for 72. Smith has the strike. He's on 1. India's premier spinners have started the day. Jadeja from the far end bowls, and Smith nibbles the ball to backward point. Aksar does the fielding. No run.
Well, with that 1 run on the board, I'm sure that Steve Smith's feeling a little bit more comfortable. You always do when you hit the first run on the board. He's going to look for plenty more, though.
You've got to put the dreaded behind you and then settle down into things. He lets a ball pass outside the off stump.
Yeah, look, and such a great player for so long, Steve Smith. Once again, there's different conditions here. A little bit of turn. Odd ball bouncing.
Jadeja bowls and Smith strokes the ball out to extra cover and ambles through for his second run.
I mentioned odd ball. We haven't seen as many as we thought. Now, a few of the cracks in the centre of the pitch have certainly opened up out there. Obviously it would as it ages, and with the sparse grass that's actually growing through the surface, those cracks do open up a bit more. But it's actually noticing the cracks this morning are actually connecting now. Some of the smaller ones are now connecting. That might make life a little bit more interesting come the second innings.
Jadeja bowls to Labuschagne, who's back and punching the ball into Shreyas under the helmets. And a silly point that will not have tickled.
But the length of that crack has sort of really developed and opened up. Is actually probably short of a length to the fast bowlers. It's probably the line for the left-hand batsman, short of a length, about off-stump line from the right-arm bowler coming over the wicket. So it shouldn't matter too much for the spin bowlers.
Labuschagne upright in his stance, plays late as he nudges the ball out to backward point. Aksar again in the play, no run.
He's played really well, his pitch, to be honest. And surprising that sort of, I suppose, the low scores we've seen just shows the quality of the bowlers. The fact that they've actually, certainly the spin bowlers, the variations that they've been able to do, and the variations achieved from, you know, the ball actually sometimes spinning and sometimes not.
Yes.
You'd think that natural variation, that'd be the key, but just once again, there's stars.
Labuschagne off his hip to a shorter ball. He can't get a run, though, as there is protection from Mohammad Siraj around the corner. 1 from the over. 2 for 73. The Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Anaconda's summer wipeout sale is on now. Get in quick for huge savings on subs, kayaks, beach shelters, camping gear, bikes, clothing, fishing gear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off summer wipeout sale on now at Anaconda. Play more, pay less. Anaconda!
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. 2 for 73. Australia head the man out for 43. Ashwin, the wicket taker. Smith is on 2 and he has the strike. Ashwin in, bowl. Smith beaten. He played back across his stumps and then it spun away in a manner that confused Smith, judging by his gesticulation in the aftermath.
He gave it a little nod, and that's with the angle coming around the wicket, the ball sliding across there, hitting the seam.
Smith uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, drives down to long on and takes a single. 2 for 74.
It's the way that Ashwin bowls it. In the slow motion replay, you can see it with the angle of the seam. And actually almost, they call it a square seam. I've heard it described as that. It's certainly not the up and over seam that runs at about, say, a 45-degree angle. It's more so at I suppose you'd call it maybe 90.
It spins like a saucer.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. And then Ashwin can get it to do all three things, in, straight or out. And Smith was expecting that to straighten.
Yeah.
And it went the other way. And he missed it by a long way. But he's got such variation, Ashwin, a true master of his craft. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who reverse sweeps for 4. Picked the line, sensed the moment, set it on its way. Labuschagne's looking good. He's on 26. Another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
Oh, his teammates love that shot there. I'm not sure that Ashwin did. He looked quite surprised. Not too many players are going to be doing that to him, and not in this situation of the game. But once again, the positivity and the plans that the Australians have. Labuschagne, he's looked so good this morning. Looked good last night too.
He's 26 from 28, and he's facing up to Ashwin again, jumping down the pitch and defending when he gets there.
But even there, that's what I love about the positivity, using your feet, not coming down looking to score, but coming down and even defending, because that changes the length at Ashwin straight away. That reverse sweep, he changed his length, went faster, quicker. And I suppose Marnus then, Labuschagne understood that. He knew he was going to come and bowl flatter. Little discussion now from the skipper.
Chat between Rohit Sharma and Ashwin, and the captain has convinced him to come over the wicket.
And for Marnus, that's a little tick. That's, we've got them to change. That's it. Get the doubt, swap the doubt from, the bowler to the batsman to now there's doubt with the bowler. So Ashwin's changed their game. We've got to do something else to him.
Leg slip. A catching mid-wicket, 3 pitches across. And then 3 in the deep on the leg side. Ashwin now over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne's beaten into the pad. He's a long way down. He should be beyond that marker of the 3 metres. But he had no clue when he arrived where that ball was. And he's very lucky it didn't get through for a stumping.
Even the speed of that ball too. And faster. But he's a long way down. Used his feet.
Labuschagne reverse sweep, second time hit on the pad. Ashwin likes it. He's up and asking. Now there's going to be a conversation here. Ashwin is pretty keen to talk his keeper and his captain into reviewing. Labuschagne's signalling that that's going to be around leg. India are going to find out. Labuschagne fell to a review in the first innings to Ashwin, and it is the same scenario that is about to transpire here in the second.
Yeah, the big question there is obviously where it hit him outside the line of off stump.
For LBW, original
give a not out.
Field is not out.
Umpire's call.
Check the front foot, and it's a fair delivery. You can have a look at front on, please.
Richard Illingworth taking us through the process. Well pitched delivery around the off stump, reverse sweep. It's onto the back leg.
Okay.
Impact.
This is quite close to the gloves there.
I don't know whether impact is outside or umpire's call.
See if there's any glove involved.
Well, you'd think.
I like Marnus's chances of surviving.
Yeah, so do I.
First
so do I. Obviously, the angles. Well, it doesn't look out from up here. So we are a long way, but even on the screen. I just think that the shot was encouraged, reverse sweep of the line initially, outside off stump. That drew the shot. Let's have a look.
Okay, roll through, flat line, flat line, flat line.
See nothing on the glove.
All the way through to the pad. Okay, there's no glove involved, so it can go for ball tracking when ready, please.
Marnus Labuschagne's fate hangs in the balance here. Impact is outside.
Impact is outside the line. So we'll go back to Michael on field to stay with his original decision of not out.
Labuschagne survives.
On screen
Michael
now.
Kasprowicz read it well. And India lose a review. And you know how important those are from the events of yesterday. All of those replays for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. So it's 2 for 78, and that is the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. Labuschagne 26, Smith is 3, 2 for 78. So much of today is about targets and possibilities and totals. Phil Long's been running a few of those for us as well. Phil.
Yeah, the sort of game within a game is where Australia need to get to here, doesn't it, to give themselves a beating a chance.
Jadeja to Smith off an outside edge driving. It slides away to backward point, no run.
Of beating India in India. India's best fourth innings total against Australia to win, 256 for 8 at the Brabourne back in 1964. One of only 3 times they've successfully chased 200 to beat Australia in India.
So plus 200 tips the scales historically Australia's way. Jadeja bowls to Smith, who's back and cutting with conviction this time, but he still can't beat Aksar at backward points.
Those other 2 200-plus successful chases, though, both came in the 2010 series at Mohali and Bengaluru, so India have got a bit of form there. On their run since 2012, they batted fourth 10 times, India.
Jadeja around the wicket. Smith uses his feet. He goes hard, straight down the line and over, long on for 6, no 4. It's landed just short of the rope. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Smith lashes out, 2 for 82.
And of those 10, they've won 7, lost 2. The 2 defeats were those massive defeats against Australia in Pune and against England, when they lost by 227 runs.
All of our stats and facts, the SEN app. Download it today from your app store. So mid-off pushes right back. Mid-on stays pretty well where he was, and Smith lets the next one pass from Jadeja.
You just think that 200, 250, just like the first innings, invaluable runs. We've seen it hard to chase historically, but also it just equates to time. Time for the Australian bowlers.
Smith drives through the field on the offside. There's a sweeper at deep cover. They'll have time to get 2 because KL Rahul had a lot of ground to cover. 2 for 84. The lead is 85.
But Australia already pushing India into a place they don't go very often. In this run, say, since 2012, India have won by an innings 15 times, and they've won by more than 200 runs on 10 occasions.
Productive over for Smith so far, and he'll see it out with a dead bat that runs away to backward points. 2 for 84. The Kia scoreboards. Kia, movement that inspires.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
23 runs and a wicket in the first 26 minutes of play. Travis Head dismissed in the first over. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Now, Ashwin switched from around the wicket to over the wicket, and he caused Labuschagne trouble with the 2 balls from that angle, and they are going to pick that battle up now. Ashwin in, bowls, Labuschagne back, kept a low one out. That was slipping through, and Labuschagne ended up down on his knees to keep it out.
He's done well there, Marnus, but I'm sure that he's got some teammates liking what they saw there. Not just the fact he kept it out, but it keeping lower.
Ashwin again, flighted, defended to the offside. Feeling, was there more there?
Yeah, let me give you the final one, the big one. India's most highest successful chase at home was against England. Chennai, 2008, quite an emotional game after the Mumbai attacks. India scored 387 for 4. They won the game with a Sachin Tendulkar 4 to take him to 100.
Labuschagne from the crease, back, little ungainly, squeezes it away to the leg sides. So the change in angle really has disrupted the matchup, hasn't it?
It sure has. It sure has. And that's where, once again, the batsman just has to adjust what he was doing. And, of course, being outside the off stump or spinning it back into him, play it late.
Labuschagne forwards, blunts it away to mid-on.
And playing it late is obviously, it depends on the speed that it comes down. We saw Kohli, and over the years, many great Indian batsmen, one of which you spoke about, Sachin Tendulkar. So almost like playing the ball off the pitch years ago. One of the skills that they use.
Labuschagne decisively forward, squeezes it out to point and is able to take a run with a big gap between backward points and mid-off being presented to him, 2 for 85.
But this really is a great opportunity for Australia. In a really good position right now, 85 for 2, as you mentioned, Gerard. But at the same time, these two love batting together. We've got the ICC ranked #1 and #2 batsman in the world out there at the moment. This is what Test cricket's all about.
Yep. And a big task for the nation and for the team sits in the gloves of these two batters. Ashwin over the wicket to Smith, across the line and got through onto the pad and he's out. LBW. Ashwin strikes for a second time on day 3. Smith just missed it. He got down to have a slug sweep and he is pinned in front. He is going to send it up for review and chance his arm for some sort of miraculous reprieve. We'll see our replays for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite.
We have a player review for LBW. Given out on field. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
Yeah, faster, flatter ball there from Ashwin. Drew the sweep shot. Slid straight through. How straight, we'll wait and see.
So it's on the outside of the front pad, which is out near sort of middle and off. Smith's only hope is that it's going to spin past the leg stump. I don't like his chances.
I don't think he does either. Watching his expression and reaction, of course, with Marnus.
Just waiting for Ultra-Edge, gentlemen.
He just missed it. He's absolutely kicking himself.
Yeah.
Just clean missed it.
Well, pretty much, and this is the beauty and the skill of Ashwin. Bama slided. Often we talked about the angle of the seam, and that one certainly hit and skidded through. Possibly a little bit lower, and obviously from where he anticipated. Still waiting.
No ball tracking for the time being. Smith's holding his bat halfway out, ready to depart.
Is that because it's Sunday?
Yeah, it's just a slower day here in Dunn.
On the ball tracker.
Oh, it's an eternal wait. It's a rare purgatory.
It's painful, is what it is.
Okay, here we go.
So we're doing Ultra Edge first.
Roll it through, nowhere near the bat. Clear daylight. Okay, all the way through to the pad. Okay, we can go to ball tracking, please, when ready.
Steve Smith's fate about to be sealed.
Okay, pitching outside off, impacting line.
Oh, it's umpire's call on the leg stump.
Go back to Michael on field to stay with his original decision of out. You're on screen now, Michael. Please signal.
It's a forlorn Steve Smith departing the middle of Arun Jaitley Stadium. It is a savage blow struck by R. Ashwin. Australia lose too early. It's 3 for 85. Smith rocks his head back at the moment of decision. He's gone. He's gone for 9. SEN Test Cricket, the scoreboard for Kia. Kia, movement that inspires. Colo's coming in.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate. Look, I reckon I need some new tyres." And they'll say, "Too easy. The Best Buys on Big Brand sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Falcon tyres." That's like the best. Tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. 2 wickets and 24 runs in the first half an hour of play. And in the end, Steve Smith, probably lucky Australia don't lose that review because it was umpire's call. He just missed it by an absolute mile. It spun a lot further than he thought, Casper.
It did. And it came through as actually hitting leg stump. Probably initially you thought it was going to go about more straighter off. So there is plenty of turn there. Matt Renshaw, replacement for David Warner.
A most unusual couple of days for Renshaw. Left out of the starting 11, brought back as the concussion sub for David Warner. And here he is walking out. 3 for 85 to Cauldron here at Kotla. India right back in this year again. Jadeja around the wicket. Pushing hard is Labuschagne. Out through extra cover. Nicely timed, gets 2. Labuschagne up to 29. Australia 3 for 87, so they lead by 88. Every ball feels like an event. T20 cricket, they talk about that. 120 discrete interactions. Well, it has a similar energy to it on this Sunday morning, Casper.
Oh, it's intense again. We've seen that for the first 2 days, and it started exactly the same way here.
Jadeja bowls round the wicket. Labuschagne forward in defence. You know what? It reminds me of some of those days in the 2001 tour that you played in, Casper, where you just could not look away. Every delivery, so much riding on it. Feels destined to be a low-scoring thriller. Jadeja, he's got a slip and a silly point. Bowls to Labuschagne, with whom so much rests. He turns him into the onside for 1. Wants 2. Renshaw's equal to it, down to the danger end. Well played, well run.
That's really well run.
Labuschagne into the 30s.
Sorry, Colo, that's really well run, that. And 2 Queenslanders who know each other very well. Labuschagne and Renshaw. Good understanding between, and just the value of just, instead of just punching it for the 1 run, getting the 2 there, converting that. 4 runs off this over so far.
So Jadeja up to the crease. Far end bowls here. Labuschagne defends out to cover. Watching another replay of the Smith dismissal for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. There was a long stretch of time in his Test career where he just could not be gotten out leg before Smith.
Yeah.
Through that purple patch that spanned about 6 years. And yeah, these days it's a far more regular occurrence. But yeah, what's most striking about it is just how far he missed the ball by. Shot was on. Michael Goff, an easy decision. Upheld by Richard Illingworth. Jadeja bowls on the front foot. Labuschagne forcing out to cover. To complete. Oh, no, not to complete. Sorry, 1 more ball on the over.
I've got one for Phil Long here. How many times have 2 concussion replacement players batted at the same time in a Test match?
This might be the first. On the back foot, carving away. Get 1 here, Labuschagne. To the danger end in the end. Just for a moment, Labuschagne got caught in 2 minds, but he scampers down. He keeps the strike. 3 for 90 after 20 overs on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Australia in the lead by 91 with Labuschagne 32 and Renshaw yet to score.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget, or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumont's and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Our first session on SEN Test Cricket is at MEGT.com.au. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Adam Collins with you and Harsha Bhogle, voice of Indian cricket, now with me, jumping into the expert chair. Harsha, good morning.
Good morning. What a fabulous first half hour of Test cricket we've had.
2 wickets and 29 runs so far. Ashwin goes here, slip and leg slip, bowling to Labuschagne, who defends out to mid-wicket. Said before to Casper, it's meant to be T20 cricket where every ball's an event, but here we are.
Yes, but every ball is an event where the defensive shot is a good outcome too, which is not the case in T20 cricket. Here, staying alive is critical too.
Labuschagne's 32, Ashwin to him. Ball beats the inside edge, might have been inside edge onto pad. Either way, it stays off the woodwork. Ashwin's got his hands on his head. He knows he's well and truly in this. 2 quick wickets this morning, including the danger man Travis Head, who was excellent last night. Yeah, big inside edge there onto the front pad.
How beautiful is Ashwin bowled this morning?
Oh, absolutely delightful. Bouncing in here over the wicket to Labuschagne and doesn't let the ball go. Just letting Renshaw know now that he's over the wicket and he's in a better position to run out the non-striker. I'm not saying that's necessarily what he's saying.
I actually think he's looking at the striker's end, just to check the footwork for Labuschagne. I'm not sure he's looking at the non-striker's end. Because when Ashwin is bowling and you're a non-striker and if you're outside the crease, then you might as well be standing in the path of an aircraft.
It prompts the change in field. Leg slip and a short leg now. Labuschagne facing Ashwin, bowls here, goes back, tucks into the man at short leg, deflects off his pad. Shreyas Iyer, they get a single. It's 33, 3 for 91, Phil Long.
Matt Renshaw then comes to the crease. 5 successive single-digit scores in Test cricket.
Thank you, Phil Long. It's,
You wanted his ear this morning, were you? Hi, Matt, I've just got some news for you.
What a weird few weeks. He got recalled to the Test side and couldn't be with the team for 2 days because he had COVID. So he had to be socially distanced from the Aussies throughout the start of that Test match. Plays it. Nagpur gets a first ball duck. Ashwin bowls here. Renshaw, his first delivery. Sweeping, misses it. Shout for leg before. Turned down by Michael Goff on the angle. Was it bat? Was it pad? We're watching for a single. Looks like Renshaw's off the mark. He is. 3 for 92. Renshaw 1. Must have been an inside edge on that. Went for the sweep straight away. But yes, COVID week 1. Golden duck at Nagpur. Double failure. Norton 2. Dropped from the Test side, brought back as a concussion sub. He was the busiest player on the field yesterday, got so many touches out there. He took a ripping catch, and here he is batting in the second dig. What a sport.
I'm laughing because I looked at Rohit Sharma, was wagging his finger desperately. No, we're not taking a review on this one.
Ashwin bowls, Labuschagne dances and defends to silly point where there isn't a fielder. As you can see where Ashwin would be such a difficult man to deny in a situation where there's a review in the offing.
I would have loved to have understood what was going on in Ashwin's mind after close of play yesterday. To have realised he didn't bowl very well last evening. He's on a different level this morning.
Last ball to Labuschagne here, tucked around the corner, bisecting the 2 catching men at leg slip and short leg. They get 1, but not without risk. Labuschagne moving to 33 and keeping the strike. Australia 3 for 93 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
I beg your pardon, watching the replay screen for Beaumont Tales, Australia's favourite. Labuschagne did not bisect those 2 fielders. He popped it straight through the hands of Shreyas Iyer at short leg. Got a great pair of hands in there usually, but that is a genuine chance, and Ashwin let him know about it.
And that is Marnus Labuschagne, who is the big stumbling block. He's been taking on Ashwin. And he took a lovely catch yesterday, Shreyas Iyer, but that you just saw the agony on Ashwin's face on the replay. He thought he'd got his man and he should have.
And Ashwin had some choice words for Shreyas Iyer in Tamil. Unfortunately, Shreyas Iyer doesn't understand Tamil.
I actually spoke to him this morning. I was doing the pre-match interviews and I said, Shreyas, English, Marathi, Tamil? And he said, English, Marathi, maybe not Tamil, because his name like Iyer, but apparently he's from the Kerala side of the border.
Palakkad, yes, that's right. But I met his father, speaks very good Tamil. Mother is Mangalorean.
Bharat Sundaresan joining us for the first time today. Shubham Gill now on the field as the sub, fielding at mid-on. My man back in that direction at deep mid-wicket. Not all the way back though. Labuschagne facing Jadeja, pushing to Gill at mid-on where there is a single. He's 35, 3 for 94.
How costly is that going to be? How costly is that going to be? Can you imagine in the first 40, 45 minutes, you've got Head Smith and Labuschagne, but they've got to put it behind them.
Now, Jadeja at this end, Harsha, has that giant cracked away mat that you were telling me about this morning.
It's at 4.6 meters from the stumps, and Jadeja's length so far has been a little fuller than that. But it's a very wide crack, almost Perth-esque, if I can say that. You can't quite excavate and look for things that have fallen into the crack just yet. But it is very wide, and it's a kind of crack you don't see too often in India.
So Tony Gregg's car keys haven't quite fallen in there yet.
Matthew Hayden was saying on television that he put his bat in and then searched to see if his partner Justin Langer was hidden somewhere there.
Slipping a leg slip. Jadeja, Renshaw, reverse sweep. Gets something on it. Not much of it though. It spits out to short third. They get a single. Renshaw 2 balls, 2 sweeps. He's 2, 3 for 95.
Just a thought for the two of you. I know Australia want to play positive cricket. They don't want to wait till one ball comes with their number on them. Can they almost run the risk of overdoing it? They've lost Steve Smith to a shot he doesn't play a lot of. Now here again, he swept straight off his pads in line with the stumps. So I just wonder if they're not going too hard on this aggressive policy.
I guess there's 2 ways of looking at it. Jadeja bowls, Labuschagne defends from the stumps to backward point. The one thing they were criticised for last week, Brett, was not having a plan. In the second innings at Nagpur, they were happy to let India bowl to them. And, of course, it didn't work out too well, bowled out for 91. I suppose at least Renshaw showing that he has a plan, even if it is one that's laden with risk. If it comes off, Jadeja...
And he gets through Labuschagne! Keeps low, crashes into off stump. That is the big wicket. Labuschagne, the 3rd man to go this morning. Knocked over for 35. Australia lose their 4th wicket with a score on 95. And of course it's Jadeja. It's always Jadeja.
And it's a tribute to Jadeja's accuracy and the alliance he has formed with the pitch.
Has that hit the crack, I wonder? We were talking about that before. Not quite, but a little under edge. Got nowhere near as high up as Labuschagne might have thought.
He had to be playing it on the front foot. Just had to be playing it on the front foot. The only thing that could have saved him after that, and he looked wistfully at the umpire, was because Jadeja has this habit of bowling a no ball on wicket taking balls. He looked wistfully at the umpire. He's got to walk back. This is the big moment of the morning. Labuschagne's gone for 35.
4 certainties in life in India. Death, taxes, a good curry, and getting cleaned up by Jadeja if you try to play him off the back foot.
That feels about right. Jadeja's record against Australia is an extraordinary one. He and Ashwin were always going to turn the screws this morning. They have 3 wickets between them. 4 for 95, the score as Pete Hanscom makes his way out onto the Kotla. 72 unbeaten in the first innings. He did everything right. And in the absence of Labuschagne, so much will hinge on how the Victorian captain fares over the next couple of hours, Harsha Bhogle.
I thought when play began this morning, I thought the game was tilted towards Australia. And certainly the way they started, when Labuschagne got a move on, even after Head was out, I just thought they're getting too many. But 96 ahead, 4 wickets down, I think this game is back on an even keel.
We were talking about it before play with Gerard, like 200 odd ahead, maybe a snifter more, and we have the preconditions for something very special here. But that's going to take some getting. 4 down now, in the lead by 96 this session so far, 3 for 34 from 9.4 overs.
And Australia's best batter of the series has walked out. Maybe alongside Manas Labuschagne, Peter Hanscom has looked the best. Both first innings in Nagpur and in Delhi. And you can see the Indian think tank, Ashwin, Rohit Sharma, Ravindra Jadeja getting together, literally trying to break down the Peter Hanscom game against spin. Looked very comfortable. I don't think he will start playing a lot of shots like some of the others have, Harsha.
You know, Bharat, these are not bowling figures we see in India too often. Ashwin 2 for 45 off 11, economy rate 4.1. Jadeja 2 for 38, economy rate 5. But now it's 96 for 4. Another wicket down. You're looking at Carey. He's not been amongst the runs, and then into the tail with the wicket just staying a little up and down. What a morning we've had.
The deep point out straight away where Hanscom was so productive a couple of days ago. No one out on the leg side.
But 2 fielders with a sweep shot, identical, sort of 60 degrees or so from the crease.
For the reverse and the conventional. Jadeja bowls. Hanscom's first ball forward, lunging, defending. It's a silly point where Shreyas Iyer eventually does the fielding. Stays at 4 for 95. Hanscom averages bang on 40 in Test cricket. A couple of centuries when he burst onto the scene 6 summers ago in Australia. Jadeja bowls. Hanscom well forward, smothering the spin. That's a plan. That's an approach that can work. A successful over for India, though. Seeing the back of Manas Labuschagne. Australia 4 for 95 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30 a.m. and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Let us know where you're listening. 0433 98 11 16. Sunday afternoon in Australia. This is boiling perfectly. Ashwin round the wicket, delivers here to Renshaw, spins big out of the rough, lets it go into the gloves of Bharat, who does well moving to his left.
Just to give you a little flavour of India, between overs, the wicketkeeper KS Bharat said Nalla Podre to Ashwin. I have no idea what it meant. There's two Indian players talking to each other and I don't know what it means. I've had to ask Bharat what it means.
Ashwin passes umpire off, wide of the crease, round the wicket, shout for leg before again. Finger stays down. Renshaw didn't get as far forward as he might have liked. They won't be reviewing that though.
And I have to agree with my namesake. Rombove Nalla Podra Ashwin. This translates to he's bowling really, really well. Nalla Podra means you're bowling well. I don't think KS Bharat speaks a lot of Tamil. But he's learned enough.
Translations with Bharat, Sundaresan and Harsha Bhogle. Ashwin bowls again. Huge spin. This pitch is suiting him down to a tee. Renshaw thrusted it. There was nothing he could do. Beat the edge by a mile. Watching it back on our replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. He wasn't in the same postcode as that.
That's big turn. And in contrast, the Tamil guy standing at Silly Point speaks in English and says, sweep here, sweep here.
It is that steep style of it. Every ball, there's something's happening.
Now a second slip. Ashwin bowls, Renshaw dances, hit on the pad. Umpire Goff's finger stays down again. Ambitious from Ashwin, but...
Spare a thought, Adam. We're talking about how difficult it is for the batters, where the bowler is going to bowl. It's not easy at all for two entities out there, the keeper and the umpire.
Oh, yeah.
Great point,
because it's starting to do so much. It's not easy for the umpire and it's not easy for the keeper.
We saw about 4 leg before decisions yesterday where the pad and the bat were so close together. And I think of course you can debate this, but they did a really good job yesterday.
I'm just watching Marnus Labuschagne's replay again. He will be sitting in that change room and saying, go forward, go forward, go forward. As the tracks deteriorate in India, as the bounce gets lower and lower, you just play forward. When you don't know what to do, play forward.
When in doubt, it's Renshaw here. Ashwin bowls. He does get forward in defence.
Just more Lindsay Lohan movies for Marnus Labuschagne. Came up with this whole concept, 2-word mantra, Lindsay Lohan's Harsha.
Now, there you go. Where did you pick up all these nuggets, Bharat? Come on.
Ashwin the finish here. Renshaw sweeps, misses, shout, gone. Finger went up with the appeal. Renshaw was committed to the stroke. Ashwin beat him in flight. He'll send it upstairs. But the ball will only need to be touching the stumps, and it went straight on with the arm. In all probability, it's going to be 5 for 95, Harsha Bhogle.
The only thing that can save him is if the angle of the ball is taking it away down leg side.
Player review.
And that's what Hans comes in to indicate to him. And he kind of coaxed him into taking the review from the non-striker's end. It was a very full ball, though. That could go against Renshaw.
And height won't be an issue because the ball is just scuttling through.
So first replay here. It was the one that kissed the surface and went, well, not straight on. It's actually straight nicely for him. So it's heading back towards the middle and off stumps, having hit in line with middle.
Or if there is any bat.
Yeah, they've got to look at glove or see if it took the little bit of the toe.
Flat line, flat line, flat line.
There's so much drama around this, isn't it? You're sitting and watching, if you're watching it in Australia.
It's just missed the glove.
Oh, dear.
Nearly saved by that.
Not looking very good for Renshaw.
It's going to be hitting in line with middle.
The stride is so long, though. It's such a long stride. He's a tall man.
Here's the projection. Renshaw looks in trouble. It's straightening. It's hitting. Hitting the middle stump halfway up. You better believe they're going to lose their review. And Matt Renshaw is on his way off the field for 2. This morning going from bad to worse for Australia. 5 for 95.
And you just got to look at the choices. Once again, the horizontal bat on a track where the ball is keeping low. I know the sweep shot has been a go-to shot, but generally in India, our thinking is if the batter doesn't know what to do, then he plays the sweep shot. But I think someone with Renshaw's reach, he probably thought that he can get to the pitch of the ball and sweep from there. But Ashwin has spun a web here. Make no mistake, this is not the Ashwin of last night. This is a completely different bowler. He's spun a lovely little web, and he's just sitting there and waiting and saying, "Spider, come into my web."
Yeah. Matt Renshaw, Bharat, was taken to India on the basis that he's been such an effective player against spin at home, but scores of 0, 2 and 2 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, he spent 3 seasons in Shield cricket batting in the middle order. That's where he really worked on his batting against spin. But then you realize Harsha and Adam playing against some of those spinners in Shield cricket, no offense to them, is very, very different to facing Ashwin and Jadeja in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're playing on a 4th evening, 5th day morning wicket at the Adelaide Oval, it's still not like this. There's still bounce there. There's still short leg slip coming into play there. So,
well, it's a different task for Alex Carey, walking in on a pair out for a duck to Ashwin the first time around. Now, can they get Australia to a vaguely credible score? 5 for 95. We see test matches speed up like this in India, especially where Ashwin and Jadeja are involved. The latter to start his 9th over. He's got 2 for 38.
Give us 160. That's what the spinners are saying. Give us 160. Because this morning, this track is misbehaving. It's like an errant child. Needs a little slap on the backside. Come in line.
Both men yet to get off the mark. Hanscom facing. Slip. Silly point. Jadeja to...
It's the slip. Hanscom's gone for a duck. Jadeja does it again. The collapse is well and truly on. Australia 6 for 95. Wickets with consecutive deliveries. Kohli making no mistake at first slip.
It's a house of cards and it's crumbling at the moment for Australia. Just nicks the outside edge, floats gently into Kohli's hands. Hanscom is a good player of spin bowling, but he's intent on defence, but he's not quite to the pitch. He's let the ball turn, and there's a little bit of bounce as well. And straight, easy into the hands of Virat Kohli. And I don't think this Australian camp, or if you're an Australia supporter, you want to see the fall of wickets at this stage, because wickets have fallen 85, 95, 95, 95.
Not much left to come now. Pat Cummins scored some runs in the first innings. He's not been at his best against spin. And Peter Hanscom, as he walks past Pat Cummins, just gives him the nod, saying, well, I tried my best. It's not very easy out there. His best wasn't good enough. This game's not just speeding up. It could be over soon at this rate.
They will be queuing up to open the batting. I think the best place to bat is at the top of the order. And I look at Head 43 or 46, Labuschagne 35. But other than that, all single digits.
Looks like they've taken the formal drinks break with the ground staff on the field. So we'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. The Henley Homes by a completed home at the Dales, Bonningbrook. Henley.com.au, Australia in all sorts. 6 for 95.
For our great game, Aussie Rules, since 1912, the AFL Record has been its most iconic publication. The cries of... Record, get your record! Are etched into our game day ritual. We buy one on the way into the match, mark down the goal kickers, then some of us tuck it away as a keepsake. You can be part of this AFL match day experience. Job opportunities are available as an AFL Record seller as well as sales supervisors. Go to aflrecord.com.au and click on careers to express your interest right now.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Hello, it's Steve O'Keefe, Aussie cricketer and a fellow human who loves a good rate. As a spin bowler, it's important to keep the ball fixed on that one spot and let the spin do the rest. Well, it's the same with Lumo Energy. You can fix your rates and let Lumo do the rest.
Join the Lumo Value Plan for fixed rates until Feb 29, 2024. Pick residential customers only. Fixed usage and supply rates with contract term ending Feb 29, 2024. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Fact sheets available at lumoenergy.com.au/EFS.
Well bowled, Lumo Energy. Well bowled.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. The story of the morning for Australia. Well, it depends how you want to interpret it. 5 for 30, 4 for 10, or 3 for none. They've lost 3 wickets with the score on 95. They're 6 down. And Pat Cummins, the captain, who made 33 in the first innings, is joining Alex Carey Neither man has faced the ball. We've got Harsha Bhogle with us for another over. And this, with Jadeja and Ashwin doing as they do, this is feeling familiar.
You look at the immediate, don't you? You look at the immediate, and the immediate is saying that 95 is a barrier that they're struggling to get past. Hanscom for a duck, Renshaw for 2, Labuschagne 35, Smith 9. Australia have now lost 4 for 10 in 5 overs. In 4 overs, in fact.
They've
4
lost
overs in 1 ball.
Yeah, they've lost wickets from the last 2 balls of the match. One to Ashwin, one to Jadeja. Jadeja to Cummins, his first ball. Bowls here, swings and he's bowled! Knocked over, tried to sweep, winning it hard, had his off-stump bent back. Jadeja's on a hat-trick. Australia is 7 for 95. They've lost 4 for none. And there have been wickets from the last 3 balls in this test match. And we're not long for this test match, Harsha Bhogle. This is ending quickly.
Did he get out after Jadeja bowled the ball, or did he get out in that tunnel while he was coming in to bat?
He got out when Peter Hanscom walked past him and gave him that nod. It was too good for me. I don't know whether you were good enough to survive there. And one thing Australia knew they couldn't do on this tour, Harsha Bhogle, is they couldn't panic at any point. They panicked, like Adam said. This won't last for too long now.
Yeah, that was a shot born out of panic. And Pat Cummins has gone first ball for a hike that did not travel a centimetre, only as far as the stumps. And Australia have now lost 4 wickets on 95. It's looking so completely different from last night.
Well, we like to say, Bharat, that test matches speed up in India. This is taking that to an extreme as we're going to say goodbye to Harsha Bhogle. I think you're staying with us. Why don't you pull up a seat, Harsha, for the hat-trick ball. Nathan Lyon coming out to face it. 7 for 95. This is quite staggering stuff. Australia have lost 6 for 30 this morning.
Spoke to Nathan Lyon this morning before play. I said, is it put your feet up, or is it when am I going to bowl kind of morning? He said, I've already bowled at 8 or 8:15 in the morning, but I don't think he wanted to be coming out to bat at the moment.
3 Indian men have taken hat-tricks. The most recent of those, Jasprit Bumrah. They're going to set up with men everywhere. 2 slips, silly point. A second silly point. Mohammad Shami coming up to what will eventually be a leg slip or a leg gully. Jadeja bowling to Lyon on a hat-trick. Delivers here, Lyon forward, pushing out to the square of the 2 silly points, not to be Bharat Sundaresan.
And not to be for Jadeja, not to be for you, Adam Collins. Your wait for that hat-trick continues. But when the story of the series is written, I think we will revisit that Pat Cummins shot many, many times. It says a lot of things about this Australian team right now.
You have to give yourself a chance. You cannot come into bat thinking my only chance is to slog, because the percentages are so against you when you slog.
Bowling here is Jadeja. He's forward line, pushing out to point, no single. It's all for having a plan, which we've spoken about, right? Having a plan to somehow repel this relentless attack, but I mean, trying to pop it over cow corner first ball.
Or Steve Smith sweep.
Jadeja bowls, lines forward in defence. That'll work.
That sweep by Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Is he a sweeper? Normally by nature, I don't see him do that shot too often.
Not the shot he goes to automatically. And you could see he missed it by a mile. One thing he prides himself on when he does sweep is not letting the ball slide under his bat.
It's, Bharat, it's one of those what have I done there moments. Can I press the rewind button in life? So many times we tell ourselves, can we rewind life?
Last ball of the over, past the edge again. A double wicket maiden for Jadeja. 4 wickets falling with the score on 95. Australia 7 down on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Gerard Whateley coming in for me.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
A catastrophic first hour of play for Australia. 7 for 95. Carey and Lyon together in the middle without scoring. Ashwin picked out the batters, and then Jadeja's just embarrassing a few along the way. Ravi, Shastri, hello to you, Ravi.
Morning, Gerard. Sweeping problems for Australia.
Sweeping problems, that's rather perfect. It's one of the worst concession shots I've ever seen from an Australian batter, and it came from the captain. That's unedifying, I think. Speaks to the environment out in the middle. Ashwin around the wicket. Carey reaching on the reverse sweep. Goes to backward square. Line calls him through. Throw comes in. Line beats it home. One more to the score. 7 for 96. So tell me what's happened.
Oh, it's just the approach. I mean, just the refusal to back your defence, and some of the shots that were played will get that dressing room going once this game is over. Either way, they still got to believe they can get another 50 from here, try and get to 150 at any cost, because that still runs on the board. There's enough there for the spinners. Australia have got 3, but some of the shots played today.
So it starts with Smith, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, he's a reluctant sweeper at most times, and to see him play that shot, sometimes you think, a player of his ability, is there a need for him to try those kind of risky shots on this track where his wicket is at a premium?
So he fell for 9 LBW when he missed the sweep. Labuschagne couldn't jam down on the slider from Jadeja, which was a beautiful piece of bowling. Ashwin flights aboard a line, who just got something on it on the way to the pad.
And he's bowled beautifully, Ashwin. No question about that. He started things off this morning. What's good to see in this game is how close he's got to the stumps at the time of delivery from over the wicket.
Ashwin again, line, he sweeps off the top edge. Fine leg didn't see it, and it runs away for 4. So Lyon scrambles a boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, and Australia brings up the 100 in the 25th over, but for the loss of 7.
Yes, and Nathan Lyon is an off spinner. So if he's sweeping, 2 things he'll try with Ashwin bowling over the wicket is ensure that the line is 4th stump, 5th stump when the ball is bowled, and try and get that front foot outside the line and then swing hard. Now there's a man that shot fine precisely for that top edge.
Yep. Slip back pad just a little back, and then the sweeper on the 45 and a deep backward square. Lyon's going to go again. He gets it safely to turf as he bangs it out to the deep backward square. KL Rahul does the fielding. Lyon goes to 5.
You know, where Australia must believe is India were 130 for 7. Can you imagine if Australia had got a lead of 60 or even 80? This would be 180. Different ball games.
Yep.
They got to believe that they can add another 50 from here.
So much rests on the blade of Australia's keeper, Alex Carey. He's 1 from 1. Ashwin 3 for 51. 2 slips in place for Carey. Ashwin bowls to him. He's down, sweeping into the pad. It goes. They ask and are turned down.
Yeah, it looks as if it would have gone down the leg side.
Yep.
But I said yesterday, Gerard, 4:23. Day 3, game over. Either way. They're looking good now.
He is looking good, Ravi. It's for where we were so poised. It's a disappointment for the match, but it is a credit to India's spinners. Carey reverse sweeps. He's just managed to get it away. No real hope of a run. But he does survive, and that is something in the day's play. 7 for 101. Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Hey, I took George out over the weekend. Jeez, he loved it. I bought him this tiny little Shimano rod. It was about $30. It was perfect for him because he could hold it by himself and nice and light. Jeez, he had fun with it.
And you were catching salmon, the kids would love it. Like, it's not sitting around waiting. Were you trolling or casting?
Trolling. And if you want to get your kids into fishing, kids love trolling.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
This opening session, build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. We've only had 13 overs in the day's play, and Australia has gone from 1 for 61 to 7 for 101. Head 43, Smith 9, Labuschagne 35, Renshaw 2, Hanscom 0, Cummins first ball, Dark Carey is 1, Lyon is 5. Ravi, Shastri, just put us inside the Indian camp last night and this morning in their planning. So Head takes it to them yesterday and then they reset themselves. Ashwin strikes in the first over and just that so familiar stranglehold that these two world-class spinners take on a game. Jadeja to line, forward defending.
The game plan would have been, let's keep it tight in that first half an hour. We'll get a lot more purchase from the surface. Every day, first 45 minutes, there's some Head.
Lyon drives past Jadeja and he picks up a single, 7 for 102.
Let's try and strike in that first hour of play. That would have been the game plan, and it's worked perfectly. Keep things right, get it in the right areas, let the pitch do the rest. It's done just that. Australia panicked by playing certain shots that they have done. That has led to their downfall. Their plan should have been, let's have wickets in hand after lunch. That's when the pitch will ease out. That's when it will slow up. The ball will get softer. And that's the time you've had partnerships in this game. Unfortunately, they've lost 7.
Right, just manipulates his leg side field with 3 in the deep. As Carey faces up, he's down and sweeping. He'll get a single down to backward square. Axel Patel does the fielding, 7 for 102.
Because things happen so quickly here. This is a deadly pair. You know, when one strikes early, he's in business. Jadeja took a while to settle. Once he got in, he's picked up 3 in a flash. So, and Ashwin has been brilliant. I think where he's done Australia more than anything else is because of the revs and the pace at which he bowls. He gets the ball to drift and dip. So even if you're looking to sweep,
Jadeja bowls, Lyon back, prods the ball to the offside.
The ball pitches a little further back than what you think. You know, so because of the dip he gets, because of the amount of revs, it's top-class bowling. It's deception at its best.
Yeah. A lot of Australian fans here arrived with such high hopes on this Sunday. Lyon is forward, blocking back to Jadeja, and that has all dissipated through the first hour.
And what will Lyon be thinking? He'll be thinking, how much do I need?
Yeah.
150, 160.
Lyon from the crease, decisively forward. Keeps it along the ground, sees it off. 7 for 103, the Kia Sport scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. 7 for 103. Ashwin and Jadeja have bowled exclusively so far today, and they have done it devastatingly. 14 overs, 6 for 42 in the day's play. Carey's on strike. Ashwin begins his new over. Forward he comes. So you've seen the panic of touring teams in this scenario through the years, Ravi. Is it possible to halt that ferocious momentum when these two in particular get going? How do you do it?
It's shot selection. It's shot selection and trusting your defence.
Carey is forward defending.
If you don't trust your defence, that's when you try things out of the ordinary, things that you are not used to. That's when one wicket is followed by 2 more. You got to arrest that tide. I mean, try and look at how the partnerships took place in this game. Look at the shot selection of those players. Look at Harsha Patel's shot selection when he came in. You know, it was solid defence, waiting on the loose ball and then opening up towards the end.
2 slips for Carey, who's back and keeping out the quicker ball coming at the stumps. He knocks it to mid-on, no run.
And what surprised me is they're far better players than that, this Australian team. So they got to back their ability.
Ashwin comes to Carey, flighted delivery, down the ground he goes, past long on for 4. Some badly needed runs for Australia. Alex Carey is 6, 7 for 107. The boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Now that's good shot selection. The field is up and no half measures. You know, he's decided if it's up, I'm going to go. So it's not being in 2 minds.
Ashwin with the follow-up. Carey is forward. He's going to play tip and run. They're going to have to scramble. Keeper gathers, misses. Bharat with a heave at the stumps from 2 pitches away. He would have been touch and go for Lyon. It's a heightened, anxious environment out in the middle for Australia. They get a run the hard way.
Yes, he would have made it, I think, even if it was a direct hit. But from the Indian point of view, just talking about the approach, when the Indian team sees Smith batting the way he is, suddenly it sends a message. They're worried that they don't back themselves to last too long on the surface.
Ashwin over the wicket, line to the shorter ball, nibbles it away, forward of point. There's a couple of runs to be had. They quickly come back. And it moves to 7 for 110. They actually got 7 from the last 3 balls. That is the end of the over. Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
Hi, Dwayne here. I know the Werribee Kia team well, and they work really hard to give you the best service while finding your dream Kia. And the work's paid off. They won their first ever prestigious National Kia Dealer of the Year award, and they're so proud, and they should be, because this award isn't just for big sale numbers. It's the whole business, from sales to presentation, from parts to admin to servicing. Drive with the best. Werribee Kia, Australia's best Kia dealer. Visit werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres, 7 for 110. Lyon is 8, Carey is 7. Ravi Shastri's just taking us into the mindset of the Indian camp when they see a batter like Smith play the rash sweep that he did and get out.
Yeah, and just the way he was batting in that innings. You got the feeling that he doesn't back himself hanging there. Now here's the same player who got that brilliant 100 in Pune. On a track far worse than this.
Occasion to Carey, he's bowled. He tried to reverse sweep. He got done. All ends up. And the off stump is uprooted. And this litany of disaster for Australia is unending. 8 for 110 as Carey goes for 7 and Jadeja has 5.
They're too good, these two. Especially Jadeja, once he gets into the groove and the pace at which he bowls, he was far too clever for Alex Carey. He had left the stumps open. This one skidded through, thudded into the stumps. They're falling like 9 pins this morning, Australia. 8 down now. Not too many on the board, and it'll be Nathan Lyon who'll have to carry the fight here with another 25 or 30 runs. Rohit Sharma knows the importance of these wickets.
All the big moments have belonged to India. For Bendix, the best known breaks. Peter Lalor comes in to join us. Oh, Pete, this has been a disaster. It's a disaster. I mean, Australia should feel utterly despondent with the way they've carried themselves through an hour and a quarter.
Yes, Gerard. Yes, we were in much better mood an hour and a quarter ago. Ravi, you say they're just too good. It's a very good point that you make. The instinct as an Australian watching this game and covering this game will be to criticise the batsmen. That is not that's not quite fair, because you have to give credit to these two bowlers. They are incredible. There's conditions made for them. They have ripped a hole in this game. They've torn the throat out of the Australian innings.
Oh yeah, they've been at you, right? They've been at the throat of the Australian batsmen. They forced them to play the kind of shots they have by just being relentless, being skillful, and just being on top of their game. And they complement each other well. Ashwin, flight, guile, deception. Jadeja, flat, accurate, touchy.
15.1 overs, 7 for 49. Todd Murphy comes out into the fire. He faces up to Jadeja. He's got bat and pad together defending to cover. They go for the sharp single and line. Oh, he probably got there. It's a photo finish. It's a photo finish. Pujara with the quick throw to Bharat, ripped the stump out of the ground.
Now, Rohit Sharma came running in from point, and he said he thought Nathan Lyon's back got stuck in the ground as he was looking to drag it. We'll have to wait and look. Indians were very confident. Have a look at that bat.
Line reaches out as the ball arrives. Oh, he placed it over the line. He didn't even slide it in.
Okay, the
he got the Shouldn't be doing that. Replays for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites.
Good throw by Pajara. Tracked hit, would have had him. Poor bit of cricket by the Australians. Last thing you really need in a situation like this is a run out.
I mean, Australia will be casting their mind back to yesterday. 137 for 7 India. A golden opportunity. Having said that, all's not lost. I do believe there's cricket to be played in this game. Another 30 runs from here. This could be a good game. Very good game.
You'd like to see 150, wouldn't you?
Yep.
150.
Oh,
give
yeah.
the bowlers something.
Yeah. You'll take that.
Yes.
From here.
Pat Cummins has the brains trust in the pavilion tight together, talking with the coaching staff, with Dave Warner, with Steve Smith. The lead is 112. There are 2 wickets that Australia still has, and they're going to be crowded, all right. 2 slips, a silly mid-off, and an extra cover prowling around. Jadeja bowls and Lyon defends.
You can't get comfortable for a minute in this country on these pitches against these bowlers, Ravi Shastri.
You cannot, because there's nothing on offer. You've got to manufacture everything. You'll get the odd loose ball, but that's about it.
Jadeja, the line flicked it up in the air. It just cleared Jadeja, who got tangled up with Todd Murphy in his endeavours to rush back and have a dive at it. 2 to come in the over. Line back, plays from the off stump, out to cover, no run.
Oh, plenty to ponder for Pat Cummins, and you can see the senior management there.
Lyon reaching forward outside the off stump, which kept spinning and spinning away. 1 from the over, a wicket lost. 8 for 111. The Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Anaconda's summer wipeout sale is on now. Get in quick for huge savings on subs, kayaks, beach shelters, camping gear, bikes, clothing, fishing gear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off summer wipeout sale on now at Anaconda. Play more, pay less. Anaconda!
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Know your tyres. 8 for 111. Line is 8. Murphy is 1. Yes, 8 for 111. Murphy faces up to the challenge of Ashwin. He plonks himself forward to defend. 2 slips and a silly mid-off, crowding in around the youngster.
Just being tormented out there, the Australian bowlers. You see that last ball from Jadeja? It seemed to hit the edge of a footmark or something. It turned square.
And that's what gets you in the mind as a batsman.
That's right. And the bounce.
And the
some
bounce.
are bouncing, some aren't.
And then from the non-strikers end, you see Labusheng's one just shoot through, take the toe off the bat, rattle the stumps.
It's like being in Abu Ghraib, frankly.
Ashwin, he has 3. He bowls to Murphy, and he's got that covered, smothering the spin.
I mean, this is when, as a spinner, and you're batting now for Australia, you're concentrating the most. You know, come on, another 30 runs, another 40 runs. That's what we'll have to play with when we get the ball in our hands.
The 2 out there, and Kuhnemann are going to carry it for Australia when their turn comes. Ashwin bowls, and Murphy is forward defending.
And Rohit Sharma is a captain. You know, I'll tell you, he won't allow the game to drift. Very rarely in Indian conditions will he allow the game to drift. You know, he's on the money in quick bowling changes. He keeps most of his bowlers in the game.
Murphy from the crease does well to silly mid-off.
And you can see what happens now. The game's getting faster, isn't it? They come at you every delivery. They're not dawdling. It did drift last night, I thought. I thought the Indians looked a little bit frustrated because the Australian batsmen were hitting them off their line. Once they caught that outside edge of Travis Head's bat, they were away. They sniffed blood.
Ashwin over the wicket. Murphy will find a single off the last ball of the over from the inside edge, which trickles to mid-wicket. 8 for 112. The Kia scoreboard. Kia move. 1 to come. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ravi. You're better at counting to 6 than I am.
No, the game was in the first half an hour for me. First 45 minutes when the pitch, you know, had the bite for the spinners to exploit. Australia had to negotiate that period, which they didn't.
Lyon will see the last ball. He stands up on it, tickles it away to square leg, no run. So that is the end of the over. 8 for 112. The Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at Dales Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Jadeja from the far end. He's got the figures thus far. 5 for 41. He's in and he bowls to Murphy, who knocks it away to extra cover, no run.
Have 7 wickets fallen this morning,
They
Gerard?
have, Pete.
Every time you blink, one falls. Just slow down momentarily, but you know, it will speed up again.
What's scary, Australia lost almost all their wickets in one session of play in Ahmedabad. The same is happening here.
Murphy back turns the ball just past the short leg. It snuck past down to Aksar in the deep in a single take and 113 on the board.
Still half an hour to go for lunch, and you're already 7 down. And when you see what happened in the last test, there are serious problems for that top order. They've got to try and get back in here with another 30-40 runs and then create some panic in the Indian batting line.
Lyon is forward defending. So 4 wickets on 95. So when all the analysis is done, Labuschagne got done by the shooter. Renshaw just looked like he had no idea. Hanscom with an edge. As Lyon knocks the ball to the leg. Oh, he's sent back, got a scramble. Bharat misses. Got out from behind the stumps, but he couldn't find the woodwork.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. They're in disarray. It's interesting to see David Warner sitting there next to Steve Smith behind Pat Cummins. What would they be talking about?
What can they talk about?
Do you even open the bowling with Pat Cummins on a wicket like this? Do you just go straight to your 2 spinners?
I think so.
Lyon whacks the ball into the stumps. He's played it on. Jadeja's got 6. Australia's only got 1 left in the shed. They teeter at 113. Lyon departs for 8.
They're tottering on the brink. This is too fast for anyone's comfort. 8 wickets in the session, and Jadeja picking up his 6th wicket, and 6 for nothing really.
You can see the pain. You can see the hurt. Nathan Lyon, he just bent over his bat then, bowled his heart out to get Australia back into this match. Let down by the top order. He walks off with a heavy heart.
But what bowling from India today. I mean, two bowlers used, they've complemented each other extremely well. They bowl non-stop since the start of play. And Australia just losing wickets in such a hurry.
Yes, the images captured of Australian fans looking at each other, just heads shaking, hands out. You don't need to hear it. You can visibly see what is transpiring.
Gerard, Peter just asked me about what would Pat Cummins, Steve Smith and David Warner be discussing. I said, not much at this stage. Now, when you saw those pictures of the Australian supporters, they were pretty much the same. They seemed to be stunned.
Yeah.
It's so quick. I mean, no one can believe it. I mean, still half an hour to go for lunch. Who on earth would have thought the score would be 113 for 9? It resumed at 60 for 1?
Yeah.
Shoo.
So 1 for 61 in the session last night and 8 for 52 in the session today. Matt Kuhneman faces up. He keeps Jadeja at bay as he plays the ball to the leg side. And that is the end of a successful over again. 9 for 113. The Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
Catch all the action this summer with Big Screen Video. Their innovative LED screen solutions have been captivating audiences in stadiums, shopping centres, pubs, clubs and airports across Australia for over 10 years. Visit bigscreenvideo.com.au to see how BSV can bring your space to life.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
A shout out to our listeners in the UK listening across the morning on Talk Sport 2. It's great to have Talk Sport as part of our coverage, and SENZ in New Zealand taking all of this as Australia have been routed in a frightening manner here in Delhi. 9 for 113. Ashwin bowls to Murphy, who's back wrapped on the pad. That's sliding down leg. Bharat, welcome back.
Gerard, Ravi, I keep going back to that moment when Peter Hanscom just walked past Pat Cummins and just shook his head like, I did my best, sorry captain.
Ashwin to Murphy, he plays the ball to point and he sends Kuhnemann back.
It's just been relentless. I'm trying to see where was the loose ball in this session of play. Nothing on offer. Both the bowlers have been on the money. Jadeja took a little while to get into the groove, maybe 2 or 3 overs. But once he got a wicket, there's no looking back. He's picked up 5 wickets himself in this session of play.
Murphy faces up. Oh, maybe into the pad, fell out to the offside, safe.
And the problem with Australia will be thinking is, what's our lead? 1 run. Wish we had a lead of 50 plus.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why it's so difficult to beat India and India, right? Winning an entire day itself is so difficult.
Ashwin bowls. Murphy had a swing outside the off stump. He missed.
Yesterday they won the first session. You would say they won the third session. But still, it wasn't an overwhelming victory. India still got as close as just 1 run behind.
But what this is telling India is it's sending a strong message to India.
Ashwin now over the wicket, bowls to Murphy, who punches the ball to extra cover. Rod Fields no run.
And the message it's sending is we can win this match in 1 session of play. If you can take 6, 7, 8 wickets in a session of play, you're front runners most of the time.
Last ball of the over. Murphy sees it off. 9 for 113. Thanks, Ravi. Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Colo's coming in.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Australia have lost 8 for 52 this morning. If you're just joining the coverage, it's been brutal for the visitors. Jadeja bowls reverse sweeping. It's all done now. Kuhnemann had no idea what was going on. Stumps rattled yet again. All out 113. What a shambles. India have been set 115 to win. And we've still got half an hour until lunch. We're at Sundaresan. 9 for 52 this morning. 9 for 47, the collapse.
Yeah, just some shots of Manas Labuschagne sitting in front of his iPad. Not sure what he was checking out. Maybe his dismissal. If I was Australia, I would not want to watch clips of what has transpired this morning for a long, long while. When Travis Head hit that boundary in the first over of the day's play, Adam Collins, we thought we were onto something special from an Australian perspective. Then he gets out. And then that shot from Steve Smith follows. And at that point, it was Ashwin who was turning the screws on Australia. If anything, Ashwin would believe. What happened there? How did Jadeja then run through the rest of the side?
7 for 42, career best figures for Jadeja when it was all said and done. Previous best of 7 for 48. So Jadeja, 6 of his 7 wickets today, and Ashwin down the other end, his old mate. They've bowled out Australia together many times before. This perhaps the most emphatic. Ashwin, 3 for 59, his final analysis. Staggering scenes here at the Kotler. Australia, expectations were high. They dragged it back in the final session or the final hour of play yesterday. Second new ball finished off India. The lead of 1, which felt like a lot more given they were always going to be bowling fourth on it. But in order for that to mean anything, they needed to have a credible second innings. And 1 for 61 overnight, going at 5 runs and over before the close of play yesterday. It felt like that's what they were building towards. But today, head falling in the first over, caught behind by Ashwin for 43, top scoring. And thereafter, it was just brutal. Smith, leg before wicket, Ashwin 9. Labuschagne, bowled Jadeja, 35, second highest score. Renshaw, leg before wicket, Ashwin 2. Hanscom caught Kohli at slip, bowled Jadeja, duck. Cummins, a shot that'll be scrutinised, I'm sure, more than almost any other. Bowled by Jadeja for a duck. At that stage, he was on a hat-trick. Carey, out reverse sweeping, bowled by Jadeja for 7. Lyon, bowled by Jadeja for 8. And Kuhnemann, bowled by Jadeja for nothing. All out 113, which means India are left 115 to go 2-0 up in the series and to retain the Border Gavaskar trophy.
Yeah, twice in 2 games. Like Ravi Shastri said, Australia have lost nearly all their wickets in one session.
What happened in 90 minutes?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just such a chastening... We've all seen collapses. We're familiar with the rhythms of a collapse. At one stage, it was 4 for none from 11 balls. And obviously, the talent of Jadeja and Ashwin when they get on top, let's not discount that. And we'll talk more about the Indian spinners as we work our way through. But the premeditated sweeping, which feels like plan A. And if you're not good enough to play it at the best of times, how are you going to do it against Jadeja and Ashwin on a track that's deteriorating? I know they stayed at home last week at Nagpur and played from the crease, and that didn't work either, and it was all about bravery. This week, and to an extent, they came off on day one, but that just felt like deer in headlights stuff.
Oh, very much so. I mean, the collapse in the first test, you sort of saw it coming. Australia kind of hung in there after they put 170 on the board. India reduced India to 5 for 160 odd. And then the Jadeja-Akshar Patel partnership came away from them, kept Australia on the field for a long time, and you could almost see it coming. I've seen it happen so many times to visiting teams in India. But this has just come from nowhere, to be honest. Like I said, even after the first couple of deliveries in today's play, Travis Head just cover drives Ashwin for 4. You think it's all right. We're on to something not just special from Travis Head, but from Australia as a batting lineup. And then Travis Head gets out. Then you still think when Steve Smith clears mid-on, jumps out of his crease and hits a very confident boundary of Jadeja, you think the platform's been laid for Smith and Labuschagne finally to build a partnership. And then from nowhere, against the run of play, as Ravi Shastri would say, wicket after wicket after wicket, and then the panic set in. Australia have kept saying how they just can't panic in these conditions, and the Pat Cummins dismissal, like you said, Adam, will be played and replayed and analysed. And unfortunately, if things go pear-shaped for Australia on this tour from this point on, there'll be one shot that will be revisited many, many times.
Yeah, in a way, I don't think I necessarily appreciated the significance of the Cummins shot till watching the replay back when off air. It was an emblem.
It was.
It was an emblem of the day. I mean, you look through it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Australians have been bowled a couple leg before.
Yeah.
It's a carbon copy of Nagpur in that respect.
And over there, it was all about staying in your crease and getting leg before. Here, they just said, we're all going to try and sweep, regardless of whether we're good at it or not.
Yeah, but I think that's the point, isn't it? It's if you've got a plan, that's fine. But if you're Alex Carey with that plan, I know he's out that way today, but you know he's a prolific sweeper. We've seen it around the world. We've seen it in Australia.
Yeah.
If sweeping isn't your thing to start with, Smith, good example of that.
Yeah.
We heard Harsha Bhogle speaking about that on our commentary before. If you are reverting to that when it's not your thing to start with, I mean, surely you're on a hiding to nothing.
Oh, absolutely. But like you said at the top, Adam, Ashwin and Jadeja.
Yeah.
I can't think of any bigger challenge for an opposition batter than overcoming Ashwin, Jadeja in these conditions. It has to be I said it in Nagpur as well, has to be amongst the most intimidating propositions for anyone when you're coming here. And look, two very different kinds of pitches. Nagpur, it was spinning and biting and jumping on the batters. This one's, yes, it's misbehaved a little today, but it's not the real rank turners that have got the Australian batters out. They've been balls that are just pitched on line and gone on to hit the stumps, if that makes sense.
He takes his wickets at about 16 against Australia today. I mean, it was inevitable, wasn't it, when he got going this morning, that he was going to be the man, finishing with career best 7 for 42. Ashwin, 3 for 59. Australia are left requiring, well, something of a miracle. They've got 114 runs to play with. India set 115 to win to take the second test here at Delhi and retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Australia all out, 113.
Hi, Dwayne here. In footy, when you win a premiership, it's thanks to more than the on-field performance. There's a whole support team you don't see. And it's the same at Werribee Kia. Thanks to excellence in every single department, they've won the prestigious National Kia Dealer of the Year award. So why go anywhere else? Find award-winning service and your local Kia experts at Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
The siren has sounded. The wait is over. Finally, there's a premium T-shirt without the excessive price tag. You don't need an athlete's body to look great in these tees. Perla tees are brought up top to accentuate your shoulders and chest, with extra length and space in the torso so you don't put on the show when reaching up high. Soft and comfortable, you'll never want to take it off because a Perla goes with just about everything. Be confident in your own tee. Head to getperla.com.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Berwick Haval is on sale now, with thousands of 2022 built Havals for immediate delivery. So visit bmgsales.com.au or give us a call on 1300 BMG SEN. That's 1300 264 736. And don't forget, we have BMG Finance for approved customers. So come down and visit me and the team at Berwick Haval. Best wishes, Nick Strauss, LMCT 8760.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 40 gigs of data for $25 a month, with the first month free. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Last ball of Ashwin's first over. And he's beaten, and he's out. Ashwin got him. A feather through to the keeper. Ashwin over the wicket to Smith. Across the line and got through onto the pad, and he's out. LBW. Ashwin strikes for a second time on day 3. He is going to send it up for review. It's a forlorn Steve Smith departing the middle of Arun Jaitley Stadium. It is a savage blow struck by Ashwin.
And he gets through Labuschagne. Keeps low, crashes into off stump. That is the big wicket. Labuschagne, the third man to go this morning.
Ashwin to finish here. Renshaw
Sweeps, misses, shout, gone. Finger went up with the appeal. Renshaw was committed to the stroke. Ashwin beat him in flight. He'll send it upstairs. It's straightening. It's hitting. Hitting the middle stump halfway up. Jadeja to it's the slip. Hanscom's gone for a duck. Jadeja does it again. The collapse is well and truly on.
Bowls here.
Swings and he's bowled. Knocked over. Tried to sweep.
That is only some of the wickets that fell in the morning session. We've had to pull out of the highlights because the fourth innings of this match is going to start with 19 minutes until the lunch break. Matt Kuhneman trusted to try and manufacture something special. They'll need to bowl out India inside a session now if they're to level the series at 1-1, however unlikely that'll be. They start with a deep square leg. Deep point. Catching men slip. Short leg. Rohit Sharma, the captain, on strike. Matt Kuhneman just held by umpire Menon. Adam Collins, Brett Sundaresan with you on the call for tyre power. Know your tyres. And for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Here we go. India begin their chase at 1:15. Rowett, first ball, clipping into the man at short leg, Peter Hanscom. The shout of catch came from Carey. Had it deflected up, there might have been something in that, but not to be. They'll need many big moments for Bendix. The best known breaks, that's for sure, Baz.
Indeed will, like Pat Cummins, inspirational words for the rest of his players as they got into a huddle just before they got back on the field. I think India will start in attacking fashion. Two young ball boys.
Two young kids have run across the side screen. That won't impress the captain, Rowett, who's facing Kuhnemann here and driving only as far as Labuschagne at cover, who cuts it off, moving to his right. Claps his hands enthusiastically, trying to fire up his teammates for what that's worth at this stage.
But you can already see in the two shots Rohit Sharma has attempted, he's not going to hang in there for too long.
Kuhnemann again bowls here, Rowett forward, prodding. Beating Labuschagne this time. Well, doesn't quite, but still they have the time and space to get through for the first run of their chase. None for one. KL Rahul's turn. He's under the pump.
He is.
He might be playing for his short-term career here. A failure here, they might make the change.
There's a selection meeting happening regardless of how long this game will last this evening at 5 p.m. So there will be some question marks.
A new selector as well, of course. They sacked the previous bloke. Caught up in a sting of sorts between Nagpur and here.
Indian cricket, you beauty.
As we said throughout the week, India, yeah.
India, yeah.
So man on the 45 and, well, backward point. So they're accounting for both sweeps for Rahul. Men out, a deep point, deep square leg. Front of the Bishop Baby stand. Kuhnemann round the wicket, bowls here. KL Rahul's first ball left alone, spins plenty into the gloves of Carey, taken to his right.
And the fact that, and I'm not saying it's a bad call to give Matthew Kuhnemann the new ball, but it also tells you how Australia perceive this pitch and the conditions at the moment.
Kuhnemann in, bowls to KL Rahul, who drives with control out through cover. The man at deep point, Todd Murphy, does the fielding. None for two. Every run being cheered, I'm sure, here by the Indian fans.
There are three men out on the boundary. See, long off back, Usman Khawaja. It's also deep mid-wicket to Travis Head. And that sweeper. Australia can't attack too much either. They don't have too many runs to play with. You'd think they'll need at least 2 wickets before lunch to believe.
Kuhnemann with the new ball. Bowls here, Rowett driving straight. Gets it past the bowler and he's followed through and gets a boundary as well. Now boundaries for Uniflex by Blunston. Rohit Sharma moves to 5 at the end of the first over of India's chase. They need 115 to win. They're number 6 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. And for Henley Homes, by Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Nathan Lyon taking the new ball from our end, from the southern end here at Bhogle Stadium. 3 days of Test cricket. We're not going to forget in a hurry, Baz, as Mike Kasprowicz jumps in as well. Hello, Kasper.
Hello, mate. How are you?
To think we were in the pre-game talking about classic finishes. I mean, I suppose if Australia get a run on here, it could be a classic finish, but they're going to have to do to India what India did to them, and it seems unlikely.
Bizarre that it's around this time yesterday that Nathan Lyon taking his 4 wickets in the first session, setting the game up for Australia. And here we are, Nathan Lyon, not too many runs to play with the chance, I must say, of bowling Australia to a famous victory, if he can.
Most famous victory. Imagine they pulled it off. Lyon round the wicket. His first ball, KL Rahul goes back and tucks. Peter Hanscom takes it. It's given. Well, there's the first one they need. It bounced off pads and arms and who knows what, but Hanscom was there under the lid. KL Rahul gone for 1. Lyon gets a wicket first ball. They're 1 for 6.
This is Tendulkar at the Wankhede Stadium all over again from 2001. He basically has just flicked the ball onto short leg and it's ricocheted straight on towards Alex Carey, who's taken a loopy catch.
Yes, as you say, most reminiscent of the Test match at Mumbai 22 years ago. Lyon doesn't care, I assure you. Hanscom played his role. Carey takes the catch. 1 for 6. Rahul walks off for 1. well.
Well, how about that? I think that's a perfect start for Australia. Extraordinary scenes here this morning. We saw that. So at the start of the day, it would have been, I guess, India's match to win today. Australia set up to win tomorrow. They got to slip that around real quick. And I think that's where, when they got in the huddle there, what was key is Pat Cummins talking to the players, keep believing. We've got 100. We've got 130 on the board. They need 115. We got them. They got to get them.
10 wickets in this session. There's still 13 minutes to go. Could there be an 11th or a 12th and really fire this place up?
Oh, Pujara in his 100 test match.
Walking out on a pair.
I think 30 members of his family are still sat around the ground with their CP t-shirts on. How they would like for him to be hitting the winning runs today. But I just recall the 2001 Mumbai test match. It was also another infamous test match, you could say, in Mumbai in 2004. Casper, you were there for it. Michael Clark 6 for 9. Australia needed 107 and were rolled over for 93.
I think you're allowed to dream about these things. That, I wouldn't call it a frustrating little chase at 115, probably 20 short of that, but you're right, there have been many times where the side batting fourth has got the jitters. Early wickets can do funny things to dressing rooms.
And you need things like this to go your way early on. I mean, it's a freak dismissal. It doesn't happen very often when the ball ricochets off a short-leg fielder, and Alex Carey didn't even have to move. It wasn't some acrobatic effort from him. It like looped into his hands.
Well, for Justin Langer, see Peter Hanscom, and for Adam Gilchrist, see Alex Carey for what happened to Tendulkar all those years ago. And can Nathan Lyon get busy at a ground that he loves? 7-wicket bag here in 2013. A classy fiver here on day 2. Feels like a long time ago in this test match. Cheteshwar Pujara, Lyon got him out twice yesterday, both times leg before wicket. He'll start round the wicket. Slip, silly point, short leg, Lyon in. Away from us, passes umpire Goff. Bowls here, forward, beats him outside the off stump, whips the bails off, and Nick Mennon's heading it upstairs for the stumping. It was the slider from Lyon, not his natural stock delivery to Pujara, but something a little bit different, and it did go across him.
We have an umpire
It certainly did. Pujara's not one of those who drags his back foot out of the crease when he stretches. Australians aren't very confident, but you know what this could mean? Alex Carey still waiting for that first stumping. Wonderful revolutions on the ball there.
Okay. So he's still got to look at the
roll that through. Passes
the spin vision for the caught behind.
Please.
A bonus review there, not that it'll be given. I'll go past ultra edge and all the rest of it.
Okay, daylight between bat and ball, and the flat line as it's going past. Roll the ball past a little bit more, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll go to your best side on angle, please.
So Alex Carey has never completed the stumping. Does he do so here? Pujara's foot's down, yeah, that's fine.
Bails are led up.
So back to where they
started. Big screen with my decision.
What a start from Nathan Lyon, though, this. And you'd be pumped up for this, Nathan Lyon. You could see the disappointment on his face after he got out. He knows you don't get too many opportunities like this.
Lyon once more. Familiar approach, bowls here. Pujara hit on the pad. Ball bobbles up, ends up no more than a foot in front of him.
Gerard Whateley was talking earlier around the mood of the Australian dressing room, and it flipped that straight away, that early wicket. And these few balls from Lyon, all of a sudden, what's the mood in the Indian dressing room? I just reckon that press the panic button. Something going on here.
Lyon bowls Pujara forward. On the bounce to Hanscom. Does well to his right. Cutting off what would have been a couple of runs.
And it's when each other, you know, obviously looking around the dressing room and just the feel. And obviously the Australians losing 7 for 19 runs in what we've just witnessed. Then you get that bit of a panic in the dressing room. See if Australia can convert that or transfer that panic into that Indian room.
And it's a Indian top order which is under pressure. Haven't scored a lot of runs. They do have the cushion of a very, very strong middle order.
Lyon delivers, Pujara dances before pushing into the onside. Matt Renshaw cuts it off, saves a couple again. So they've started well on the field. 1 for 6 India, 1 ball left in the second over. They're chasing 115.
They have to be on top of everything they do, Australia. No chance can go astray. Everything has to go right for them. One thing already has. in that KL Rahul dismissal.
Another side screen disturbance, 2 in this over, 3 in this innings. What's going on?
Rohit Sharma is going to give them a earful soon.
So now Lyon taking his time. Bowling to Pujara. Pujara goes back inside edge again to Hanscom on the bounce. Happened a couple of times in the over. A successful one for Australia. India 1 for 6 and he won. 115 to win. Rohit's on 5, Pujara yet to score.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TMD.
109 left on the board for India to win this test match. What a staggering morning of test cricket it's been. Can Matt Kuhneman add to it? Can he get a second for Australia? Long on, deep point, deep mid-wicket out. Field spread in that part of the ground. Dancing out of the creases, Rohit before defending. Interesting that even when Jadeja and Ashwin were turning the screws, they still had fielders out. Yeah. They played that very carefully. And as we always see, they don't mind saving boundaries.
No, it's very important to do that.
Kuhneman, pass up high men and bowls here. Rohit Sharma using his feet, turning it to the onside, finds a gap. Wide, long on, gets 2. Pat Cummins does the fielding. India to 1 for 8. Rohit 7.
Normally you associate the way that wickets to the spinners to catches being caught in close. Fielders there. But there are 5 people out playing the playing the sweep shot, either the reverse sweep or the regulation sweep. Certainly don't need the close fielders for that one.
Kuhneman to Rohit Sharma. The captain faces up, lunges forward and defends. He's so calm.
Put yourself in Matthew Kuhneman's shoes, though. On debut, I spoke to him, Gerard and I, last evening. Still couldn't believe that he's making his test debut for Australia. He must be one of the few spinners to have opened the bowling in both innings on test debut for Australia.
Kuhneman arrives and bowls, and Rohit leaves a ball that's spun hard into the gloves of Carey.
If he gets one of these 2 out before the lunch break in particular, he could really open this game up. There will be some panic in that Indian dressing room, trust me.
Feels like one more's needed here. They need a second before lunch. 5 minutes away. Kuhneman bowls, Rohit defends. Hanscom's there at short leg, prowling, especially for a Rohit who's been serene through the series so far.
And it'll actually be interesting to talk or get Casper to talk about what it is when it's at low total. We can go back to Mumbai 2004. He's got some good stats from the game.
Thanks, mate.
Kuhneman to finish his second over. Rohit clips with a back leg in the air. That is class. Finds the gap, gets himself a second boundary. Our boundaries for Reflex by Blunston. They finish the third over at 1 for 12. 103 to win. Rohit's got 11 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Right, no more ads till lunch, I realise now, Casper. Beautiful shot to finish there. How about the little, for style points, kicking the back leg in the air?
Yeah, a great shot there, and just the value of the boundary, of course. There are men in the deep and looking to stop that. But also, we saw some great fielding. Renshaw with a dive, managed to trap a ball there, and it's just invaluable. Every single run. You mentioned Matthew Kuhneman less than a week ago. Well, a week ago, last Monday, he was playing a Shield game.
Exactly.
He was that far away from India. His mind, maybe not, but he's right here now, as is Nathan Lyon.
So Nathan Lyon started with a wicket maiden. He'll bowl round the wicket to Pujara, yet to score on a pair. Turns to square leg, bit of confusion, they get back in time. Kuhneman does the fielding. So with Pujara on strike, it feels a very different game of cricket.
It does. He doesn't look his composed self. He's restless at the crease.
He's enjoyed such stunning success against Australia. A couple of double hundreds, 3 in 1 tour back in 18-19, but right at the end of his career here, his 100th test match on a pair. Lyon bowls Pujara, forward defending. That's better, smothering the spin.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon had trapped him in front only once in all their battles. And then he did it twice in the space of 6 balls yesterday. So that would be playing on Pujara's mind. You can see how he's playing. He's trying to make sure his bat is in front of his pads.
Labuschagne comes a little bit straighter. That silly point. Almost on the edge of the pitch. Hanscom at short leg. Line bowls round the wicket. Pulling is Pujara. Out to deep square leg. He gets off the mark with a single. Todd Murphy does the fielding. 1 for 13. Pujara off the pair.
Back to Mumbai 2004. Michael Kasprowicz faced the third most balls in that innings, 28. Jason Gillespie, 51 balls. I don't know what you two are doing, not looking for the runs, but 9 of 51. Jason Gillespie, 7 of 28. Michael Kasprowicz.
Not sure if Casper remembers it. He's looking over your shoulder at the scorecard.
Can't remember last week, but I'm going to say no, I do remember. But execution of the sweep shot and a classic in-out field. Mumbai red dirt was real bouncing and
Rowett's 11. Line bowls to him here. He goes back and tucks just behind the short leg rather, where Kuhnemann again is in the action. 1 for 14. Rowett 12 from 11.
Very different wicket. That there was a red soil dirt there, and actually it really gripped and bounced and turned, and right from day one before lunch and all the rest of it, massively turned. This so different from this one because we've seen this good hard surface. The odd ball's keeping, it's spinning, it's doing a bit. The odd ball's keeping actually low as well. We saw a couple of the Australian batsmen, Labuschagne, actually get out to one that really kept low.
2 left in the over. They want to rush through here, get another over in. Line bowls, and working into the man at short leg is Pujara. Hanscom can't cut it off, but there's no single. So there's one more ball and 1 more minute until lunch is scheduled to be taken. They've got to rush through this.
Yep, they need another over, and Casper's right. Sorry, I'm just trying to hear what Rohit Sharma is saying. He's saying he's dragging his length, He's not going too full to you.
And Rowett's in no hurry. And nor's Pat Cummins. I'm not sure whether that's great match awareness when...
That's exactly what he's saying. Time lene. And immediately Pujara marks his guard. Says just take some time, take some time. So Rohit Sharma is winning this little mental battle.
Well, line's changing direction as well. So this will be the last ball before lunch in all probability.
And he's saying, Lele, take some more time. And you see Pujara walk down the pitch and do some guarding. Well played, Rohit Sharma.
2 veterans doing it well. They know the score. 101 to win. Last ball of the session. Lyon bowls and Pujara gets forward and kicks it away as he's done to Lyon hundreds of times in their contests over the last 12 years. India will go to lunch at 1 for 14. Rowett's 12, Pujara's 1. Lyon 1 for 2 from his 2. 101 runs away from their finish line, which is 115 after Australia were knocked over for just 113 this morning. A collapse, 9 for 47, which means Australia needs something very special. However, they have picked up 1 wicket in the second innings. Lyon's first ball was clipped by Rahul into Hanscom at short leg and bobbled up to Alex Carey. Gone for 1. 9 to go. If they pull it off, it'll be stunning to say the least, but they're not dead yet.
Just hanging in there, Australia. That 1 wicket would give them some hope. But we'll know in the first half hour of the second session, we've seen already the way Rohit Sharma's approaching this run chase. He wants to get done with it very soon. He's looking to go and run a ball. Pujara at the other end has looked restless. If Australia can strike in that first half hour, get 2-3 wickets, maybe they can spread some panic in that Indian dressing room, but then there's that really long middle order.
Casper, we talk about test matches speeding up in India. 10 for 66 in the session.
Oh, amazing cricket. We've seen 2 extraordinary days, and obviously today turning up. Didn't quite expect what we saw this morning, certainly from the Australian point of view. I think they lost the last 7 wickets for only 18 runs. But look, the tactics, we talked about the sweeping shot and the way it didn't work here, but what Australia has to do, certainly with their spin bowlers, is create doubt. Once you create that doubt, put that into the local players, the way they're playing, get them sort of that doubt happening on the middle in the field with the batsmen, also in the dressing room. Create that panic, and they're going to give themselves a really good chance. 115 might be tough.
Jadeja, career best figures of 7 for 42. Ashwin down the other end made the incision this morning. 3 for 59. Not the first time they bowled Australia out together, Brat. Probably not the last, but they were just superb.
Absolutely. They are so challenging to face in these conditions, and they're always on top of you. Look, they ran through Australia and Nagpur when Australia just played into their hands by playing from the crease. Here, Australia brought a new plan into the being, they were still good enough to just roll them over. And it was just outstanding bowling. I just saw Rahul Dravid having a chat with Ravindra Jadeja about bowling. I have no idea what Rahul Dravid can add to what Jadeja has already done with the ball. Spectacular bowling, but a session that Australia would want to finish or forget in a hurry from a batting sense. That was absolute panic.
Travis Head top scored with 43. Marnus Labuschagne 35, and pretty grim after that, nobody else getting into double figures. All that 113. We'll take a break here at the Kotler Ground in Delhi. India require 115 runs to win this test match and go 2-0 up in the series to retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. And at lunch, they're 1 for 14.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
At Bulk Nutrients, they've got products to suit every Australian fitness journey. From weight loss to muscle gain and sports performance, Bulk Nutrients use only the purest ingredients with no fillers. We're talking protein treats and blends, all made in Australia and shipped direct to you from the factory with flat shipping. That means the pump goes straight to your workout, not the price. Bulk Nutrients, Australia's first choice for protein powder and nutritional supplements. Visit bulknutrients.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. I am pleased to say that Essendon BMW is the destination to find your ultimate driving machine. With a range of new and demonstrator vehicles ready for immediate delivery, the Essendon BMW team are at your service. Also, Essendon BMW is home to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Book an appointment today, 1 Centro Circuit, Essendon Fields, or browse online at essendonbmw.com.au.
LMCT 11803.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I've been hearing about
Let
how...
me guess. Athena Home Loans.
Well, actually, I was just...
And their disgustingly low rate and zero fees.
No, I was just...
I know. The more you pay down your loan, the more they lower their rate.
Well, I was going to ask about refinancing, but this sounds much better.
No, don't leave us.
Well, do you do all those things too?
No, the only thing we lower is expectations.
Yep.
For low rates, zero fees, and a lender that helps you pay down your home loan, visit athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
We love our range of vermouths at Prince Wine Store. They're perfect in your favourite cocktail or just as good poured over ice. Saturday 25th, we are taking a deep dive into this wonderful world, looking at a smorgasbord of vermouth from local tipples to international drops. Book your spot online at princewinestore.com.au.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend and enjoy the versatility of the 7-function spray gun and fittings. You can easily create a neat hose storage solution in a large backyard or small apartment balcony with the retractable hose reel. And you can even take it camping with the additional quick release mounting bracket. Simplify your outdoor space with Australia's most popular retractable hose reel from Holman. Available at Bunnings.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
The last ball of Ashwin's first over. Head is beaten and he's out. Ashwin over the wicket to Smith. Across the line and got through onto the pad and he's out. LBW. Today's and he gets through Labuschagne. Keeps low, crashes into off stump. That is the big wicket. As for the finish here, Renshaw sweeps, misses, shout, gone. Jadeja to it's the slip. Hanscom's gone for a duck. Jadeja does it again. The collapse is well and truly on. Bowls here, swings and he's bowled. Knocked over, tried to sweep, winning it hard, had his off stump bent back. Jadeja's on a hat trick. Carey, he's bowled. He tried to reverse sweep. He got done all ends up, and the off stump is uprooted. And this litany of disaster for Australia is unending. Lyon whacks the ball into the stumps. He's played it on. Jadeja's got 6. Australia's only got 1 left in the shed. Jadeja bowls reverse sweeping. It's all done now. Kuhnemann had no idea what was going on. Stumps rattled yet again. All out 113. What a shambles. Lyon round the wicket. His first ball, KL Rahul goes back and tucks. Peter Hanscom takes it. It's given. Well, there's the first one they need. It bounced off pads and arms and who knows what, but Hanscom was there under the lid. KL Rahul gone for 1. Lyon gets a wicket first ball.
R4 check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket live from Delhi. Nikesh Rughani alongside Michael Kasprowicz as the players take some lunch with India. 14 for 1 in their second innings. That target 115 runs. Australia, if you are just joining us, collapsing like a house of cards this morning. They were 85 for 3 at the fall of the third wicket. Steve Smith falling then, and then 3 wickets they lost. 4, in fact. No, I was right the first time, Casper. 4 with the score on 95, and from 95 for 3, 113 all out, 18 runs for the loss of their last 7 wickets. Ravi Jadeja finishing with career best figures of 7 for 42. Ashwin at the other end, 3 for 59. And Australia, well, just throwing away what was a really good position last night, Casper. 61 for 1. Travis Head was going well. Eventually, when he fell this morning with that outside edge, first wicket in the first over of the day for 43. The rest of the lineup didn't really have a clue what was going on out there.
Well, start of the day had India. For them to win, they had to obviously get the wickets, and that was the situation for Australia to bat well to win tomorrow. That was the plan. Obviously, it didn't quite happen. And you're right, I think the Australians' plan when they're batting out there was actually the sweep shot. I think there was about 5 batsmen got out to the sweep shot, LBW or bowled, whether it's a regulation sweep or reverse sweeping. And I just think that the execution obviously didn't work, and they'll have to revise all that. Now, all this talk and attention that the pitch, or pitches, plural, I suppose, always get here in India. This one is played very traditional. Nothing's really misbehaved. I can't see any gremlins in it. What's happened is that it does spin a little bit, but because it hasn't had the foot traffic of fast bowlers running up and down on it or in their follow-throughs, just to really disturb the surface and actually make those sort of, I guess, those rough spots even rougher for the spin bowlers. Odd balls keeping low. Marnus Labuschagne found that out. One that kept low, but just keep playing straight. Just play straight at it, because that seems to be getting the wickets and had the results this morning.
Just want to talk to you about the Indian batting as well. So 115, like we were discussing, it's not quite in that region of sort of, you know, a difficult, sort of awkward fourth innings run chase. You would expect them to get there, maybe another sort of 30 or 40 runs, and it really would have been in that territory. It would have been game on. Australia, obviously, with the early wicket. KL Rahul, the man to fall. He looks like a walking wicket at the moment across all formats. He's a man low on confidence. I mean, he's at a great point in his personal life. He's just got married and everything seems happy off the field. But on the field, he just seems so low on confidence. And every time he goes out there, I think the fans sense it. His teammates sense it. he's just going to play one of those rash shots early on and sort of that lack of conviction. I don't know what you've made of him over these first couple of tests, Kasper. You've probably, not watched him as closely maybe across all formats in recent times, but what do you make of the way he carries himself out there?
Well, it's the type of dismissal that obviously it wasn't part of the plan to actually hit it into Peter Hanscom and for it to actually bounce straight back to the keeper for an easy catch. You can say you're unlucky, which, yes, you are. But the problem with luck is the only team that ever talks about luck happens to be the loser. They talk about being unlucky. And you don't want to have to rely on luck. And he's in the position, I suppose, as you point out, where it just feels like it's just not quite going his way at the moment. And sometimes you can try too hard to actually turn it around. So, yeah, unfortunately, dismissal there. But for the Australians, though, that dismissal with lines straight up, you create a little bit of tension straight away, that doubt. And immediately we saw Lyon when he was bowling to Pujara. All of a sudden, the way that Pujara is playing, trying to get off the mark, he's pushing at it. All of a sudden, you felt like there was something in it, certainly for the fielders in close, but also with the ball, not only just coming and turning back in towards the stumps, but the one going across the face. So it's all about creating doubt in the batsman's mind and ideally creating some doubt and panic in the dressing room.
So Pujara out there, as you mentioned, in his 100th Test match, 1 not out. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, at the other end on 12. He is a man in some pretty decent form as of now. Pujara, though, his average in the last few years has dropped from over 50 to mid-40s, so he's a man in need of some runs. Virat Kohli hasn't scored a century, of course, in Test cricket since November 2019, has been getting his form back in white ball cricket, but has really struggled in Test cricket. This will be a 38th innings now without a century. Plenty of questions that the Australians can ask. Shreyas Iyer, Shikhar Bharat still to come, and then the all-rounders, Jadeja, Akshar Patel and Ashwin, probably 3 of the most impressive batters in this lineup, along with Rohit Sharma in this series so far. So 115, the target for India. We'll, of course, have the full second session for you in a short while here on SEN Test Cricket, all around the world via the SEN app. Do download it if you do find yourself on the move. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonniebrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. We're going to take a short break here on SEN Test Cricket. Coming up next, John Donohoe catches up with SENZ's Dan McCarty to review New Zealand and England and that Test match that finished today.
For Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Ian Healy here. 80% of Australians suffer back pain. Are you one of them? It's tempting to do nothing, but this can cause weakness down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise, and the best place to exercise is Keezer. Keezer's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I've been to Keezer's Brisbane clinic, and their Burwood East location's coming soon. Book your initial physiotherapy assessment at keezer.com.au.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. So get the new year started off in the right way. Talk to EFS today and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
Be ready for all the office banter with SEN. Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results and cover the big talking points from all the latest cricket, tennis, basketball, soccer and more. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TMD.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered, no matter where you are. From NRL action in the ACT.
Bounces nice for Whiten, and there's the try for the Canberra Raiders.
To cricket chaos in Queensland.
Up and over, deep square leg.
Even tense finishes in Tassie.
Out to McDonald, a long-range three.
All around the country, SEN is right there for the big moments. Expert commentary and analysis.
I believe Ricky Stewart should be suspended for the rest of the year.
Podcasts.
I'll happily quit Twitter if that's what is the outcome of it.
And the latest breaking news.
Cristiano is basically just resigned on the spot.
So whether it's night games in the Northern Territory.
Quick three, got it!
Soccer in South Australia.
Tip over the top from Adelaide. Well, there it is.
Victories in Victoria.
Selwood's onto it. It floats. Oh, captain!
Nonsense in New South Wales.
Let's see how you go here, Steve Carfino.
Or just getting carried away in WA.
I've been led to believe that they're right top tier.
Elite. Remember, SEN has you covered everywhere. Find your channel on the SEN app today. For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Welcome everyone to the lunch break back here at SEN HQ. John Donahoe, my name. We'll head back to India very, very soon. Incredible stuff. The Australians today falling in an absolute heap. Travis Head starting things off nicely with a boundary and then going in the first over of the day. And from there, it fell apart for the Australians. Who would have thought? Series on the line, game on the line, a first innings lead, and Australia fell apart. 0433 98 11 16. One text reading that exact sentiment. Today, the whole series was on the line, and they just gave up no plan B. Incredible to think the leadership of this team couldn't steady the ship. Pat Cummins comes out and plays a slog sweep across the line. First ball, when all he had to do was defend one back down the wicket and try and salvage something. I haven't seen that sort of ill discipline from a captain for some time. And I think there'll be questions asked as to why he played a shot like that in a situation like this, on a pitch like that as well. So your thoughts on all of that. 0433 98 11 16. Australia have taken the one wicket so far in their bowling innings. It's going to take something special from here if they are to win this game. But they got KL Rahul through a stroke of good luck, ricocheting off the knee of Peter Hanscom and falling into the gloves of Alex Carey. Bowled line caught by Alex Carey for one. Cheteshwar Pujara just to the crease, 1 off 10 balls, and 12 for Rohit Sharma, who looms as a thorn in Australia's side again. And, well, India, they only need 101 more runs to win this game and, of course, retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, as they are the holders of it at this point in time. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to join in on the conversation, anything to do with Australia and India. A little bit earlier, England took on New Zealand and they absolutely pumped them by 267 runs. And now we're going to catch up with SENZ's and Top Sports own Dan McCarty, who was there covering everything. G'day, Dan. Welcome to the coverage.
Hey, mate, how you doing?
Going well. Now, I'm sure you weren't expecting this one to be over as quick as it was, but the English just showing how powerful they can be in world cricket at the moment.
Yeah, I think through, 2.5 days, absolutely I agree with that statement. I would have expected it to go much longer than we got in the end, but once New Zealand was sent that very, very difficult task of chasing down 394, I felt like it was likely to be England's victory with so much time still to be played, because England play at such a breakneck pace. Sent in on New Zealand conditions, which is no surprise. That's what most captains do. You tend to get a lot of new ball wickets in New Zealand, but they went at 5.5 runs, 5.6 runs and over in their first innings, 325. Did a very good job with the ball, England under the lights on day number one. And really, it's game, set, and match when Stuart Broad got on one of those tears of his, 4 wickets, bowling 4 batsmen under lights last night. That really was the winning and the losing of the game from a New Zealand perspective. No chance after that. I wanted to see a little bit more fight. Daryl Mitchell showed it here. He was a bit of a lone wolf on that final day, making 57 not out. But England's bowling has just been excellent. The highlight reel is generally filled full of, crunching shots and 4s and 6s and scoring at 5-6 runs and over. But I look at this English attack today, have picked up 9 wickets, either bowled, LBW, caught behind or caught slip. That tells me they had something right as far as their plans and execution. And Broad and Anderson now sit alone. Move over McGrath and Warne. They've gone past them as far as combined wickets. And let's be frank, no one's ever going to break that record, are they?
No.
The way the game's set up. No one's ever going to go past Anderson and Broad. They really are timeless.
Yeah, and Australia will get a good look at them in June, July in the Ashes as well. And obviously this test not for World Test Championship points, so it doesn't affect that too much. But if we go back to day one, and you mentioned that Tim Southee won the toss, bowled, which apparently, as you were mentioning as well, is accustomed to do generally in New Zealand. But when you look at Ben Duckett, how he kicked things off, 84 off 68 balls, 42 for Ollie Pope off 65, and then you look at Harry Brook, 89 off 81. The DNA of Brendan McCullum's all over this. I remember watching day one and Ollie Pope just walking at Tim Southee down the wicket and flicking him through the leg side for 4. It's got Brendan McCullum written all over it, who was just an attacking cricketer. He's changed the game.
Well, they were 280 for 5 after 2 sessions. And New Zealand had only bowled 48 overs in those 2 sessions. Yes, they had to chase a lot of leather. New Zealand wanted to slow the game because they were sort of lost. They didn't bowl a lot. Steve Harmison was alongside me in the commentary box, described them as a club attack at that stage, and he wasn't wrong. They bowled much better in the final session, pulled it back, and at 325 for 9, England decide, hey, it's dark now, we're going to bowl. And Anderson and Broad over 18 overs. And let's not forget Robinson, who was really good in the first innings. It was a different game. It was a different calibre of attack. That was the key. And New Zealand, who have got a, I looked at the squad and I think New Zealand's strength is in their top 6. You wouldn't have thought so with what we'd seen. England were really, really good. New Zealand had the misfortune of having to bat under lights twice compared to England's once. England did quite well batting under lights, 76 runs and 16 overs, lost 2 wickets. New Zealand were in the final sessions, and I'm talking the final session on day 1 and day 3, combined 41 overs under the lights. They were 100 for 8. Sorry, I'm talking to Australia, 8 for 100.
Yeah, they've revolutionised how this game's played. It's going to be a big game too as well, and they're enjoyable to watch. I know I'm talking to a Kiwi who's just seen his home country go down, but you've got to admit, Dan, they are a nice change to what we've seen of 2 and 3 and over in Test cricket in years gone by.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I described it with Neil Manthorpe just a short while ago, that a lot of New Zealand cricket fans watching at Bay Oval in this glorious ground and wonderful conditions would have had a lot of envy at the way England played, because it was winning cricket really from the first session. 134 runs they scored in 23 overs. They were always trying to sprint away from New Zealand, not just jog away. They were trying to sprint away, and New Zealand desperately held on, for three and a bit days. I'm losing count. It's only day 4. Yes. Till lunch yesterday, New Zealand, that's when they were still kind of in the mix as far as all 3 options going, even though the draw seemed the most unlikely of that. But, New Zealand just couldn't get the last 4 wickets quickly enough before that lead ballooned out to clearly our winning score for England. But I'll be frank, I don't think the New Zealand top order dealt with, very, very good English bowling as well as they possibly can. They'll go to the Basin Reserve for Test match number 2. Won't have to worry about the lights, because in a lot of ways, day-night Test cricket, you've got to work things all the way in your thinking as far as when are you going to bowl under the lights. and I'd expect a far better batting performance from New Zealand at the Basin Reserve. And they'll be resourceful with a greenish-looking attack. Mac Henry will return. That will bolster them. So, yeah, England will start, I think, reasonably warm favourites in Wellington, but it wouldn't shock the earth, I don't think, if New Zealand could bounce back.
We're talking to Dan McCarty from SENZ. He did a bit of work with TalkSport over there for the UK as well. But where's New Zealand cricket at? We know that they're the current reigning World Test Championship holders. England,
I'm glad you paid attention to that.
Yes, no, they are, and rightly so as well. They're a consistent side. I've seen them in World Cup finals of late as well. Where are they at? Are they in a bit of a I don't want to say a rebuilding phase, but what's the next step for them?
I'm looking across Bay Oval out towards Mount Maunganui. They've climbed the top and they're on the way back down. They hit the peak, of course, Southampton with that World Test Championship. And we always saw the end sort of coming with the likes of Ross Taylor. He was always going to go. We always felt that Southee and Bolt, we always knew they wouldn't go forever. I think we were surprised it was Bolt first as he turned down a central contract and understandably sort of went for franchise cricket while sort of keeping his toe on the water maybe for marquee events like a World Cup later in the year. So we always felt that the decline was coming. I think the tipping point was Mount Maunganui, not today, but a year ago when we lost to Bangladesh. Results from that point in time have been a little bit inconsistent. Yes, they bounced back, beat South Africa convincingly, then lost the next test to South Africa. We're in the fight in 2 of 3 tests against England winter in 2022. Had good scores to defend in the fourth innings of a test. England got those quite comfortably in the end. Yeah, so New Zealand's, just not rebuilding completely, but they're trying to remould their side, trying to reload a bowling attack that doesn't have Trent Bolt, that has now lost Kyle Jamieson. I didn't want to labour the point during the test, but Kyle Jamieson, losing him is a massive body blow. So being punched in the ribs by Mike Tyson consecutively. A stress fracture out for that time. On the precipice of returning. This is a guy with 80 test wickets and 19. Tall, swings it both ways. Losing him, huge hole for New Zealand to fill. And I'm just not sure how they fill it in the interim. I don't see a lot of young quicks coming through. I know there's a young one out of Wellington. Ben says that might be my Wellington blinkers on. But it's going to be hard for New Zealand to consistently take 10, 20 wickets to win test matches, which is why we were able to get to World Test Championship status. And New Zealand cricket fans are looking back to, the 90s and the early noughties where it was, at times really hard work for New Zealand to threaten the best batting lineups going around.
Yeah, and we look at the World Test Championship rankings. They've played 5 series. They've only won 2 of those games and lost 6, 3 draws in there as well. They sit second last, below the likes of Pakistan and the West Indies and even Sri Lanka as well. So I guess for New Zealand, they'll always be the holders of the first ever World Test Championship, but still a little bit of work to do. I do want to ask you before I let you go. Sorry, Dan. I do want to ask you before we let you go. You mentioned Trent Bolt and how he doesn't play anymore. You watched how their bowlers went and take nothing away from Tim Southee or Neil Wagner, but you just feel like they need that stability of a Trent Bolt in the side who you can always throw the ball to rely on to take wickets?
I'm sorry, if Trent Bolt and Kyle Jamieson are bowling here, it's a completely different game, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Simple as that, but we don't have the depth. England are 8 deep as far as their bowlers. I know they've got National Series, 5 tests in 6 weeks?
Yeah.
England have got 8. They're not going to roll out the same attack for 5 tests in a row. They've got a luxury of 8 excellent bowlers that they could throw the ball to. New Zealand doesn't have that luxury. And that's why break glass in case of emergency. All New Zealand fans were saying, Trent Bolt lives, 20 minutes down the road from Bay Oval. Give him a call. Apparently they didn't even reach out. So that ship has sailed as they take more of a longer-term view. Maybe if they were still in the mix for a World Test Championship place and there were points up for grabs, they might have done. They might have gone differently. But ultimately, it's a results-driven business, and if they don't bounce back in Wellington, Gary Stead's going to be, especially. You've got a reasonably new captain who'll probably be given a little bit more leash, but the coach and selectors will come under intense scrutiny if they go down 2-0 on the series.
Last one before we let you go. We do appreciate you joining us. The captaincy of Tim Southee. I think we were all shocked when when it was given away by Kane Williamson, such a steady, calm captain. What have you thought of the leadership under Tim Southee of the New Zealand cricket team?
It's been passable. It's still really hard to pass judgment. It's such a small sample going from Pakistan to here, a day-night test. I don't think he was helped out by his bowlers. Maybe he was encouraging going to the short pitch bowling a little bit too early in this test match and too often. I think England looked to threaten the top of off-stump a whole heap more. I'll probably reserve judgment on that. It's still a very, very small, group of games Tim Southee's been in charge. Was I surprised they went in that path? Well, Tom Latham had done it over, 9, 10 tests and actually had won a few. But the thing, Tom Latham has had issues with his scoring runs at the top of the order for a while now, and he's such an important part of this New Zealand side. I actually saw a bit of sense in the interim because Tim Southee, Father Time always catches up. Tim Southee's not playing. Tim Southee's not going to be Test captain for 5 or 6 years because Tim Southee's not going to be playing Test cricket in 5 or 6 years. So for a couple of year period while you're reloading, I didn't mind the decision going down that path rather.
Dan, we appreciate your time. The next test kicks off on Friday, the 24th of Feb, so we'll hear you across the network of TalkSport and obviously throughout the year on SENZ. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Great to speak to you again, my friend, and can't wait to get the Barmy Army back to Wellington in 16 degrees with the southerly blowing and an overcast and a little bit of rain. A true blue Wellington test. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great. I'm sure the Barmy Army are nice and respectful over in New Zealand at the moment after a big win. Dan McCarty there joining us from SENZ, doing a bit of work for TalkSport as well, and just giving us a rundown on England's 267-run win over the Kiwis at Mount Maunganui. And they changed the game in Mount Maunganui, the way that they're playing the English. Australia could use a little bit of that magic dust that they have sprayed over there. If you are just joining us and you're getting in the car for the first time, well, it's not all good because India only need 101 runs on day 3 to win this game. Some inexcusable shot making by the Australians to get routed by 9 for about 9 for 47 in the end, and it brings into question a few careers now. Who do we need to just, I guess, drop out of this team and regenerate? Because we've got an Ashes series coming up in June, July, and the way England are playing at the moment, they are going to blow Australia out of the water. We're going to take our final break. On the other side of this, we're going to head back to India for the second session of play, and Gerard Whateley will be with you shortly.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, Heath Shaw here, reminding you Australia's best fantasy footy game, KFC Supercoach AFL, is back for another huge season. And this year, there's going to be a lot of players out to win it. There's a whopping 50 grand up for grabs, plus plenty of weekly prizes. Are you up for the challenge? Play for free today at supercoach.com.au.
T's and C's apply. New South Wales Auth number TP/01005.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I've been hearing about
Let me guess, you've been hearing about Athena Home Loans and their accelerates.
No, I was actually...
I know. The more you pay it down, the more they lower their rate.
Oh, is that...
And how they put lowering the rate in the customer's hands.
Okay, well, do you do that?
No, the only thing we put in our customers' hands are miniature pens.
Do you get to keep them?
No, they've got a little string attached.
Athena Accelerates means the more you pay down your loan, the more we lower your rate. See how at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Repeat after me. 2023, this is the year for me. Time is on your side because Snap Fitness gives you time 24/7. Time to get moving, time to feel good. Bring it on with Snap Fitness. For the fun, for the support, for the first workout, for the progress. Bring it on. Snap Fitness has you covered. Get started with 30 days free during the New Year's sale on now. It all begins at snapnation.com.au.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. So get the new year started off in the right way. Talk to EFS today and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
This week on sen.com.au, check out the podcasts from
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield. On the Whateley podcast today.
If you love listening to SEN podcasts on the road, make sure you switch your phone to Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the temptation to get distracted when driving. Personalise your Do Not Disturb message and set it up so that calls can still come through in case there's an emergency. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. The all-new tank is coming to Berwick GWM. The new GWM Tank 300 is the perfect combination of luxury, comfort and technology, which will stand out on and off the road. Be the first to experience the amazing Tank 4x4 SUV. Visit bmgcars.com.au or call 1300 BMG SEN. That's 1300 264 736. Best wishes, Nick Strauss. LMCT 8760.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Well, welcome back to Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi for the middle session of day 2. There is a pervading sense of shell shock from an Australian perspective on what transpired across 115 balls and 91 minutes. A powerful position built within the game, a position of such opportunity entirely squandered. 9 for 52, and now India is 101 runs from victory. 1 for 14 with Rohit on 12, Pujara on 1. And that sense of shell shock, it does bring to mind Cape Town, it brings to mind Trent Bridge, and I think Delhi will enrol itself in the litany of shame of Australian batting performances. And that's going to be all in the postscript. Harsha Bhogle is with me for the start of the session. Harsha, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Gerard. We've all seen a lot of cricket. And the one thing cricket always tells us, it's not over till the last ball is bowled. Remember 107 for Australia to get last game 2004 in Mumbai. Didn't get those. Boot could be on the other foot. That's certainly Australia have got to think that way. They've got to think, look, two can play this game.
Kuhnemann starts the fresh session. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and Rohit turns him to leg, and then a pinch a cheap single out to mid-wickets.
It's an interesting line there, isn't it? Cheap single, because at the moment it's anything but that, but that's really what it was, just a little bunt and a single.
What do you make of the first session of play?
I'm a little surprised, as I was in Nagpur. I think Australia are playing the fear, the anxiety of the fearing what might be, rather than actually reacting to a situation, which has been the great strength, just the way Aussies play all these years. So I'm a little surprised. Was another team, I wouldn't have been as surprised. But I get the feeling Australia making up in their mind, they're imagining demons that may or may not exist. It's entirely likely that you turn the corner and there is this demon waiting for you, but it's likely there isn't. But I think you're anticipating demons sometimes, and I've seen that with Indian teams in the past, going out to play on grassy decks or on bouncy tracks.
Pujara's on one. Kuhnemann bowls to him. He plonks forward to defend. No run.
And I thought I saw that in some of the shot making. Is Steve Smith a natural sweeper of a cricket ball? Is he good enough not to need to sweep? Yes, he's averaging 61. He's one of the greats of our generation. I thought Pat Cummins got out in the tunnel. And then Alex Carey. Alex Carey's a far better player than that. I just got the feeling Australia said there's only one shot that can get us out of here, and that's a sweep.
Pujara dances down the pitch, gets there on the full, clouts a boundary wide of mid-on. Such raucous support for Pujara in his 100th Test match. And he took toll there. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. It's 1 for 19.
There's going to be such a lot of pressure on young Kuhnemann. He's seen Jadeja take 7 for 42, but his length is going to be the key.
Balls gets it to pitch, defended by Pujara.
He's already bowled he's bowled a volley, he's bowled a full toss. I feel for him. It's like putting a young kid. What's the Aussie equivalent of putting a young kid to take the penalty in a World Cup final?
Yes, yeah.
He'll probably give an example in the NFL.
Kuhnemann tries. Pujara wasn't quite to the flight of it. It'll be in an Aussie rules context, I'm sure. So it'd be a debutant taking the shot after the siren to win the game.
There you go. There you go. I've only seen one AFL game. I want to see many more. I just love watching it.
Last ball of Kuhnemann's over. Pujara is leaning forward to defend. So 1 for 19, the Holman scoreboards at the start of the session. Keep going here.
There's only one AFL team, isn't there?
Geelong. Our Cats won the flag, Harsha.
You're Geelong too?
I am.
I mean, I know nothing about the game except that I have a Geelong jersey with me.
Yes.
And I'm sure they're all listening in at the moment. So if you are, all you Geelong club supporters, if you are, next time I come to Australia, can you give me a jersey that fits? Because the jersey that you sent across to me all those years ago, there's 2 of me that could wear it. Or I could go to sleep in it and not require pajamas.
More a 90 than a jersey.
It was big. I looked at that and I said, you were not built to play the AFL, obviously. But it's Nathan Lyon's game, this one, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's Nathan Lyon's game, really. And I think he's got a very lucky break up front. But it's his game.
A wicket from his first ball on a ricochet. KL Rahul can't take much of a trick at the moment. Bang the ball into Hanscom and flopped up in the air for Carey to get hold of. Rohit Sharma's on 13, 96 runs to win for India. Lyons around the wicket to him. He dances down the pitch, blunts it away with his pads. Lands safely. A little bit of excitement, but nothing really to tell.
It's a different thrill, isn't it? The ball's turning, the odd ball's keeping slow. It's testing technique, it's testing temperament, testing your mind, testing your ability to pad play, like Rohit did on this occasion. You've got to appear to be playing a shot, whether you are or you aren't.
Yes. Rohit faces up, dances down the pitch, he plays a shot this time, all right. He lifts it up to long on for 6. Out in front of the old scoreboards. It's a powerful strike and it's quite the statement. Rohit to 19, it's 1 for 25. The boundaries rotoflexed by Blunston.
There's a man at long on, and that is why that wry smile from Nathan Lyon. But he just backs himself to hit sixes. Rohit Sharma is one of the big 6 hitters of our times.
Yeah.
And the moment he played it, he just knew it was traveling. It went almost into the crowd.
Usman Khawaja knew that he was retreating and the flight path was going to clear him.
The approach to go after the bowling will be interesting. Australia's approach was not to use their feet but to sweep. Against Jadeja, it's difficult to use your feet, but we've seen Rohit do that now. So maybe that's what they'll do. Pressure on Lyon.
He bowls, Rohit comes at him again. He keeps it across the turf this time as he blasts it down to Khawaja. Down on one knee to field, a single taken, Rohit's to 20.
If Australia end up not winning this game, what will it mean to Australia that you've lost one test getting bowled out in 30 overs in a session, 32 overs. Another game being bowled out almost in a session, losing 9 in 31 overs. Will there be questions asked about the selections, or will you just say, look, this is the best team that came here? That's the best team and that's how they played.
No, there's going to be a savage reaction back home, which we've sampled in real time. I just couldn't understand the tactics from the position. It is so hard to get into a position in front of a test match in India. Historically, Australia has only rarely been there.
I thought Australia were ahead of the game this morning.
Yep. And to squander that on the choices that were made. So there are questions for everybody. Their individual approach, the collective line around the wicket. Pujara is clipping it away out to deep mid-wicket. He will take a single. Deep square, really, is where the position is. So 1 for 27. So the obsession with sweeping, to lose 6 to it, Pat Cummins is going to be questioned as severely as anybody, just for the abject manner. Like, that says that it was concession. Australian captains don't concede like that. But it was Smith's error, I think, that was the true look inside the mindset. Is that's not his shot. He missed it by a long way. Rowett taps the ball around the corner for 4. So clever, powerful at the start, deft toward the end of the over. There's 12 from 5 balls. It's 1 for 31, and it's happening in a hurry.
I think he's playing mind games with Lyon here, because he charged down to Lyon, then he charged down a second time, and he's probably thinking, right, he's probably going to anticipate that and dig it shorter. He stayed in his crease and picked that gap behind. You can never have a fielder as fine as that.
No.
This is excellent batting against spin.
It's a telling replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites. Changes to the field with most balls at the moment as Cummins and Lyon are scampering for answers. They'll have 3 in the deep on the leg side now. So a deep square, a deep mid-wicket and a long on.
But how are you going to win the game? The only way you can win the game with that field is if someone hits the ball in the deep. Okay, it's interesting. He's opened the offside completely. He's got backward point and mid-off, other than the slip.
Yep.
Is there a slider coming? This ball's a slider.
Lyon bowls it. Rowett came down to meet it. He's hit on the pad. He'll probably be beyond the perimeter, which will mean no chance of a review. 1 for 31 at the end of the over on the Holman scoreboard.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. 1 for 31. Rowett is 24. Pujara is 6. He's on strike. Kuhnemann is in from the far end around the wicket to begin the over. Pujara dances down, knocks the ball to extra cover. No run.
Yeah, Jeff, you're already starting to see a difference in style, aren't we? Where the batters are using their feet to come down to the pitch of the ball, rather than just sitting in the crease and waiting for it to do stuff off the pitch.
Yep. Pujara taps away, waits on a ball, cuts out to deep cover. Sweeper in place. Murphy does the fielding, 1 more to the total. 83 to win.
I think Australia's spinners have to say, whatever the provocation, we're not going to compromise on length. That is the length we will bowl. And the end that Kuhnemann's bowling from, I think there is that crack that we talked about at about 4.5 meters distance. He's just got to try and hit it as much as he can.
So 4 in the deep for Rowett. Long on and long off. Deep square and deep cover points. Kuhnemann flips from hand to hand. Only a slip. So nobody else around the back. Kuhnemann bowls and Rowett is happy to be patient. To lean on a ball out to cover. Jadeja's career best figures. 7 for 42. I know Phil Long has been digging around. So
yeah, quite a few little statistical highlights from Jadeja's bowling this morning.
Kuhnemann to Rowett, dances down the pitch, takes on the field and whacks it into the stands. Oh, it's mighty stuff from the Indian captain. He's 30. It's 1 for 38. Just 77 required.
I think he's just told Phil, don't worry with your stats, come watch me.
That's what I thought, yeah. Thanks, Ravi.
I think that shot was even better than the shot against Nathan Lyon, because he's just hit an absolutely arrow straight back over the bowler's head. And he's told young Kuhnemann, this test cricket is very difficult, you know. It's called test cricket, as we often say, for a reason. And I'm going to attack you. I'm giving you a really difficult examination paper. Now let's see how good you are.
Another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Rowett turns to leg as he leans on a ball forward to the square leg umpire. He'll be able to hustle. Oh, terrible mix-up. A run out. Rowett stops when he was meant to be coming back for two. Pujara had no reason to think that he was going to stop. And they were together at the wrong ends. Hanscom threw it in. Pujara made his ground, and so Rowett has to depart for 31. You could barely believe that just happened. It's 2 for 39.
Never ever underestimate the ability of the opposition to get it wrong. We're just watching the replay. Midway through the first run, he thinks there's a second. And then he calls Pujara. Pujara's darting. Remember, Pujara's not an athlete. Pujara's running to go to the non-striker's end. He doesn't see that Rohit Sharma has stopped. And Rohit Sharma's just stuck in the middle. And that's an easy run out. The opposition is also under pressure.
Pujara's just head down, bum up, and there's no reason to think Rowett's going to stop. There was always two there.
And because it was Rohit who made up his mind and said there is going to be two from here. I mean, here is someone, he had the match in his pocket, Rohit Sharma. Yeah. And just tells you what an extraordinary game this Test cricket is. Under pressure, it makes people do strange things.
The replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites. Rowett was spewing. He was going to bat India to glorious victory. Instead, the baton passes to Virat Kohli, who emerges from the Virat Kohli pavilion. And this will delight the Sunday crowd here in Delhi.
It's a bit like Gerard and Whateley in the Whateley studio, isn't it? It must be something to walk out to the stadium. But Virat Kohli his approach to spin is very different from Rohit Sharma's. He's not a natural-born six-hitter.
Yep.
And I think 15 minutes of Rohit Sharma like that, another 15 runs would have brought it down to 60, 70 runs.
Yep.
And that was the game there. And Australia have just been handed a little lifeline there. The game was going away. They're about to drown, and someone says, here's a piece of rope. Hang on to it.
Yeah, that's right. Does that introduce the tension that Australia so desperately needs? 2 for 39. Kohli and Pujara brought together in the middle. They have inflicted so much pain on Australia through the years together.
I'd love to see that replay one more time to see if Pujara could actually have realized that Rohit had a bit of a brain fade moment and helped him by staying at the other end.
Yep. Kuhnemann bowls to Kohli. Got him in the first dig. Kohli blocks the first ball safely to the offside. So a wicket taking over for Australia. 2 for 39, the Holman scoreboard.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. 2 for 39, Pujara 7. Kohli new to the crease. Nathan Lyon is bowling from our broadcast end. Now, we'd just begun our thought on Jadeja's career best figures of 7 for 42, Phil, when things got totally out of hand.
Things got completely out of hand, didn't they? Yeah, I'll be very quick. Jadeja, excuse me, innings best figures, match best figures, 10 for 110. The second time that Ashwin and Jadeja have taken all 10 in an innings after they took 10 at Mumbai against England in 2016. And here's one for you. It was the first time there'd been 5 bowled by one bowler in an innings since Shoaib Akhtar versus New Zealand back in 2002.
Slightly different kind of bowler, Jadeja.
Terrific, Phil. Thank you. Lyon begins his new over. He bowls to Pujara, who's back and defending. All Phil's stats and facts. Download the SEN app from your app store today.
It's going to be a very different cricket match now because Pujara is not to Rohit, and Virat will want to take a little bit of time. I thought he batted really well in the first innings, Kohli.
So 2 close infielders on the leg side in a staggered position as Pujara defends off an inside edge. So you'd say there's sort of the bat pad and then almost relay style or athletic track style, staggered maybe 5 metres further back and inside to get the 2 on the lines on the inside.
I'm just looking at the replays again.
Lyon bowls past the outside edge of Pujara. Carey's whipped the bails off.
Some excitement again, some excitement again. We saw that little before lunch too. Did Pujara lift his back foot? That's the only thing you need to see.
The umpire to director. We have
we're in
umpire review for stumping.
We're in Noah, so something's happened in Melbourne with the line. We've just got to get through and tell them. If you tell them we're in Noah, as in Noah.
Right, this was the slider.
We're not on air at the moment, Harsha. Yep, sorry. Just trying to figure this out. Cool. We're back on air.
Okay, just rock that back, please.
This is a review for, first for an outside edge, Pujara into Carey's gloves.
Okay, passes close to the outside edge. Can we have a look at Ultradge there?
Here we go.
Okay, flat line. Roll it past, well past the bat.
Yeah, there's nothing on Ultradge. There's never going to be. It's all about whether the back foot was in the air or not.
This is about the stumping. Carey is searching for his first career stumping. Pujara's back toe
foot is grounded. Bails are lit. We can go to the big screen with my decision.
Not out, 2 for 39. Lovely piece of bowling. Fast work with the gloves, but Pujara, he's a wily veteran.
76 ever felt longer.
Line comes again. Pujara down the pitch, nudges just short of the short leg. So Hanscom's the first layer, and the second layer is Labuschagne. They're both under helmets.
Watch out for Pujara's back foot shots. Because he uses his feet to the spinners, he's very good off the back foot, hitting it square. I mean, on that occasion, he's a good 2 meters down the ground. And so that brings line slider into play.
It's a good duel. Pujara stuck in the crease. Flicks the ball to mid-wicket. Knocked down. Renshaw didn't field it cleanly. Almost a moment where they were going to run.
He wanted a single.
Australia could do it in run-outs, Harsha.
Can you imagine? They're all sitting in the change room there saying, right, how are we going to defend these 100 runs? Let's win them in run-outs.
Pujara's just a bit edgier than we would have seen him throughout the years. He's from the crease, playing back, turning around the corner. Nothing there at backward square as Kuhnemann slides in and fields. End of the over, 2 for 39 on the Holman scoreboard.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30 a.m. and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Is getting active your vibe right now in life? Then scope out SEN's Health Hub. In partnership with Snap Fitness, you'll find loads of advice, health tips, and the chance to win a 3-month membership to Snap Fitness. Go to sen.com.au and click on health.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. 2 for 39. Pujara 7. Kohli is on strike. Yet to score. Kuhnemann is bowling to him from the far end. Cummins has kept the field back. 2 on the straight hit. Deep mid-wicket. Deep cover. Kohli from the crease. Wristily flicks the ball down to Cummins, who comes off the rope but long on. He misfields. It won't cost a run. 2 for 40. Bharat Sundaresan's come in to join Harsha Bhogle. Bharat, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. Hello, Harsha. I get really very excited whenever there's a chance for Alex Carey to take a stumping because we have a deal. I don't think anybody cares about him getting that first test stumping more than him, and I do. So he's promised me that whenever he does get that first stumping, he'll make sure he knows where I am and he'll wave to me first.
Is that why you dress up the way you do, so you can't be missed?
There you go.
Gee, these Adelaide people stick together.
Pujara down the pitch. He flicks off his toes. He'll get a single out to Travis Head at deep mid-wicket.
And just to put that in perspective, where the game turned, there were 20 runs that came off 2 overs. That's about 1/6 the runs, less than 1/6, more than 1/6 the runs, just coming off 2 overs, and that is where the game was headed when that run out happened. And this is why this game is played as much in the mind as with the bat, isn't it? Yeah. Never underestimate it. I said, never underestimate the weaknesses in the mind and the panic.
Just a slip for Kohli.
How are they going to get him out with this field? What's the plan, you think, Gerald?
I don't honestly know. They're bringing in a catching straight mid-wickets. Kuhnemann around the wicket, Kohli back, plays directly to him.
So it's a slip, a backward point, a deep point, a cover, a deep mid-off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a shot sort of backward square for a sweep shot. Kohli rarely sweeps. So if you want to bat bad, there's no chance. You can only be either caught at slip or bowled. Or caught behind.
Yeah, they're only saving the single in the V for Kohli. And he's just too good for that. He'll drive down to long off and take a single to Khawaja, 2 for 42.
I think there's also a question of Pat Cummins' captaincy, Gerard. We've seen him thrive in conditions away from home. We saw him in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. The fact that he is insisting on sticking with matchups, Matt Kuhnemann, Todd Murphy, who's made an impression every time he's come on to bowl, he's still being held back, tells you a lot about that.
Kuhnemann to Pujara, inside edge, but there's nobody at bat pad.
I was about to tell you, Gerald, at the end of the last over, the field that was set, Lyon to Pujara, was excellent. Every scoring area of Pujara was cut off. There was short leg in case there was a bat pad. Now suddenly Kuhnemann's bowling and there's singles everywhere for Virat Kohli.
Yes, it's very odd. Pujara plays back, knocks the ball to cover, no run. 2 for 42 at the end of the over. Holman scoreboard.
You can simply just retire, or you can retire financially comfortable and continue living like you do now. Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. A client of ours invested in one of our locations 5 years ago for $415,000. Today, it's worth over $700,000. In 5 or more years, we'll be valued at over $1 million. So are you ready to secure your financial future? Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres clean bowled at 25% off. 2 for 42. Harsha, Bhogle and Bharat, Sundaresan. Bharat, what did you make of the mad run-outs of Rohit Sharma?
Yeah, I can tell you what Rohit would be telling his teammates without using any cuss word. Well, I'll try to anyway. I mean, call to mera tha. I mean, it was my call. Well, he should at least look up, na? While he's trying to cross. I was batting so well, yeah. I'll have to wait till Indore. Yeah, Harsha.
I can't do that, so I'll stick to my accent. But I think he tested the strength of his pads when he got run out because he hit his bat so hard on his pads. Right, this is the over. Nathan Lyon.
So Taylor's old as time, isn't it? Lyon to Kohli, around the wicket. Kohli, full ball, whips it away down to long on and immediately relieves any sense of pressure. 2 for 43.
25 came of the first 3 overs after lunch. And it seemed that it wasn't just the broadcast crew looking for evening tickets, but the batters themselves.
But it's also very Mumbai way, Harsha. I remember the 2 times Rughani captained India against Australia in similar situations. You go back to Dharamsala. They had a similar run chase, maybe a few more runs than this.
Pujara faces up to Lyon, dances down the pitch. He's knocked that up in the air. Is there any bat? The umpire will say no. Head closed quickly from backward points. It ballooned in a manner that suggested all panned.
Yeah, Travis said wasn't interested at all.
No, but Labuschagne was.
He's always.
He was a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think Kohli's right. Kohli's just gone, go away, Marnus. I think he's right. That's too much carry on there. As the umpire's given it not out, the fielders all know it's not out. It's just stop.
I mean, I love Marnus the batter, but I think Marnus a fielder auditions for a movie.
Pujara stays in his crease this time and defends to leg.
Just going back to what I was saying, Gerard. So Ajinkya Rahane actually told his team, let's try to chase this down in a hurry. We don't want any panic in the dressing room. That's exactly what Rohit Sharma was trying to do. Literally from the first ball he faced in this innings, he tried going after Kuhnemann, stepped out of his crease. It was working perfectly till that run out.
Pujara's on 8. Lyon is bowling to him. He advances. He swings up in the air. Khawaja was up this time and it clears him and goes to the boundary for 4. I suppose he wouldn't have played the shot if Khawaja was back on the road, but he would have holed out if he did. It's 2 for 47.
What has Pujara had for lunch? I've watched Pujara for the last 13 years. If he comes out, he keeps the ball on the ground through mid-wicket. And there he is with that bottom hand of his coming into play. And straight away, Khawaja goes back.
I mean, there's a very eager ball boy on that boundary. He didn't even wait for the ball to go past the...
It was very old school, wasn't it? Boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. On the follow-up, Pujara is defending. Much more in character.
Yeah, I think Rohit's realised that if he allowed Lyon and especially Koeneman, who's turning the ball away, to get into rhythm, get into a length, then batting would get difficult. So just not allow them to settle, work on their inexperience. Say, I'll come hard at you and frustrate them, play with their lengths. Still can't get over the shot Pujara's played.
Pujara twitching at the crease, keeps Lyon out. 5 from the over. 2 for 47, Holman scoreboard.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel, available at Bunnings.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and the first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
India 68 runs to win. There will be a spinner of the series by the end of it for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. Jadeja's 7.42 today. He's taken 17 wickets at 11.23 in the series so far.
Played one Ranji Trophy match before he came here and took 7 for 53 in the second innings. So he got his bowling. I thought I read somewhere that he said I was bowling for 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
And just to get my rhythm back quickly, that's how desperately wanted to play the series. But Gerard, before Todd Murphy started this over, there's a test match, might have been in 2013, India versus Australia. I think it was 150, 160 to get thereabouts. Pujara 82 not out of 92 balls. So there is that side to him that sort of lies submerged sometimes.
Yeah. I was looking at that scoreboard before. It was, what was it, Ashwin 5, Jadeja 2, Jadeja 5, Ashwin 2, as they took 7 each, and they are a mirror image of each other. Todd Murphy is into the attack. Virat Kohli tucks him away economically through backwards square. Heads racing around the boundary in the deep. They'll get 2. And it's 66 to win.
He did it on Test debut as well, Harsha, I remember.
In Bangalore.
Famously. Batted at 6 in the first innings. Was bowled. 3rd ball, 4th ball. And then Sachin Tendulkar walks up to him and says, no, I want you to bat up the order. Walks it at number 3 and...
72?
Yeah. But played very unlike himself. Played a lot of shots.
Murphy to Kohli. He came forward to defend, and the ball got out the back after it hit the blade. Picked up by Carey. Tossed back to the bowler.
And he's always said that really got him going. He's always felt that he would not have had a test career if not for that 72. He's also a very humble man, as you know, Harsha.
Kohli forwards, knocks it past the straight mid-wicket in Labuschagne and helps himself to the run down to long on. The 50 up for India in the 11th over for the loss of 2 wickets, 65 to win.
Gerard, you were telling me what the response in Australia would be if Australia do not end up winning this game. It's getting more and more difficult with just 66 left to go. They can't do much on this tour because this is the squad that you've come with.
Yep.
What I was surprised was the number of unpickable players in this side.
Yep.
Either because of injury or for whatever reason, no Green, no Stark, no Hazelwood, no Agar. So really, you might have a squad of 17, 18, but they didn't leave themselves too many options.
It'll be interesting to see what they do. I think Agar will go home. I think Warner should go home. And I think Renshaw is now unselectable because he doesn't know what's going on out there, which is a real shame. So I think they will definitely need to bring another batter over. They will presume that Green is going to bat at 6 in the next match. So Renshaw will go, the head will open, Hanscom will go up to 5 and Green will come in at 6. Stark would be ready, but so what are you going to do with your attack? I think once Green is in, you're still playing your 3 spinners. Murphy bowls and forward comes Pujara. But I think there'll be a bit of change in this squad with a week between test matches.
If Stark is fit, always pace in the air, reverse, always works in India. Left arm spin works, pace in the air, always works in India.
Murphy bowls, Pujara edges, but safely to the offside.
The word unselectable. I first heard the word unselectable when English teams used to tour Australia for the Ashes. When I thought there was a decree passed in English law that you were not allowed to win the Ashes. And so it became unselectable halfway into the first test.
Yeah. Pujara's using his pads. The Australians were Not overly impressed by that. It was tucked in behind, but nothing more to tell from it. I'm going to switch here. I think you might be out anyway, Harsha. We'll pick this up in the corridors. 2 for 50. Holman scoreboard.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details.
LMCT 9897.
65 to win for India. They're 2 for 50. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Adam Collins jumping in. Gerard Whateley jumping out. Mike Kasprowicz is also in. Hello, Kasper.
Hello. How are you?
The cold comfort is that, well, Australia were in a better position than this in their second innings. They were 1 for 61 overnight, but we know what happened next. A session, 10 wickets and 66 runs. 10 for 66 and all that, Bharat.
Yeah, no. It's still quite incredible how quickly that played out.
There'll be an intro for you there somewhere, I'm tipping. The Arthur Maley figures from 102 years ago. Line is going to continue. Kohli up the other end. Could do with a red inker. Line swing here over the wicket. Kohli dances, takes him down towards mid-arm. Gets himself a boundary. But all of that just to our blind spot. But not Kohli's blind spot. He's in the double figures. Our boundaries of a rotoflex by Blunston. 2 for 54, immediately transferring pressure onto Lyon to start the over.
Yeah, not the first time Virat Kohli has taken this route against Nathan Lyon in their long-running rivalry. And one thing he always does against Lyon is he leaves his crease very late. He times it so well that Lyon has no chance to change his length.
Lyon's over the wicket. Kohli's pushing out to cover no run. There was a good little graphic by the TV production yesterday which showed the contact points for Kohli, where he was making contact with the ball, and well, he was immaculate. Just passed 25,000 international runs as well. 70-something tons, most of it in white ball cricket, of course. What a phenomenon he's been, even if his returns at test level have dropped off over the last few years. Kohli's 10 from 10, facing Lyon, puts forward and pushes out to deep square again. That contact point's immaculate. 11 from 11, 2 for 55.
He's the right guy to be out there for India, just to see this home. Having lost their captain, of course, Sharma, with that tragic run out there, confusion, but just that little moment in time for the Australian team, just to start, keep believing. Another wicket there, as you said. There's still 60 runs. We saw Australia collapse. Can India do the same? So they have. Previously they have.
Of course they have.
TV showing that Kohli's the fastest at 25,000 international runs. Got there 28 innings quicker than Sachin. Line round the wicket. Kohli clipping. Make that Pujara, my apologies, where Kuhnemann is positioned just around from the 45. No run.
Yeah, Pujara versus Lyon, though. Adam, such a unique rivalry when you think of it. Test rivalry, purely test rivalry. Neither of them played much white ball cricket. Lyon a little more than Pujara.
Yeah, they wouldn't have played it one day against each other, I don't reckon. Lyon bowls, Pujara dances and defends and gets a single. Would have said that hundreds of times over the years. Pujara dances and defends. It's a single. 2 for 56, he's 13. He does that so well.
I think it's a rivalry that needs to be celebrated a lot more. Just the era we live in, all these T20 matchups that often get highlighted so much. But Pujara versus Lyon is, I call it a soap opera in my piece last night. It's a long-running soap opera.
It's going to change direction for Kohli. Around the wicket to him, 1 ball left in the over. They did get a wicket in the session. Fortunate one. Rohit Sharma, Pujara mix-up. Hanscom completing the run out. And then another one here to have any chance at all. Line to Kohli, delivers here. Kohli goes back, hit on the pad, but pitching outside the leg stump and sliding across the right-hander. Well bowled to finish. 6 runs from the over. On the Holman scoreboard, India 2 for 56. Their target's 115.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
We love our range of vermouths at Prince Wine Store. They're perfect in your favourite cocktail or just as good poured over ice. Saturday 25th, we are taking a deep dive into this wonderful world, looking at a smorgasbord of vermouth from local tipples to international drops. Book your spot online at princewinestore.com.au.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Great to have Tony Blackshaw with us this week, the boss of Henley Homes. They were here for 3 days. The clients are out for the trip, and I suppose I'll see the whole Test match. It's worked out well for them.
And geez, I tell you what, they loved it too, being outside in amongst the crowd, of course. In a nice little area too, they were.
Here's Todd Murphy, his second over, round the wicket. It's Pujara, opens the face of the bat, does it perfectly for a couple. Down towards deep third, Kuhneman does the tidying up. 2 for 58. They are more than halfway there. 57 to go, Pujara 15.
It's actually a great way to see the country. Countries like India coming here around the Test match, coming to the cricket, seeing exactly what goes on. I suppose the attention that cricket does get in this wonderful country. I think if there's ever a time to come here, I reckon, Baz, that
it's the time to come when Pete Lawler's crawling through your
I
legs.
have no idea what just happened there.
What was he trying to find? Some electric tape or something?
I don't know what he was doing.
Murphy bowls, Pujara gets out of the crease and tucks behind square this time. He's 16, 2 for 59.
And
this part of the world, I know Pete Lawler's been to India a lot. Like you touch your elders' feet.
Yes.
And he's older than you. I know that for a fact. But I don't know what was happening there. Respect.
Well, generally, I know there's lots of cultural norms and all that, but diving underneath the table, I'm not so sure what he was up to.
You're supposed to give him some money for doing that, by the way. 501 rupees at least.
Is it? Oh, okay.
More than 200 tests out there for India right now. Kohli, he's 106 defends to short leg.
Keep the cash ready, Casper.
So just exchange rate, explain. What are we allowed about? 50 rupees to an Australian dollar?
Yeah, $9. That's
a little bit better than that. It was from a selfish perspective as Murphy bowls round the wicket and Kohli pushes into the onside. I was overjoyed to find out that it was 100 GBP where I live most of the time in the UK. So
yes.
Could not have been more straightforward over here at the moment.
I think with Gerard, we got an Uber home last night from the ground. I think it was about 128 rupees.
Very nice. Murphy bowls. Beating the outside edge of Kohli. They're appealing. It's given not out. Carey's also up for the stumping. I suspect Michael Goff will send this upstairs for that just because that's the custom these days. Maybe not. Foot must have been well and truly planted and they're not considering a review for the caught behind. But nice bowling, much like we saw it, just like what we saw at Nagpur last week with Murphy able to get the ball to kiss the surface and go straight on.
We've seen that so often in this Test series and more so this particular match whereby the spin bowler's going across the face, going around the wicket, but bowling across the face of the right-hand batsman and batsman just playing the wrong line.
Murphy underbowled this week, I reckon. Finishing his over here to Kohli. Nearly a leading edge. 3 runs from it. 2 for 59 India. 56 runs to go on the Holman scoreboard with Kohli on 11 and Pujara on 16.
Once you secure your first investment property, your portfolio towards a comfortable retirement starts building. Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. Take control of your financial future today. At AR Property Investments, we can help clients who already have a property get into an investment property with very little equity. With the help of AR Property Investments, you really can retire in comfort. Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Half a dozen boundaries in the half an hour since lunch, or 40 minutes since lunch for Rotoflex by Blunston. Pujara there with Kohli. Hello to any of our listeners in the UK, still with us on TalkSport 2, probably quite enjoying what's going on out here at the moment with Australia bowled out inside a session, more or less, earlier today. 88 minutes of carnage, 9 for 47. I sense that might be the headline in the papers tomorrow. And newspaper colleagues licking their lips, I'm tipping. Lion bowls round the wicket. Pujara dances and defends. And that's not to say they take any glee in seeing Australia lose, but it's their job to reflect what's happened out there today, and they'll have to, start their engines.
A lot of head shaking going on in the print area. Met all of our colleagues during lunch. Understandably in shock, like the Australian dressing room and every Australian cricket fan at the moment.
Extra catching out on the leg side. Forward a square, 10 metres from the bat. Short leg as well. Line delivers. Pujara back tucking.
But what a story.
Short leg, no run.
Sorry, Colo. What a story, though, when Australia get 8 more wickets.
What I love about you, Casper, there are many things. Your optimism, your relentless optimism must be
right on the top of the podium.
Well, I just think that, you're saying there's a chance.
It's the way you're built, full stop, I reckon. Line bowls, Pajara, 16. Goes back in the crease to defend the Hanscom. Just behind square at short leg there, no run.
I want to check something with Bharat. Actually, we've got to know each other pretty well, I like to think, over the last couple of test matches. Nicknames, you call me Casper? Baz, yeah?
There you go.
Baz.
That's your nickname? Okay, good. I've got a question for you, a more cultural side of things. It might take a little bit, though. We'll get it out.
Line to the crease, bowls, Pajara on the drive, doesn't beat. Mid-off, no run.
Look, along the lines there, karma. The concept of karma. I believe I understand it's if you live a good life this one, you're rewarded with a better life next time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rough understanding of karma, but also does not mean that you won't see the value of leading a good life in this very life as well.
Pajara, 16 from 43. Line to him, down leg side, gets a glove on it. Round to the 45, he'll get one. Pajara, 17, 2 for 60. So, yes, glove, not thigh pad, off the bat.
So I've been thinking about this, right? And I'm coming back as an Indian fast bowler. I'm coming back as an Indian fast bowler.
In your next life?
Yes.
Oh. It's due to the lack of work you need to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just get the match fees. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It works out pretty well when they're in England, and they play 4 of them. The flexibility India enjoyed. Line to finish to Kohli. He gets it even finer. He'll get a boundary across his stumps. Well placed. 5 runs coming from the over. Just 51 to win for India now. They're on the home stretch. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local. And on the Holman scoreboard, India 2 for 64.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies. With a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my friend Corrie Firkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, thanks to Red Energy, my supplier. Powered by the mighty Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, Red Energy is 100% Australian-owned and local. Phone 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Watching the replay back between overs for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Such clever batting from Kohli, all the way across his stumps.
Yeah.
They'd moved the man at the 45 to backward square, runs aplenty.
Playing the field, he played so well in the first innings. He thought he looked good for a big score. Fell to Matthew Kuhneman. But he's in a good space. Just looking at him, Adam. Look at the chats he's having with all the Australian players. Remember 6 years ago, he said, I have no friends left in that Australian dressing room. They don't respect me, I don't respect them.
It's a great reference point. I went through and looked at an old, I wouldn't say provocative tweet, but I transcribed the entire exchange between Kohli and Andrew Wu from the Age in the Sydney Morning Herald at Ranchi in 17, when Kohli was just adamant that Steve Smith had been routinely cheating to do with the calling of the DRS and looking up at the dressing room and all the rest of it. And he was really pressed on it. And you could see he was not under siege or anything like that, but he wasn't going well, despite the fact that India were winning. Murphy starts a new over, round the wicket to Pajara. Northern end, Pajara pulling, but only to Nathan Lyon on the 45, no single. And what you're saying there, it was nasty.
It was. It became... And it went from 2014, where Virat Kohli said, I have some really good friends. He spoke so well after the unfortunate passing of Phil Hughes, about how close they had been growing up.
Murphy bowls here round the wicket. Pajara tucks into short fine again, no single.
And suddenly you're in 2017, he's captain now full-time. It got really ugly, to the extent he even came for the press conference before the last test, despite not playing that game, and got stuck into the Australian media, got stuck into the Australian players. But this time it's been a completely different Virat Kohli. And honestly, it's better to see him this way.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember he put the lights on to do that press conference, didn't he? It was at Dharamshala, when India won that 4th test match, he decided to do the presser, not Ajit Rahane, who was the acting captain. He gave it both barrels. It's Pajara here. He was part of that successful side, facing Murphy, shuffling in the crease and turning it towards Usman Khawaja at forward square leg, no run.
And there have been many theories about Virat Kohli, from fans in particular, that he is this aggro character who always needs to be aggro, that brings out the best in him. Having seen a lot of him as a cricketer, as a person, for a lot of time now.
Murphy passes umpire, Menon, again, round the corner to Nathan Lyon. At short fine, no single. That's where Pajara's looking to score.
I can tell you, that's one part of him. But on the field, I think he's one of those guys who can motivate himself to bring out the best within him, because I have seen times when he gets riled up by the opposition when he's actually not at his best.
Murphy's got 2 out on the leg side. Long on deep square. Pujara defends the forward square leg for the second time in the over. Usman Khawaja does the fielding.
People speak a lot about his famous 100 at the MCG in 2014, but if you actually watch the clips, and Mitchell Johnson started going after him and Brad Haddon as well, he was rattled. And he gets dropped by Shane Watson at slip, and it was actually Ajinkya Rahane's innings that got Virat Kohli to settle down at the other end.
Murphy to finish. Pujara's 50th ball, and it's defended to the short leg just behind square. So maiden for Murphy, 2 for 64 on the Holman scoreboard. India 51 runs away from their target. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
G'day, Dave. How's business?
Great. Work's coming in, but I'm getting a lot of requests for jobs over 10 grand, and I don't have my builder's registration yet. I just don't know where to start.
Give Master Builders Victoria a call. They run a support program helping builders get their registration. It helped me get mine.
Need help with your builder's registration application? Call Master Builders Victoria to find out how their member support program can help you. Call 9411 4555 or visit mbav.com.au. RTO 3935.
We're live from Delhi thanks to Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Please continue, Bharat.
Yeah, and it's a very different Virat Kohli as a person as well. Happily married, absolutely in love with his wife, which is quite cute to see. A wonderful father as well. Spends a lot of time with his family, and there's a lot more to Virat Kohli than just this aggressive, so-called aggressive character on the field.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he went home in the series of 2021... Yeah. To be with his wife after the birth of their child. I mean, you know, you see players maybe miss 1 test. To miss 3, that probably said a little bit about the realignment in his values.
Absolutely, and his priorities in life as well. And he's one of the few Indian cricketers in my time, Adam, covering Indian cricket in the last 15 years, who you can talk to about things non-cricket. I mean, I remember even as more discussions go on with Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon, just adjusting the field a little bit. Even when he was in Australia during that COVID tour.
Just 3 fielders on the offside, a slipper backward point in the mid-off. Lyon bowls round the wicket, Kohli goes back and defends.
There were a lot of Indian cricketers who just weren't happy with the protocols and the bubbles and all of that. Virat got it. I remember having a long chat with him in Sydney about how Australia has managed to control the COVID virus back then anyway. And he got it. He said, yeah, the protocols are in place and people follow it. And I respect that.
It's Lyon here passing umpire Goff. A little bit wider of the crease. Kohli defends to mid-off.
And I'm not surprised at all that many foreign cricketers also get along with him, because he's got that worldly-wise vibe about him. He likes to know, he's curious about things.
And he must just, I mean, he said it himself, loves travelling to places like Australia and like England, where cricket is obviously, well, in Australia, ubiquitous, but he doesn't get hassled on the street quite so much. Over here, it's impossible. They can't lead a normal life. Lyon delivers, Kohli's back. Out to square leg it goes, but no single. I mean, you would have a feel for that as well, Casper. Even when you've been retired for the better part of 20 years, you walk out into the stands now and they're all over you. Imagine if you're at Kohli.
There's a lot of attention. Yeah, that's right, exactly what you point out. So you just imagine for the profile players, obviously Indian players, your privacy, how you actually do that. But I've got a question here. I've talked to this. He's got 53.8 million followers on Twitter.
Lyon bowls and Kohli places this between backward square and deep fine leg. What a shot that is. He's timed that to perfection. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. 2 for 68. India require 47 to win. Kohli up to 19.
Oh, he's enjoying his stay out there in the middle, chatting away with the Australians, but he's also enjoying the way his bat is coming down on the ball. Lovely wrist work from Virat Kohli, something he's been known for throughout his career. And beautiful placement.
Watching that back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That was Lakshman-esque. Across the stumps, perfect placement. And timing to boot. Facing line, he's 19 from 21, Kohli. Turns it behind, square again, but this time Renshaw gets a mid on it.
Maybe
taps it down, no run.
Maybe the Australian batsmen actually watch there, and I'm sure they are watching him really close about where he's playing, where he's facing the ball. He's almost on the crease line, and he plays the ball so late. Certainly with this angle coming across him, as soon as it bounces, it's almost like he's playing it off the pitch, giving himself as much time as possible.
Lyon's last ball here, bowls to Kohli, again on leg stump. And again worked out deep square leg. Keeps the strike, Kohli up to 20. India 2 for 69, 46 to win on the Holman scoreboard. We're here for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Australia's driving for another big moment for Bendix. Bendix big moments, confident stopping Bendix brakes. And it's probably past them by now. One more wicket, couple in and over, and they might be able to just stretch this out and dare to dream for a little bit longer. But in all probability, with Kohli going this nicely and Pujara with him in his 100th test, they'll be desperate for a red ink and be there at the end to finish the job. Todd Murphy bowling from the northern end, the stadium end. I had a look at the stadium yesterday on my lap. Murphy bowls. Kohli drives straight, but Murphy cuts it off. It's a football stadium, but not a... I mean, it doesn't sort of... It's got the old block seating like we had at Karachi last year.
Yeah, it's not the only cricket ground or cricket stadium in India which has that. If you come to Mumbai, the Wankhede Stadium is attached to a field hockey stadium, which has been around for a long, long time.
Murphy to the crease, to Kohli, who deflects into the onside handscomb, drags it down at short leg, no run.
It's not a sporting precinct like the MCG in Whateley, not close to that. There are two venues.
Yeah, the one we had last year at Lahore, where there was about 5 different stadiums around the ground. Unusual looking grandstand up there. I got right to the top corner, called some Gambia stand. Murphy bowls to Kohli, beats him on the outside edge with the one that slides across him. That's a positive from this tour, regardless of what goes on, that Todd Murphy has a big bag of tricks.
Also, with the stands, it's been full. It's been a full crowd the whole time. There's certainly seen plenty of excitement. Great cricket. Obviously, something plenty to cheer about today, this morning.
I still think they'd get rid of those test match tickets. Frustration. Kohli here turning to win mid-wicket where Labuschagne is, and by that I mean every ticket's for the whole test. If they sold them day by day, and I get why they went this way with test match attendance is going down in the last 20 years, but I reckon we would have got a full house today.
Yeah. On a Sunday as well.
Yeah.
Still a massive crowd from where we are.
Murphy to Kohli. He's on 20. He's beaten for the second time in the over. Kohli stuck on the crease. Carey was right there waiting. It's classy bowling.
It is too, at 94.1 k's an hour. Just coming over. More up and over the top, that one. But once again, just on the surface here, it just seems to just get that natural variation.
To the crease here, Murphy delivers. And Kohli defends. Well, 18 overs in the first innings, only his 4th here. So hasn't been over bowled. End of the over. 17 gone India, 2 for 69. They need 46 to win on the Holman scoreboard. We're here for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
The Melbourne Beer Fest is back. Experience over 350 unique, exotic and small batch craft beers, ciders and cocktails over 2 jam-packed sessions. Guaranteeing twice the offerings and fun throughout the day. All complemented by the very best in gourmet local street food. With live music featuring chart-topping DJ John Corse, comedy from Luke McGregor and more. It's a cracking day out with mates. Melbourne Beer Fest, Catani Gardens, St Kilda. Saturday, February 25th. Tickets on sale at beerfestivals.com.au. Always drink responsibly.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Falcon tyres clean bowled at 25% off. We're seeing a graphic here on television which rather highlights the predicament. Australia were in earlier today. They lost 7 for 18 in 47 minutes. Oof. Which is why they're in so much strife now and why this test is going to end, in all probability, halfway through the 3rd day.
Doesn't make for good reading, that, at all. And 5 of those dismissals were from the sweep shot.
Yeah. You have to put it into perspective and compare it with the 91 all-out last week in Nagpur.
Yeah.
This looks worse.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I mean, Nagpur caught on the crease and the modes of dismissal are the same. The approach is radically different. Premeditation is the issue today. Pujara's faced 50 balls for his 17. Lines to him here. He dances, gets his pad outside the line of the ball and pushes to Cummins a bit off again and again and again. So Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, up on the screen here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Whenever the team do this poorly, pressure, failure or otherwise, always transfers onto the administration as well. So he'll be feeling the pinch at the moment. So it's probably not reasonable that it works that way, but it always does. Casper, you were on the board for a number of years. You would have felt the heat when Australia's men's side weren't doing well from time to time as Pujara faces line, delivers here, defends from the crease.
8.5 years I spent on the board, and it's quite funny. The people generally will come in to you, and the only time people come to you and really want to have a chat is coming to you and tell you what's wrong with the Australian cricket team. Not a whole stack of solutions, but they'll point out what they're not doing well.
Line, bowls, and Pujara dances and clips, but Matthew Renshaw's there, away to his left. Good diving stop. 2 for 69 stays the score, 46 to win. So the questions that'll come to Pat Cummins will be fierce. Bharat, you'll be there at the press conference later today for us on SEN Test Cricket. And for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. I mean, we know last week when they were probed, it was all about we weren't brave enough. Well, they can't be accused of not being brave enough today, really. But they were crazy brave, arguably.
Yeah, they went the other extreme, you would think.
Wonder how they'll handle those questions. What a misadventure it was. Line delivers, Pujara wants to kick it away, doesn't hit the flat. In the end, he drags his bat close to the ball, just withdrawing in the nick of time into the gloves of Carey.
I mean, this, in all probability, will be the third defeat for Australia under Pat Cummins. We were there in Galle last year, Adam, when it's a case of just them being shell-shocked by that Dinesh Chandimal innings, and Prabhat Jayasuriya, someone they hadn't prepared for, coming from nowhere and spinning a web. Last week, it was all about the reality check, the sudden shock of playing in India.
Line changes direction. Over the wicket, 3 catching men on the leg side for Pujara, who stays at home and pushes out to the squarest of those. Matthew Renshaw at mid-wicket.
Today, I don't know whether they have any excuses, or I'm not saying those were excuses. I don't know whether they will have enough time to get their head around what happened.
Yeah, the criticism's going to be fierce. Line to finish, Pujara kicks it away, but outside the line of the off stump, I'd imagine. That's Michael Goff's decision. They might just send it upstairs because we're at that stage here. He's telling Line he's played a shot. He's confirming that to Cummins. So to go upstairs would be with that in mind. Outside the line would not be out, and that's enough for Cummins to keep his hands down. End of the over, 2 for 69, India. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local, and that's all on the Holman scoreboard.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Keep your correspondence coming in, 0433 98 11 16. Murphy bowls and Coley's beaten, sliding across him for the 3rd time in 2 overs from Murphy. That was a little bit wider, so less threatening, but nevertheless it ends up with Carey. My brother texted him before saying they were listening to the coverage on the way back from pub cricket in Melbourne. And they were dismayed. He made some runs, took some wickets. Always the better cricketer in the family. Murphy bowls here. Beaten stumps. There it is. Alex Carey gets his first stumping in Test cricket. Coley's gone for 20. Murphy gets Australia's 3rd wicket of this 4th innings. And, well, to say hope's alive would be overplaying it. But India, with 46 to win, have lost their 3rd wicket. Well bowled Todd Murphy. He threatened to do that a number of times across the right-handed Coley. In response, he used his feet and danced away straight into the gloves of Carey. And after taking 58 catches, he now finally has an entry in the stumping column. And Bharat, that makes you very happy as the fellow pride of South Australia.
It certainly does. We both have been waiting for this moment for quite a while. I walked up to him in the morning of day 5 in Sydney and I said, today could be the day. He really believed it. Wasn't to be. I said it'll happen in Nagpur. It didn't happen there. But it has happened now, and both South Australians are leaving the field for what should be a bathroom break as the drinks are coming on. But a big moment for Alex Carey, a big moment for Todd Murphy. He's got the better of Virat Kohli a few times in the last few overs, and he's got him out now.
So 3 for 69 with drinks taken. 2 wickets in the first hour of that middle session. India still cruising towards their victory target of 115, but they've lost Kohli on 20, and Murphy gets himself in the book. After the break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Nikesh Rughani is coming in for me.
A quick trip down the shop should be right. It was only one joint. Oh, you're kidding me. Here we go.
Evening, driver. Have you done a drug test before?
If you drive on drugs, expect license suspension and receive a large fine. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Join a celebration of regional Victoria and enjoy a great family day out and the chance to support the local community. The Country Cup Carnival is in full swing, with cups running regularly through until the last race, the Mildura Cup on April 18, 2023. Catch all the quaddie action with races 5 to 8 live and free on Trots Vision across all Country Cups. So let's celebrate Victoria. The Country Cup Carnival. Savour every step at thetrots.com.au.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan here as India to complete these 46 runs required. Australia have taken their third wicket. If you're just joining us, Virat Kohli dismissed, stumped. Alex Carey with his first stumping in his Test career. Kohli gone for a well-played 20. Did look pretty good through most of that innings, Bharat, but we've got another excellent player of spin coming to the crease in Shreyas Iyer.
Absolutely, and an excellent player of spin who won't hang around.
Right, Murphy into him here, and Iyer drives, can't beat extra cover. Good diving stop by Khwaja, no run.
Yeah, his general play against spin is to attack, and especially India in the situation that they are in. They're nearly there, 20 more runs or so, and then you'd think just cruise through.
In comes Murphy, and Iyer meets this on the full almost, and drives down towards wide long on, gets off the mark with a single.
Todd Murphy, full credit to him. He beat Virat Kohli 3 times in the last couple of overs, and had Virat Kohli jumping out of his crease this time just so that he could make contact, and still went past the bat. And like I said, very, very happy moment for Alex Carey. He's been waiting for this first stumping. 2 tours of the subcontinent last year. Didn't happen there. It's finally happened here. Even if Australia do go down, which looks likely, or the likeliest case, we'll have something to be happy about.
Indeed, and Kohli just gesturing as he was walking off as well, suggesting that was the undercutter, the one that goes straight on, sort of skids. Not the seam, but the clean face of the ball. Right, Pujara back on strike, unbeaten on 17. Murphy to continue. And Pujara just guides this in front of Smith at slip, and Smith has a shy at the stumps as well. Direct hit, but Pujara back in his ground as well. So a little bit more energy in the last few moments from the Australians. They can maybe just sniff an outside chance of causing an upset or two here.
I mean, it's literally a case of what they do with the next 20-25 runs, to be honest.
Murphy into Pujara, who pulls away at the last moment. Wasn't quite ready to face that delivery. No problems with the sight screen today, and the rag cloth that they have to keep lifting up and down at the end of each over. That was all in place, but Pujara just taking his time here. In comes Murphy this time, and Pujara is forward in defence. Solid as always, soft hands, and end of another over. So 19 gone in this India chase. They need 115 for victory. They are 3 for 70.
Hi, Shelley Craft here.
Make it a great Aussie summer with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're planning a backyard barbie, a day at the beach with the family and friends, or just chilling at home, remember to look for the famous green and gold Australian Made logo and support our Aussie makers, farmers and retailers this summer. Visit australianmade.com.au/summer to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And we're also here in association with Tyre Power, your trusted local. So the Holman scoreboard reads India 3 for 70, Pujara 17 from 58. Shreyas Iyer has just joined him. He's made his way to 1 not out, and it will be Shreyas Iyer on strike here to face Nathan Lyon. Slip in place, short leg. So many men around the bat. Australia trying to find the balance between saving runs and taking wickets. Ayers down the track a touch and just knocking this one back to Lyon in his follow-through. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan.
Nikesh? Yeah, Shreyas Iyer will leave his crease a lot against finger spin. That's how he's always played spin from his junior cricket days in Mumbai.
Lyon then back around the wicket, and Iyer gives himself some room, chops this away backward a point. That's going to race away for 4 as well. Lovely footwork there from Iyer, deep in his crease, and good wrist work just to get it away from that fielder there. 3 for 74.
Yeah, and he created that by jumping out of his crease. The first ball to Lyon, he got Lyon to shorten his length, and like you said, Nikesh, very deep in his crease, played it so late, and he generates a lot of power.
How does Lyon respond to that? Delivers, and Ayers down the track and flicking this one away out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, the fielder out there couldn't quite pick it up. Todd Murphy it is. Fields it eventually. Doesn't end up costing Australia any extra runs. We've seen that several times in this innings from fielders on that side of the ground to the right of where we look, fielding at deep mid-wicket or deep cover, whichever end they're bowling from, and they're just blinded by maybe the sun or the crowd on the opposite side of the ground.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the colour of the stands on the other side. Green, a lot of colourful dresses, or a lot of colour on that side.
Lyon over the wicket now to Pujara. Takes a shimmy down the track and knocks it just wide of short leg. Gets a single out towards square leg. Talking of colour, plenty of colour in the com box. You've gone for the bright pink today.
Yeah.
Right, with a bit of blue on your trousers. Some nice designs there as well. Socks as well. What do you got on the socks? Donuts, ice creams?
Yes.
Dessert-themed socks. Lovely. I thought I was going quite rogue with the Hawaiian shirt today, but
you are. You're looking
very conservative compared to you. Lyon around the wicket again to Iyer, who just knocks this to short fine, no single.
Yeah, I can go back to being my conservative self from tomorrow. Have 2 days to finish my laundry now.
Yes. Laundry for what? 60 rupees, 100 rupees?
Get clothes ironed.
Very good value.
And returned on a hanger as well.
Me and Colo got 3 shirts each ironed, total 60 rupees. Lyon in again, full, wrapped on the pads. Shout for LBW. More of a polite inquiry from the Australians. Michael Goff not interested. End of another over. India now in their chase of 115 on the Holman scoreboard. They are 3 for 76.
The siren has sounded. The wait is over. Finally, there's a premium T-shirt without the excessive price tag. You don't need an athlete's body to look great in these tees. Perla tees are brought up top to accentuate your shoulders and chest, with extra length and space in the torso so you don't put on the show when reaching up high. Soft and comfortable, you'll never want to take it off because a Perla goes with just about everything. Be confident in your own tee. Head to getperla.com.
Back with us here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes and Tyre Power, your trusted local. India then just 39 runs away from a 2-0 series lead. Todd Murphy continues into Pujara, who drives but only as far as cover off the back foot, and there's no run. Text in from Ross. How many sweeps and reverse sweeps have India played today? None. They come out to the ball, meet the ball with the full face of the bat by coming at the ball. You create half volleys. Thank you, Ross. Todd Murphy beats the outside edge this time of Pujaru. Just pulls his bat away in time. The straighter, quicker one. But good point from Ross there on how to play spin in these conditions.
Yeah, don't play the sweep unless you know why you're playing the sweep. And also you're in control of the sweep.
Indeed. Murphy then continues round the wicket here to Pujaru's back in his crease and thumping this out towards deep point. And that's going to race away for another boundary. Beautiful footwork once again from India's number 3. The initial trigger movement forward, realised it was just slightly short and created that room by just staying deep in his crease. Lovely footwork.
Lovely footwork, and just like what Shreyas Iyer did in the previous over.
Feet into him again. Pujaru's down the track and flicking just wide of mid-on. Takes the single. Growing in confidence here is Cheteshwar Pujara. He would have been feeling a little bit nervy given A, his form, and B, the run out while he was batting with the skipper Rohit Sharma. He was going along beautifully at the time, but just getting into his groove now.
And see, his dad's been watching. He's not given his dad much joy. His dad's been watching without moving from his seat for 100 test matches now.
Arvind Pai in the stands today. All the way from Rajkot. In comes Murphy to Iyer this time. Quicker one, fuller one, just knocked to the short mid-wicket fielder. No run.
Also, Adam Collins informs me the first time Virat Kohli's been stumped in test cricket. Tendulkar was stumped just once, you'll remember. Famously, Ashley Giles bowling over the wicket.
Into the rough for about 6 hours, and then Tendulkar lost his cool. Iyer down the track, hammers this over cow corner. That's gone into the stands for 6 as well. India on the march here. 115 the target. They're 3 for 87 on the Holman scoreboard. And Shreyas Iyer with a beautiful shot there, Bharat.
Like I said, the longest day, the game won't last too long. If Shreyas Iyer hangs in there or spends some time in there, because that's the only way he knows to play against spin. He's been taking down spin throughout his career. He did that to Australia in 2017, and he's doing it here again.
So India then chasing 115, 3 for 87.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringers Western have always stayed true to their roots. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. From tees and jeans to caps, work shirts and boots, Ringers Western clothing is durable, adaptable and always the highest quality. Ringers Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com and get free shipping on orders over $150. Check ringerswestern.com.
Nathan Lyon to continue then. Pujara, it is on strike. Catches on the leg side and he's wrapped on the pads outside the line of the off stump. Lyon's asking politely to Michael Goff for an LBW there. It was way outside the line of the off stump, but was Pujara's bat behind his pad? Was he playing a shot? Michael Goff says not out in any case.
And this is the second time it's happened in the last 3 overs. Lyon and Cummins weren't very happy with Michael Goff's take. Last time they appealed for a similar LBW where he felt like Pujara was playing a shot.
Lyon then continues over the wicket here to Pujara's down the track, and is this edged? It loops up. There's no edge on it according to any of the Australian fielders. Again, a polite how's that as the ball lobs up into one of those two short mid-wicket fielders. Pujara keen to use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Slightly misjudging that one, straight off the flap of the pad. Lyon bowls again. This is a genuine half volley and driven down the ground. There is protection out there. Khwaja round to do the fielding at long on. Single taken. We've got a text in from England from Ryan. Thanks for listening, Ryan. He woke up to find out England won and the Aussies are getting thrashed. Not a bad Sunday, and it's not even 8 a.m.
Wow, Ryan.
I feel you, Ryan. I feel you.
How are you going to top that?
Yep, England, of course, taking care of New Zealand in that first test. Shreyas Iyer it is then, back on strike. Line round the wicket to the Mumbaikar, who's again down the track, hammers it, but straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. So Iyer's brief stay at the crease comes to an end. Didn't quite get hold of that one. The one in the previous over off Todd Murphy was a little bit straighter. More a wide long on, and this one just skewing it into the hands of the sweeper out there. So Iyer gone for 12. India still in a great position, just the 27 runs required, but Australia not quite out of it just yet. 4 for 88.
Well, he lives by the sword against spin. Shreyas Iyer is fallen by the sword. Some payback for Nathan Lyon. Like I said, in 2017, when Australia played a warm-up game at the CCI, Shreyas Iyer, then a young man, tore him apart in a double 100. Now he's got him out in both innings. This time, Shreyas Iyer once again trying to clear that deep mid-wicket fence, which he does so well, but didn't get completely to the pitch of the ball. As a result, it is straight down Todd Murphy's throat as KS Bharat walks out to bat at number 6.
I like this from an Indian point of view. KS Bharat has been coming in below Jadeja in the batting lineup. Usually comes in at number 7, but 27 runs required to get. It's not quite the same feel as when Pujara was promoted up to 3, when he came in at 6 in the first innings during his first ever test to, finish the job and get things done. Slightly lower equation here in terms of what India need, but it could be a good confidence booster. He gets a red inker here, a good opportunity to do so. Doesn't need to do anything extravagant, just stay out there and the runs will come.
Yeah, it's around this time yesterday when he got out to an errant sweep shot. See how disappointed he was. He hasn't really impressed in his first 2 innings in Test cricket. With bat in hand, very impressive behind the stumps. And like you said, Nikesh, this will give him a chance to just get a red inker and also a show of confidence from the dressing room. To say, look, you're out there, maybe you get to score the winning runs, get some more exposure to Test cricket. High pressure Test cricket. Australia, like we said, are not going to give up till that final delivery.
Well, from an Australian point of view, they will be sensing another Bendix big moment here. Confidence stopping. Bendix breaks. If they can get another wicket here, one might bring another 2. And then Australia really would be back into it. Still 27 runs required. Another text in from Ken, who says Murphy has been criminally underbowled. He keeps it tight. Good mix of sliding across the right-hander and the one that straightens. Not sold on the captaincy, both with field placings and bowler choices. Big review after this for Australia. They've got a week in between the second and third tests as Lyon is in to Bharat, who's forward defending. Gives it the pose as well for the cameras.
I completely agree with Ken. The first point especially, I really thought Kuhnemann was overbowled in this second innings. Todd Murphy is your second best spinner, maybe on par with Nathan Lyon. You just saw how well he bowled to Kohli and Pujara. I would have started with Todd Murphy.
Lyon then continues round the wicket to Bharat. Floated up delivery, and Bharat gets off the mark with a nice touch into the covers there. Off the front foot. Good full stride in there, almost down on one knee. And that brings to a close that Nathan Lyon over. A successful one for Australia. India 4 for 89.
Hello, bank.
Hello, I wanted
Number.
to... Sorry?
Customer identification number.
I do have a name.
Well, you're a number to us.
Well, you guys sure love a number.
Numbers? Oh, yeah. New customer target numbers. What? Extra fee numbers. And don't get me started on the bottom line. Have you seen our last quarter profit numbers?
No.
Amazing. All those zeros.
At Athena, the only numbers we care about are the number of years and dollars you can slash off your home loan. Visit athena.com.au to pay off your loan faster. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
With us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Holmes and Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres clean bowled at 25% off. India then 26 runs away from victory now. We've got Pat Murphy just ringing some changes in the field as Matthew Kuhnemann comes back into the attack. And just as we were talking about Todd Murphy being underbowled, here we go. Cummins going to his left arm spinner.
He is. I, for a second, thought maybe Pat Cummins would be tempted to bring himself on just for a little burst. Nothing to lose, really, from this point on. If India win, and they should win, they will retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, one that they've held since 2017. Last time Australia came here and India winning back-to-back series in Australia 2018-19 and famously 2 years ago.
Right, Kuhnemann then spinning the ball in his hands, coming round the wicket here to Bharat. Men around the bat, and Bharat is forward defending to that very short extra cover fielder there. Almost a silly mid-off really, under the lid. Smith at slip as well. Got a man at 45 and short third. Conventional extra cover, mid-off, mid-on as well. He's forward again in defence is Bharat, just not giving the bowlers much to work with. Our boundaries are brought to you by Rotaflex by Blunstone. Stability meets the freedom to move, but we might not see too many with these two out in the middle. They'll be prepared to play the patience game.
Oh, Bharat's a pretty positive player as well. We saw that briefly in that first innings in Nagpur.
Kuhnemann into him again and leaves this one alone. Well, that's either a very good leave or a very risky one. Very close to the off stump. Just enough turn to take it past into the hands of Alex Carey.
Also, the last time these two teams play a 4-match series, it'll be a 5-match series from the next series onwards.
Kuhnemann fires one in straighter and Bharat guides this, but only as far as backward point, no run.
Which would mean that even if a team does go 2-0 up the next time these two meet in Australia, 2 summers from now, the series won't be over. It still isn't. Australia can come back and draw the series, which will feel like a win, especially after how they've gone in these two.
Kuhnemann into Bharat again, shorter this time, which allows him to work it away. Leg side, just wide of mid-on, and so well placed that they get back for 2. Pretty comfortably in the end. So India into the 90s now, 4 for 91 on the Holman scoreboard. Yes, it'll be just... they call them the big 3. I don't like that phrase, but India, Australia and England who play each other in 5 test series. Pretty much exclusively everywhere else. It's 2 now, maybe 3
Very
at the most.
Now, yeah.
Kuhnemann into Bharat again, who's forward defending. Really good stride in there as well. End of the over, just a couple from it. India 4 for 91.
Any day, any weather, Yarrabeen Golf welcomes all players. Tackle the pristine 18-hole public golf course, you'll love it. Also, to fine-tune your game and get better faster, visit the driving range. Receive instant ball flight data on every shot you hit with the magnificent Top Tracer range technology. First-time player, casual golfer or long-time veteran, tee off at Yarrabeen Golf. Just 10 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Yarrabeen Golf is on Melbourne's doorstep. Yarrabeen Golf, Fairfield.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Falcon tyres, clean bowled at 25% off. India then 4 for 91, 24 runs required to win this test match and go 2-0 up in the series. And of course, retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy and put themselves in a great position to qualify for the World Test Championship final as well, which takes place at the Oval in England this June. Lyon to continue into Pujara's off the back foot, just guiding this in front of point. Quick single, and they make it. Bharat running to the danger end, the striker's end, but it was way past the stumps when the throw came in. The bells were taken off. Australia really could do with a Bendix big moment, confidence stopping. Bendix breaks. Maybe 2 or 3 of them, Bharat, at this stage.
Well, India couldn't stop having those Bendix big moments in the first session. This television now just showing a replay of the wickets package. Will be seen and discussed over and over again over the next 1 week or so. What did Australia do? When they lost in Nagpur, they were back having a net session 2 days out. Will they go down that route? Will they take a break? It is a long break.
Nathan Lyon then into Bharat this time, who's forward and driving beautifully through the vacant cover area. No fielders in that region. It was almost VVS Lakshman-esque as well, with the wrists at the end, just to place it into the gap. Another boundary to India. 20 runs now required. In fact, 19 with the single taken at the start of the over. They are 4 for 96.
Oh, lovely shot. Nice use of his feet, stretched out. And then the hands were magical as he just opened the face of the bat. Lovely wrist work. He would have loved that.
Right, Lyon then. What does he do this time? He's staying around the wicket. And Bharat this time just forward, defending. Shout for LBW, but big stride in. Maybe pitching outside the line of the leg stump as well. We were talking about India's home record just now. Played 59, including the one in Nagpur, since 2010. They've won 44 of those and lost just 5. Gets even better in recent times as Lyon is in, and this one is pushed off the back foot, can't beat mid-wicket. There is no run. Good fielding in there by Labuschagne. Since 2013, they've played 43, and they've just lost 2 of them. In the last 5 years, they've now won 15 of 17, losing just 1 in 5 years and drawing 1 again against New Zealand. Pretty invincible when it comes to India at home. This one driven just wide of mid-off. Bharat wants the single. He was nearly halfway down the track. Pujara just not interested. Almost turned his back on his partner down the other end. There's no need for a run out at this stage.
Especially when he's been involved in one already.
Yes.
I'm sure Rohit Sharma will have a word with him about that. Not that it was Pujara's fault completely.
Lyon slightly shorter, and this is pulled away out towards deep backward square. There is protection on the boundary though. Todd Murphy sweeps up, so just single taken this time. That's all they really need at this stage. 24 overs gone in this India run chase. They're closing in on victory. 18 runs required. They are 4 for 97.
G'day, Richo here. There's no better way to start a new year than in a brand new ute. Cam and the team at Knox Mitsubishi have a range of new Mitsubishi Tritons due to arrive over the coming weeks. So why not head down to Knox Mitsubishi and test drive the new Mitsubishi Triton and see what all the fuss is about. Cam's team have won many awards for their customer service over the years, so you know you're going to get looked after too. Go to Knox Mitsubishi, home of the Mitsubishi Triton. Check out knoxmitsubishi.com.au. LMCT 11585.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket then. India closing in on victory. 18 runs required. We've got Pujara out there unbeaten on 25. KS Bharat at the other end on 8. India closing in on a 2-0 series lead. 4 test series, of course. 2 test matches to come in Indore. The rescheduled 3rd test match. And then the final one at the Narendra Modi Stadium. 130,000 capacity as well. Got Phil Long with us in the commentary box, and Phil, I'll bring you in after this delivery from Matthew Kuhneman. In he comes to KS Bharat, who's forward and defending. Phil.
Yeah, you're just mentioning India's very impressive home record there over recent times. In this millennium, so since the year 2000, 107 home games, they've only been beaten 13 times.
Wow. Says a lot. And a lot of those defeats came in the first 10 years.
Absolutely. Kuhneman continues round the wicket here. Confident looking Indian balcony as he drives through extra cover, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. You bet it is. 100 up for India. 4 for 101. They are closing in on victory here, and the fans can sense it as well.
Everything's worked out beautifully for India. Even this little promotion for KS Bharat in the batting lineup. He's just growing in confidence. Excellent drive of Nathan Lyon, opening the face in the last over. This time hitting with the turn. Again, lovely stride out. He's a very good striker of the cricket ball. We've seen that in the shorter formats. He's just taking off. And the Indian dressing room like that as well. Virat Kohli and Rahul very happy.
Kuhneman in again, and Bharat this time forward and defending into the offside. Yeah, shot boy, I think. My lip reading is correct.
Yeah.
The words uttered by Virat Kohli out there on the balcony alongside Rahul Dravid and the batting coach Vikram Rathore as well.
Come on, Virat, you lived in Mumbai long enough. It has to be shot, yaar.
Yard.
Come on.
Kuhneman fires one in, and Bharat leaves one alone just outside the off stump again.
Just going back to India's record, they started off the millennium not on a great note. I remember 2000, they lost to South Africa 2-0. So the 2 out of those 13 losses in the last 23 years came at the start of the millennium.
Kuhneman again, and slightly shorter. Bharat defending off the back foot. Can't get a single backward of point. There is no run. Phil?
And of course, the ironic thing is 2 of the losses they've been on the receiving end of in recent years have been real heavy losses. 333 runs to Australia, 227 runs to England. So when they've lost, they've lost.
Kuderman, and again, this is full. It's driven again through the covers. Another boundary for KS Bharat. India 10 runs away from a 2-0 series lead. That is the end of another over. India at 4 for 105 after this short break. Gerard Whateley will pull you through till the end.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details. LMCT 9897.
The end is nigh in Delhi. 10 more runs for India. It's just gone 20-2 on Sunday afternoon. It's the largest crowd of the test match in for it, and they will add to the celebratory note soon enough. 4 for 105. Rahul 1, Rohit 31, Kohli 20, Shreyas 12. And Travis Head is being brought into the attack to replace Nathan Lyon at the broadcast end. Pujara is 25. Bharat is 16. Michael Kasprowicz has come in to join me for these closing stages. Kasper, welcome.
Well, Gerard, thanks very much. There's been a little bit too much action. Come on.
Head bowls. Not a bad start, too, onto the pad of Pujara. It ends up around the corner, no run.
Too much action when Australia were batting, looking to set a total. Post something really competitive on there to bowl last on this wicket.
Pujara uses his feet. He clips it away through square. There's work to be done in the deep. It's done well by Murphy. He keeps it to 1.
And, yeah, not the case. So a shot of a bit of a full-on Australian sideline bench, if you like. Mitchell Stark. I just wonder whether he might be fit for the 3rd test match. Got an extra 2 days to go with the 5, so 7 days' time.
Yeah.
Himself, and also I think Cameron Green would make life a lot interesting.
But the chances of securing the trophy end here in Delhi. India are the holders, and it's going to be 2-0 in a matter of minutes. Bharat sweeps hard. It's over the top. A lovely struck 6 from the keeper. And it's just 3 to win for India now.
How about the confidence? The confidence of this young man. It's just coming out from watching his teammates being playing, given the opportunity. The stage here, of course. Could he be the man to hit the winning runs this 2nd test match? As you point out, Gerard, to retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Cummins manipulates his field with extra coverage on the leg side boundary. Travis Head in bowls. KS Bharat drives down to long on. There is protection in Khawaja. He kneels down and fields. It's 2 to win. It would be rather fitting if Cheteshwar Pujara was the man to strike the winning runs in his milestone test match. There's 2 balls left in the over.
Of course, his family's here, along with a very noisy full crowd here out on Whateley Stadium. 100th test match.
Head bowls. Pujara clips off his toes out into the deep, and he levels things up with the single.
So we're tied.
6 for none's all that's required here.
I'm just 6 for none, but I don't know, Phil. It's worth. Phil Long, our statistician. It's worth mentioning, of course. Tied test matches.
So the field moves once more. Travis Heads calls Murphy in from the deep. You may as well be saving a single at this stage rather than patrolling the boundary.
Just saying it happens. What happened? Not quite like this, but yeah.
Listen to the sound on a Sunday afternoon in Delhi. Head bowls. Bharat leaves down the leg side. In white ball cricket, it would have been a wise. So we'll just stay put. There's 1 run to win with Pujara to see the first ball of the new over. And there's going to be a lot in the postscript here. The 91 minutes to start the day's play. All up in smoke for Australia, but just looking around this stadium, the lower tiers of the grandstands are entirely filled, predominantly the blue colour of India and any number of national flags. It was all funneling towards Sunday from the time that we got here. All the action was early. It was a sleepy start in Delhi, but not at the cricket. You needed to be here. You needed to be here to see the first hour and a half of play.
You wouldn't want to have slept in this morning. That's for sure. The streets were quiet.
They were very quiet.
When we came, there was plenty of action.
Todd Murphy begins the new over. Cheteshwar Pujara is on strike. He dances down the pitch. He flicks to square leg. No run. The wait just a little longer for the locals.
They're ready to roar.
They are ready to roar. Murphy in. Bowls to Pujara, who's forward and leaning on a ball out to mid-wicket. No run.
Geez, they're disappointed too, aren't they? You can hear that coming through also loud and clear. The excitement and anticipation of that run coming, and then it's just the big...
It is a rich sense of anticipation in Delhi. Murphy bowls, Pujara out to it. I don't know whether he used his bat or his pads or whatever he used. All he wanted to do was smother it when he got there.
He's got something behind it as he came down the wicket. And good berth by Murphy too, knowing that he was on the way down and being able to just fire it out quite wide outside off stump.
It's created an odd sense of tension. Pujara just calls Murphy off to ready himself. The tremor before the eruption around the stadium. Murphy bowls. Pujara uses his feet and strikes the winning runs. It's a lovely blow down to long off. Pujara, in his milestone 100 tests, secures victory for India by 6 wickets. It's a day in Delhi that will haunt Australia's collective cricket memory. A position of such promise left in utter ruins through a sweeping madness and through some mad sweeping. And by the end, it's a 4th straight series that India will lift the Border Gavaskar trophy in. Handshakes in the middle, India by 6 wickets, and Australia with a deep and lasting sense of lament from what's happened at Arun Jaitley Stadium. Michael Kasprowicz.
Oh, look, the start of the day was with the 1-run lead from the first innings. Australia 63 on the board, looking to really take that to a good total. 220, 250, anything that just gave them a bit of time to try and get wickets. And we saw there, able to extract 4 wickets, but once again, just not nearly enough. Disappointing to get out under 100 once again in this Test series. A few questions internally for the captain, Pat Cummins, certainly the coaching staff and possibly selectors.
Yes, it was such a promising position to build across 2 days with a lot of excellent decision-making. I think the contrast in today's play, I didn't see an Indian batter sweep in the chase. I actually like to think that was deliberate, almost as if anyone sweeps here, it's 30 push-ups on your knuckles, just to emphasise the difference in approach.
It was noticeable, wasn't it? And even the way they were playing. We saw Kohli batting like pretty much in his crease, but playing it as late as he possibly can. But I guess for the Australian players, that was a plan, obviously, and each batsman had their strategies. You'd like to think that those strategies, obviously, on this wicket didn't work. Not to take anything away, though, from the quality bowling that we saw here. We just saw Jadeja in that second innings, bowled spectacularly. Left arm around the wicket, he's orthodox. Now, not necessarily balls grabbing and pitching and spitting and turning a mile, but just his control, the angles, but also, too, getting the ball to come straight on, which worked magnificently against a sweeping cricket bat.
We'll get a flash interview in a moment's time from the victorious Indian camp, set up for the presentations and run through the analysis as how it's unfolded in India by 6 wickets. Phil Long?
Yeah, a tough day for Australia, we can all see that. But let's just have a reminder of how tough India are to beat at home. Since they lost that series to England in 2012, 2013, they've played 45 at home and won 36 of them.
It was always going to be tough. Always going to be tough for any Australian team coming out here. And certainly with, I suppose, a few key injuries also. Having to change the makeup of the side as well. It's all about adapting and certainly adjusting, and Australia's had to do that, but obviously not good enough.
I think that's actually what makes it so galling. It's incredibly rare to get into a winning position in a test match on these shores, and Australia did that. They did it when they had India yesterday in a perilous position at 7 down. They were 7 for 139, and Australia was eyeing a lead in the vicinity of 80 and would have settled for 60. There were 2 drop catches in that partnership, but Australia still had that 1-run lead and were 1 for 61 at the start of the day. And just the self-destruct mode that they went into. 6 batters were dismissed to sweeping, and so much of it was premeditated that I just feel like they didn't give themselves the chance. They didn't give themselves the chance to actually put up a total which would have been really tricky to chase. And who's to say when next they get into that sort of position, given the record that Longy identified there?
Yeah. And I think, look, and you've got to be critical about what works. And I know that internally they had their plans and their strategies and the way they want to attack it, but it wasn't working. And it's about, I use the word adapting and adjusting. That is what Test cricket is all about. You have to do that, circumstances, but also the conditions and situation is what it's so important. That is the art of Test cricket. And I just couldn't see that with the Australians, the way they were playing there. Determined to not so much hit their way out, but came across like that, a couple of those dismissals. Get them before they get you. But I just think that, they'll have to just rethink that. But just as far as classic Test cricket and batting in Test cricket, spend time at the crease. The longer you're there, the easier it certainly gets.
We're about to hear from Cheteshwar Pujara, who struck the winning runs.
Yeah, it's been a great test match. Unfortunately, I didn't get enough runs in the first innings, but I knew that if I play through first few minutes, then I'll be there till the end.
I'll ask you about India but what does it mean to you, to the family, 100th test appearance of the right?
Yeah, it's a special feeling. My family is still watching the game, so I was a bit nervous, to be honest, in the first innings when the entire family was there. It is really special. We have won this game and hitting the last boundary in the winning cause. So yeah, it is a special feeling, and we are very well balanced in the series. We are still looking to win the next 2 test matches.
It's interesting, Pujara, Dinesh here. You had a lovely day today. Team India's had a good day, and on the other side of the world, or other side of India rather, Maharashtra has gone on to win their second Ranji Trophy title.
Oh, lovely. Congrats to all the guys. Actually, I was following the scores, but after lunch I haven't followed the game. So yeah, it's a great achievement. I think the guys have been playing good cricket since last 4-5 years. And it's our second title in last 4 years. So yeah, great effort by the team, and really pleased with that.
Bridget Tados here, mate. Firstly, congratulations on your 100th Test match. It's a wonderful achievement.
Thanks.
Secondly, can you believe the position that you're in here now? Halfway through the middle session of the day, you would have thought here thinking Australia were going to be a really tough competitor. What's your thoughts initially on today, first session?
I thought we might end up chasing somewhere close to 200, 250. We were prepared for that, but the way our bowlers bowled today, we knew that they'll come hard at us. but the kind of lengths, they showed a lot of patience. Yesterday, it didn't go our way. If you look at the last session, last 10 overs in the last session yesterday, we were a little disappointed because we conceded too many runs. But we had a chat today morning, and the way our bowlers bowled today was incredible.
It's interesting, Bharat, I know you don't want to speak about Australia too much, but what I want to ask you is, you're a person who's batted a lot of innings and must admit sweep is not the shot that you preferred over a period of time. So as a batsman who doesn't have a sweep, how do you approach batting on such a wicket?
Well, if you look at this pitch, it's not an ideal shot to play because there's low bounce, but sweep is something which I've worked on. Hopefully, if there's enough bounce on the pitch, I might play that. But yeah, it is difficult, but with my game, I use my feet really well. So I try and get to the pitch of the ball, and I try and judge the length as early as possible. So if you can move your feet, if you can get close to the ball or play on the back foot, then it's better on turning tracks. So I've always done that throughout my cricketing career, and which has helped me a lot.
All right, Harsha just to ask the question, but I just want to chip in to say, we don't want you to play the sweep shot. You're great as it is.
Thank you.
And Haydos is saying, just pop across to the Aussie room and tell them about the sweep shot. But before we let you go very quickly, there's been a lot of talk about the pitches. Was that as difficult to bat on as some others that you've batted on?
Not really. I think it's the initial phase where when you are just walking into bat, you find it a little difficult. You need to get used to the pace of the pitch. Some balls spun, some balls are going straighter. So you just need to figure out a way to tackle that. But once you play about 30-40 balls, then it's a good pitch to bat on. And then once the ball gets older, I think we have seen that throughout the game. When the ball is hard, it's slightly difficult. Once the ball gets softer, it gets easier to bat on.
Thank you for giving us so much time after that innings to this one. But I hope it's a nice big celebration tonight. Go well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Harsha. Cheers.
Chidaswal Pujara, he's an understated figure in cricket. 30 to 40 balls was his prescription. Only 2 Australians allowed themselves that. Travis Head faced 46, Marnus Labuschagne faced 50. Nobody else got to that threshold to actually get in, and describing the sweep as not an ideal shot to play. All the postscript and the presentation to come. We'll bring Adam Collins in. Bharat Sundaresan is headed downstairs to have a chat to the Australian camp. We will bring all of that to you coming up on SEN Test Cricket here in Delhi, where India has won by 6 wickets and secured the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2-0.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. As an Essendon BMW ambassador, I am proud to introduce you to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Pushing beyond speed and power, it's where electric driving meets excellence. Thrilling through every turn with boundary-pushing efficiency, the BMW iX3 gives you a new kind of driving pleasure with 0 local emissions. Book a test drive today at Essendon BMW and discover the future of electric with BMW. Essendon BMW Centro Circuit, Essendon Field.
LMCT 11803.
The unmissable Australian Cup Carnival concludes February 25 at the Meadows. It's the Carnival's final night, with the highlight being the $458,500 Group 1 Australian Cup plus Group 1 Fanta Bale Superstayer. The Australian Cup Carnival at the Meadows is unmissable. Gates open at 6 p.m. with free entry and car parking. The unmissable Australian Cup Carnival final at the Meadows, February 25. Tickets at themeadows.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket from Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi in the aftermath now of this third day, finished before tea. Not the way that Australia had in mind when play began today. Bowled out for 113 after resuming at 1 for 61, and India 4 for 118 from 26.4 overs. Gerard, Whateley, Michael Kasprowicz and Peter Lalor, the chief cricket writer from the Australian. Pete, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Quite a different mood.
Yes.
The last time we spoke.
How have you diagnosed it?
Well, Tell you what, Gerard, I'm not talking about the Australian cricket team, but Australians don't like losing. There was a big gap to fill on the front page of the Australian and some demands for answers, and there will be demands for answers from every single aspect of the approach to this tour. You cannot let a performance like that pass unexamined. The inquest will be exhaustive. Questions will be asked about all aspects of the tour, from keeping everything. Where do you want me to start? Keeping key players back to play in the BBL, actively encouraging them to play in the BBL. Talking about most of the key batsmen. Warner and Smith were paid extra money to do it. Warner complained of being weary before he got here, and let me tell you, he was not alone in that. It's just that he was outspoken about it. Questions will be asked about the decision not to play a tour match, not to arrive earlier. Many, many questions will be asked about the injuries in this team. How do you have a team where Hazelwood comes injured and is still injured? Stark and Green arrive and apparently should be fit, but prove to be unfit. Am I missing somebody else? Well, Warner is injured now, but that's an accident. But there's at least 4 people. It's like a triage ward in there. But we were told that Green would be fit. We were told that Stark would be fit. It was implied that Hazelwood would be fit. Stark looked pretty good to me, bowling out there the other day. It just seems curious. We'll go back to... these are all the questions that will be asked. I feel like I have to say that I'm being the devil's advocate on a lot of these things, because I think I could offer excuses here and there in defence of the team, but it's their job to defend themselves. It's my job to ask questions of them. We'll go back to the decision to bat Green at the MCG with the broken finger and worse than the injury. I know that they say that didn't extend his recovery period. Was he determined enough to play this game? Who knows? On and on. The approach. Let's talk about... I'm running through my copy in my head. Sweeping. 6 of the batsmen were out to sweep shots. You know how many sweep shots the Indians played out there today, Gerard? 1. You reckon Indian batsmen might know how to play their own conditions? You reckon you might follow the leader on that sort of thing? I heard Matthew Hayden say, before a ball was bowled in this Test match, you do not sweep on a wicket like that. But nobody in this team has gone to Matthew Hayden and asked him how to approach. That's stunning, isn't it? Matthew Hayden's here. Hero of 2001 and 2004 when they won the series, but has not been asked any questions about how he approached such things. Admittedly, things have changed in the interim. It's been 20-odd years. Wickets are different. But here is a guy who studied hard to get to the point where he got to as a batsman in India and knows a hell of a lot about India. He's coached over here. He's a mentor. Nothing, no connection. So there are all sorts of questions going to be asked. I'm sure there's more, but in the chaos of filing, I've forgotten.
I think zeroing in on today is that it was a craze. It was a madness that set in around the sweeping.
Well, my colleague Gideon Haigh was in absolute outrage around before the match when there was talk of being proactive. He hated that, and I was ribbing him a little bit about it last night, saying, Trevor Sitt's been very proactive, hasn't he? They've looked great. So all day today he's been saying, well, that's where proactive gets to, doesn't it? Not so proactive now. Those questions will be asked about that. Alan Border's filthy.
Right.
Absolutely filthy. He's got his name on this trophy, and he's particularly about the approach, the sweeping and the reverse sweeping. I haven't heard him, but Junior, Mark Waugh, has been very critical of the captaincy through the game. What is really frustrating is that twice they were in a position to really nail this game down, to really sort of put themselves back in the series. They let it slip, bowling to that bottom order. But we have to give credit to the Indian bottom order, and we have to give credit to India's batters, and perhaps we have to accept that you don't play tour games anymore, and that the calendar is jam-packed, and that your batsmen will be, still wearing their coloured clothing from the T20 carnival at home when they step off the plane here and put on their whites and play the first Test match. These are the new realities of cricket. Yep. There are defences to the questions that I've asked, rationalisations, whatever, but we'll probably head down now and ask a few of those questions.
They're still just setting themselves up at the moment.
Okay, well, not immediately, but we will head down now and ask those questions.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins will come out, and at some point, Andrew McDonald will come out. Losses like this do not go down well.
So the sense of shell shock, I feel, so it was in the genre of Trent Bridge and it was in the genre of Cape Town.
Yep,
Do you feel that way?
Yeah, the 47 at Cape Town, the 60 at Edgbaston. They made more, well, I guess they made more runs. But what is so frustrating about this situation is that winning is so goddamn difficult in this country. There has been one test won since 2004. To stuff it up like that, it's the hope that kills you, Jed. It's that hope that I saw in your eyes when you arrived at the ground this morning. You thought you'd really nailed it, didn't you? Come from the Super Bowl and you'd probably picked the sweet spot in the series. But no, you'll go home with a heavy heart, pal.
I think the two catches just after tea yesterday that were missed, both batters, both Aksa and Ashwin, Smith and Renshaw, would have restored, would have protected a lead of between 40 and 60, I suspect, if they're taken.
Yep. Well, both batters were in their 20s when that happened.
Yeah, but at 1 for 61 today, to get bowled out in 115 balls in 91 minutes.
Yeah, and to lose 4 wickets for none in the middle of the innings, and the 4th wicket that they lost was your captain, Pat Cummins. I know he's not a batsman, but by God, that was a horrible shot.
Yeah.
Heave-ho, first ball. Yeah.
So
proactive.
And that is in the camp of those who didn't give themselves a chance. So I feel like there are sort of emblematic moments. It is Smith's shot that... that speaks of the premeditation. That's not Smith.
No.
And to watch how India batted, just needless to bat like that. Goes LBW, and then by the time Cummins comes in, they're fried. They are mentally fried.
That's right. Yeah.
But you shouldn't bat like that as the captain.
No.
I feel like there's a point from here on when Cummins comes out to bat where the last thing someone should say to him is, "Hey, Pat, you're the captain." Just have that in your mind. You can't go out and play like that when you're the captain.
It's a heavy burden. It's a big ask for a man who's a bowler and a brilliant bowler at that, and who's proven less skilled with the bat as his career's progressed. But now he is the captain. That's the extra burden you assume. And this is the first time we've really turned our sights to his batting to a degree, haven't we? There were some funny things said in the lead up to this test. I kind of cringed when they said them. I thought, gee, they'll come back to bite you, those things. This positive spin on losing the first test so quickly was that they had 2 extra days to think about it. Pat talked about failing in the right way. It's a business concept, but he's going to get that, people will throw that back in his face. But I'm pretty sure that's not failing in the right way, although I'm not really sure what failing in the right way is. That's because I'm an arts student, Gerard.
I feel like the first innings, they were proactive. They didn't last 80 overs. They put up a number at 263.
Yep.
I think that was batting in the manner that I think their mindset suggested. But madly sweeping, that wasn't it.
No.
Some of what transpired there, even a player as calm as Khawaja last night just turned the ball directly to the fielder. Like there was one fielder on the leg side and he hit the ball exactly where he intended to the fielder. Like that's crazy stuff. And Carey's a better batter than he's giving himself a chance to be.
Yeah.
But premeditating on that reverse sweep and losing your off stump, having seen a sequence of players go that way, you got to give yourself, he's a better batter than that.
And Alex Malcolm wrote a very good article in Cricket Info this morning about this obsession with plans, and he quoted Justin Langer, you're not good enough to have plans, you lot. All obsessed with the left-arm spin, opening the bowling with the left-arm spinner on debut, holding Nathan Lyon back for as long as they did, throw the ball to him and, guess what? Nathan Lyon, your best spinner, right armer, 100 tests. He rips through them. Maybe if he'd come on a bit earlier, they wouldn't have been, none for 40 at that point too. But, yeah, look, India has a way of biting you on the arse.
Yes.
It really does bring you to the knees, this country. You know, you're walking along sort of enjoying the beauty and you fall down a manhole that doesn't have a cover on it, and that's kind of what happened to the team today. That's India. It's a bloody tough country to play cricket in, especially against Ashwin and Jadeja. Two of the great spin bowlers, right up there in the pantheon.
Pete, you've got work to do. Thank you for stopping by. We'll see you for a beer a bit later on.
Nice to chat to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentations. Before we introduce the presentation party, the BCCI would like to thank all the sponsors of the MasterCard India versus Australia Test Series, starting from MasterCard, Byju's, Killer, Dream 11, Ambuja Cement, and Hyundai. The BCCI would also like to thank all the state associations, the government agency, and the authorities who were involved in the smooth conduct of this match. Our presentation party, starting from my immediate left, very fortunate to have with us Mr. Rohan Whateley, President of the DDCA, Delhi and District Cricket Association. We've got Mr. Rajan Manchanda, Joint Secretary, DDCA, Mr. Siddharth Sahib Singh, Secretary, DDCA. Then we've got Mr. Kurian Chandapillai, Chief Sales Officer, North Ambuja Cement, Mr. Ishwar Singh Samant, Dream 11 Game Changer fan, and Kaveri Kulla, Vice President, Consumer Marketing International Markets, is with us. So welcome, lady and gentlemen. Our first job is to ask the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, to come and have a chat with us, please. Thank you very much for that round of applause. Well, after Nagpur, the first innings, the way you guys batted, showed a lot of promise. So you would be very happy with the recovery and the way you played in that first innings.
Yeah, that's right. I thought 260 was a decent score on that first day wicket. So I thought the guys bounced back in that first innings well.
And you would have thought, all of us thought you would get a 80 or 100 run lead. What happened?
I think they batted quite well. Their innings probably matched our innings. Just one or two partnerships can, and suddenly you can, get up to around that 260 mark pretty quickly. And then, at the innings break, it was kind of evenly matched.
Yeah, you would think, why did we play the first innings at all? Because the lead was just one run. But obviously, you would understand people will be talking about your performance in the second innings, your tactics as well. That's going to be the big story, right? So your thoughts on what happened this morning, especially with the batting and the tactics that you had as a batting unit?
I think, disappointing when we were, 2 for 80 or whatever we were. Pressure was right on them. We were ahead of the game. So to let that slip's really disappointing. I think that'll be the review over the next few days, is what we, could have done differently. It's a similar story to last week in Nagpur.
Were every batsman left to themselves to choose what shots they wanted to play, or it was a general kind of tactic to play the sweep shots?
No, everyone's up to, they're in control of their own game. Some of it's, planning. You're going to get some balls that have your name, on it anyway. It wasn't easy. Ashwin and Jadeja were bowling well, but I think that'll be the review. Shot choice, did we go about it the right way, and we'll work that over the next few days.
For a team that's number one in the world on the rankings, the defeat in Nagpur obviously would have hurt you. This defeat, how do you feel about this one as opposed to the last one? How are your feelings on the two setbacks?
I think both disappointing. I think, this one in particular being, probably ahead of the game for a lot of it. Those opportunities don't come often in India, so you've got to grab them. So unfortunately, we missed this one. This one hurts a little bit.
Hard luck for this game. All the best for the next one in Indore.
Thank you. Ta.
So that was Pat Cummins, the Australian captain. Our next presentation is the Ambuja strongest performer of the match, and this award goes to Akshar Patel. Now this is for hitting the longest six in a test match, 85 meters to Akshar Patel. Mr. Kurian Chandapillai will present a trophy and a cheque of ₹1 lakh. Next up, we've got the Dream 11 Game Changer of the Match Award, and this goes to Ravi Chandan Ashwin, who I thought in that morning session bowled like a dream. 6 wickets. Mr. Ishwar Singh Samant presenting the cheque and a trophy to Ashwin for his 6 wickets in the match. Next up, if I can invite the Indian captain Rohit Sharma for a chat. Right, your primary thoughts after the result today?
Yeah, I mean, fantastic result for us. Looking at how things were yesterday, how we came back and finished our job was a great effort from especially the bowlers because we were, even though we were 1-run deficit, but I thought we were very much behind the game considering we have to bat, second on that pitch. So, yeah, but the kind of effort we put in this morning to come out and get 9 wickets was a fantastic effort. And yeah, I mean, and then just to go out there and finish the job with the bat as well.
Yeah, that morning session, we need your thoughts on that one. Obviously, Ashwin, Jadeja do their thing. It's something that we've seen before. Your thoughts, I know you don't like to talk about the opposition in the way they played, but did you think with the choice of shots that they played, it just made your job a little easier?
No, I mean, look, on a pitch like that, you got to come out and try and do different things as well. We were prepared for it. Looking at how they batted last evening, we knew that, they're going to come and play some shots. For us, it was important not to panic, just keep hitting that areas because pitch will help. We knew there was a lot in the pitch and we just had to hit that areas rather than, panicking and trying to do various things, which those guys are not used to. I've seen them enough. I've seen them bowl enough and take wickets on these kind of conditions. It was all about just waiting for that mistake to happen, and that's exactly what happened in the morning. We had discussed some things in the morning that we wanted to do, and luckily it worked for us.
The morning conditions that you get in Delhi, especially, and the evening session that we saw, do you think that was a great opportunity because the conditions were going to suit your spinners? There was going to be a little more bite, and if you needed seamers as well, there would have been something for them too.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, every game, you play here in this type of weather, there is a bit of moisture on the pitch, and I generally, what I noticed here in these 3 days is, there is a lot to offer in the first session. As the game goes on, second and third session, the pitch gets slower and slower, and then there's not enough bite in the pitch. And we saw most of the wickets fell in the first session of all 3 days, and that is something we focused on this morning. We wanted to keep it tight. We wanted to be disciplined. And yeah, I had a good chat with them. These guys are the masters of this condition. They've played enough games, got enough wickets as well. It was just about, keeping it tight, keeping it patient, let them do what they want to do, not focusing on how they wanted to bat and get panicked with that. It was important for us to stay calm and let the mistake happen.
Final question, I asked this because you're very good at this, is the big moments in the game you thought during the course of the test match that got India to be in this winning position and eventually win the game?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you play test cricket, 4 innings, there are a lot of moments actually, if you see, that you can count on. But I thought the partnership of Jadeja and Virat and then Aksar and Ash, that is something, we can take a lot of pride in. And with the kind of balance that we have created, it gives us that opportunity to go out and bat freely as well. To get that 100-run partnership on that pitch was never going to be easy, but those guys applied in the middle and got us, almost to the first inning total of Australia. Like I said, even then we felt, we had to bowl well, restrict them to as low as possible, and then come out and bat.
Congratulations on this win, 2-0 up, virtually through to the World Test Championship final, you would think, but all the best for the next match.
Thank you very much.
So that was Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain. Our final presentation is the MasterCard player of the match, and this one goes for the second time in a row to Ravindra Jadeja. 10 wickets in the match, best figures in the match, best figures in the innings as well. 6 for 7 for 42. Boy, was he good today. The problem is more for me as to what new questions can I ask you, because we did the same thing in the last match. So well done once again. Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
So tell us about today's performance to begin with.
Yeah, I think, I was enjoying my bowling as, this kind of wicket generally suits my bowling because odd ball is spinning, odd ball is skipping low. So, I was just looked to bowl into the stumps. I knew that they're going to play sweeps and reverse sweeps. So, yes, my aim was, just keep bowling into the stumps.
It seems from the outside that you want to keep it simple. Is it your idea, or there are certain things that you perhaps don't share, or people don't notice, or you really want to keep things simple?
Yeah, I was, look to keep things simple because, they were, looking for runs, because yesterday also in those 12 overs, they were looking for runs and they were, their intent was very aggressive. So I think my plan was, try and just keep bowling into the stump. If they make misstep, then I have a chance to get them out.
Do you think sweep shot is a good option against Ravi Jadeja?
Not on this kind of wicket.
So well done. Your batting also was instrumental in getting India into a strong position.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations on the award and all the best for the next match.
Best figures in Test cricket for Ravindra Jadeja. He's 7 for and 10 for the match. He is the worthy player of the match. And yes, as the Indian intel is not to be sweeping on this type of wicket. It's sort of hard to miss, Casper, isn't it?
Yeah, it's come through loud and clear there. And even earlier when Cheteshwar Pujara was interviewed, it was almost like a batting lesson. I hope they recorded it and pass that around the batting group in the Australian side. He talked about sweeping the bounce, use your feet to get to the pitch of the ball. But the irony was he talked about himself being nervous the first innings. He's played 100 tests. So, even the best of them can feel that way. But I think that was, to me, just really exposed it. And even all the questioning right there. The theme around the sweep shot is something that the Australian team have going to have a strong review.
Colo, it's going to be a pretty deep seam, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. We've seen this one before. You and Pete before were discussing some of the other Hall of Shame, if you like, nominations. But, they're laughing at them, aren't they? The way that Jadeja spoke then when asked about the sweep in these conditions of him. And I reckon Pat knows it too. He referred to the pressure that they were building in their second innings until they lost their third wicket or whatever it was. He knows you don't get these types of opportunities too often in this part of the world. Australia have won 5 of their last 33 test matches in Asia, going back to 2008, which is sort of widely considered to be the end of the glory era, if you like, but 5 from 33 since then. And to think that they had a chance today, and a big one at that, to be right in there and having a thrilling finish that we all were hoping for when we started our broadcast today, to lose 9 for 47. You're right, that does go alongside Trent Bridge and with Cape Town.
All right, let's hear from Usman Khawaja here, who's downstairs with Bharat Sundaresan.
Usman Khawaja, thanks for speaking to us after the second test. Just start with the first 90 minutes of play, how the collapse happened. What was your reading of it, just watching it from the outside?
It's hard. It wasn't easy out there. We knew that. Just needed a partnership of 2 to go your way, and we just couldn't string them together. I thought we had a little one going with Smithy and Marnus when they were out there. I thought we might get a little partnership here, and we lost Smithy. And it just happens. Yeah, sometimes it's you can never get too far ahead of yourself, especially on that wicket. It wasn't an easy wicket. The other guys were proactive, just like the Indians were in their last innings there, and that's how you had to play. But they just executed a little bit better than us, and their spinners were right on the money from the start today, which you always expect from the Indians.
Look, there was the collapse in the last test and the second innings when Australia bowled out in one session. We lost 9 wickets today, but it looked different. A lot of batters were getting stuck in the crease. This time, a lot of them were being proactive, like you said, and still it didn't work out.
You have to be proactive, and there's a skill element to it too. Sometimes, you just don't execute well. Just how it goes. The Indians showed intent their whole innings through. But there's a lot of pressure is a little bit less when you're chasing 100 rather than when you're trying to set 200 on total. That's where we thought we really had to be. Their spinners also credit to them. They got truthfully today. They put us under a lot of pressure. I think at the end of the day, we're going to pick the poison. We were just outskilled. We didn't execute well enough today, unfortunately. We executed quite well the first innings. We just couldn't do it for the whole game. Tough.
Look, I mean, you've been a big proponent of the sweep shot and how that's been your way against spin. There will be a lot of those watching this and saying, or criticizing the sweep shot because a lot of your batters did fall to that shot. How do you read that situation, and is it just one of those mornings when it just didn't go to plan?
I think everyone's got their different plans. I can't really speak for anyone else. I think everyone goes out there, knows what their strengths and weaknesses are, try to suss out the conditions, the wicket. Look, I thought 260 in the first innings was a really good total. And we tried to do it again, we just couldn't do it. So I guess there'll always be outside noise, but at the end of the day, we're out here trying to win cricket games for Australia, and then you got to pick your poison one way or another. You got to get out just blocking, or you get out trying to execute shots for practicing. So it's just the way it goes sometimes.
I mean, look, every loss hurts Usman, but in this test match, there were periods where you weren't playing catch-up. Australia was running the game. And then for the match to finish this way, does that add to it?
Yeah, I mean, we were running this game the whole way through. So right until probably half an hour into this morning, we were running the game. 60-run lead, 1 wicket down. Eddie was batting beautifully. Marnus and Eddie put on a beautiful partnership. Yeah, things can happen quickly out here. We know this. Particularly, India in their own conditions, Ashwin, Jadeja. You never feel like you're too far ahead of the game because they're always there and thereabouts. 450 plus wickets, and I think Jadeja's 250 plus now. They're quality spinners. So, I mean, there's always respect there, but there's not much to it. We just didn't play well enough this morning, and that really cost us because we were driving this game the whole way through. And when I woke up this morning, I thought we were right. I thought we were the favourites to win this game. If we put 180 runs on the board, I think we would have been very hard for the chase.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that even with the way Todd Murphy and Matthew Kuhneman were bowling alongside Nathan Lyon. Just finally, Usman, after Nagpur, you guys are out there having a net on what should have been day 5. It's an 8-day gap. How does Australia recover from this? Like, you just take a break from cricket, like personally and as a team?
I think it's just up to the individual. Some guys want to hit more than others, some guys want to hit less. It's a very individual thing, so it's hard to answer that question. So I think everyone will do it their own way.
Just one more, yes, it's 2-0, but you can still come back and draw the series. Not many Australian teams have done that either. That obviously adds to the obvious motivation of playing Test cricket for Australia.
Yeah, there's no motivation. Even if it was 3-0 down, we go on the 4th test, it's still a test match. I mean, no test match is given its own. And yeah, the boys thoroughly love playing for Australia, and every time we go out there, we always commit to do our best. I mean, played some really good cricket over the last year. We've been world number 1 for a long time. We come to India in tough conditions, and we're driving this game too, and disappointing we didn't get it over the line. But I mean, if you look at short-sighted, yeah, it sucks, but still play a lot of good cricket for a long time. So I think we just need to get back into the groove of it and compete next game.
Thanks, and see you later.
Cheers, thank you.
The disappointment is there. The answers aren't for the time being, so that's to be sorted through for the Australian team, but they will have to come up with better than it's just how it goes.
Yeah, the bit about, there'll be outside noise. I don't know if that's reading the room particularly well from Usman there. I acknowledge, by the way, that, he's one of the most mature cricketers in the world right now, and he's entitled to his view and it should be respected. But the outside noise is going to be there from everywhere, and to ignore it, it would be, I think, would be a mistake. And even that line about picking one's poison, I mean, what's the starting point? The starting point is that they are going to be outdone by Ashwin and Jadeja, and they just have to pick the way they're going to get out. I mean, is that the right starting point at this level when they're the number 1 ranked side in the world? It feels like there is a mindset issue here in addition to just a chasm in the skill level on these surfaces.
Casper, give us your closing thoughts here on all that you've heard and what you've got mulling over in your mind.
Well, obviously it's with the bat, and it's a matter of finding runs and scoring more runs, both in those second innings of both test matches. It just sort of fell away, and what I'd love to see is the planning that Usman spoke about, individual plans, reassessing those, but ultimately you want to see the Australian team fight hard and find a way. And over a test match, that's what it's about. It's not just sort of saying, oh, that's my plan and it didn't work, so that's just the way it goes. It's just somehow just finding a way and listening to and watching and observing, which I know the Australian team will be doing. They'll be watching that hard. They have a few days now before our third test match in indoor to reassess. And I'd just like to think that that's often in the Australian team the time to actually pull tight together. Don't spread out and just look after yourselves. Come together a team. That's where you're working magic.
Yeah, and the collective approach. I don't really buy that everyone suddenly decided to sweep crazily today and on their own. They all came to that conclusion individually. I think they're going to have to front up to what transpired.
Yeah, I mean, last week was a pitiful display getting bowled out in a session, but what is it now? 10 of the 40 dismissals in the series are through the sweep, and 6 of them were today. So, I mean, it's out of kilter with what we've seen. Even on day one, when they were at times losing quick wickets, it wasn't via that mode of dismissal. So I agree with you that there's been a call made at some level, even if it is implicit, that it's get them before they get us on a track that wasn't crumbling but was giving plenty. And they pulled the wrong rein.
One of the things Pete Lalor mentioned at the end of the before when we had him was the fact that Matthew Hayden hasn't been accessed by the Australian team. He spent a lot of work developing the sweep shot, implementing the sweep shot, and I like to think mastered it when we came to India. As a resource, he's right here. He's got a few days off too because he's stopping here all the way through the tour. So I would have thought that would be a pretty good opportunity to get in front of Matthew Hayden and have a little chat.
Michael Kasprowicz, it's been great to have you as part of the first 2 tests on SEN Test Cricket. Good to spend some time with you.
Oh, it's been fantastic. I really loved it when Colo actually gave me a call, I think Monday last week. Anyway, about coming up to India, and I love the country. The last 25 years coming here as a player and in different other capacities, enjoyed it so much over the years, been here so regularly. Chance to be here, and also with you on your second time to India, Gerard. Share some invaluable time with yourself. And, of course, Colo, thank you.
Good luck, Colo, for the final 2 tests of the series.
Cheers, Gerard. Looking forward to getting to indoor. It's looked as Usman pointed out there, they might be 2-0 down, but each test match is its own individual challenge.
We close our broadcast from Delhi, but that doesn't close the conversation. I can feel Monday morning in Australia brewing. So what is it, 8 o'clock Sunday night in Melbourne? I fancy what 9 o'clock would sound like on Monday morning. So, yeah, there's a lot to play out here. Australia squandered a great chance and a rare chance for a test victory in India and then had it ripped away by the class spinners, Jadeja and Ashwin, taking all 10 wickets. And day 3 in Delhi is, well, we said at the outset it'd be memorable. It's going to be memorable for all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. India win by 6 wickets. Thanks for your company throughout the test match. I'll see you back home next Monday. So I'm back on air tomorrow week with you. I'll pick up all these conversations as we look toward the AFL season and the second half of this Indian series. To Mitch and to John, terrific, and to all those who have played a role in getting us to air and keeping us on air, thank you. Here is how it all unfolded. Last ball of Ashwin's first over. Head is beaten and he's out. Ashwin over the wicket to Smith. Across the line and got through onto the pad and he's out. LBW.
And he gets through Labuschagne. Keeps low, crashes into off stump. That is the big wicket.
Ashwin the finish here. Renshaw sweeps,
misses. Shout, gone.
Jadeja to
it's the slip. Headscott's gone for a duck. Jadeja does it again. The collapse is well and truly on.
Bowls here.
Swings and he's bowled. Knocked over. Tried to sweep. Hit it hard. Had his off stump bent back. Jadeja's on a hat trick.
Jadeja Carey, he's bowled. He tried to reverse sweep. He got done. All ends up. And the off stump is uprooted. And this litany of disaster for Australia is unending. Lyon whacks the ball into the stumps. He's played it on. Jadeja's got 6. Australia's only got 1 left in the shed.
Jadeja bowls reverse sweeping. It's all done now. Kuhnemann had no idea what was going on. Stumps rattled yet again. All out 113. What a shambles. Line round the wicket. His first ball, KL Rahul goes back and tucks. Peter Hanscom takes it. It's given. Well, there's the first one they need. It bounced off pads and arms and who knows what, but Hanscom was there under the lid. KL Rahul gone for one. Line gets a wicket first ball.
Rowett turns to leg as he leans on a ball forward to the square leg umpire. He'll be able to hustle. Oh, terrible mix-up. A run out. Rowett stopped when he was meant to be coming back for two. Pujara had no reason to think that he was going to stop.
Murphy bowls here. Beaten stumped. There it is. Alex Carey gets his first stumping in Test cricket. Kohli's gone for 20. Murphy gets Australia's third wicket.
To the Mumbai goes again down the track, hammers it, but straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. So Iyer's brief stay at the crease comes to an end.
Murphy bowls. Pujara uses his feet and strikes the winning runs. It's a lovely blow down to long off. Pujara, in his milestone 100 tests, secures victory for India by 6 wickets. It's a day in Delhi that will haunt Australia's collective cricket memory. A position of such promise left in utter ruins through a sweeping madness and through some mad sweeping.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalla, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles.